In his previous life, he was a talented leader who was assassinated by political factions. But unexpectedly, after dying, he was reincarnated as a goblin named Game, but unfortunately, he was the lowest and most inferior species in the goblin tribe. Every day, Game had to stay up late and wake early, working like a beast but still not having enough to eat. If he didn't meet the KPI, he would definitely get beaten up, only losing to the orange team's electric baton, while the high-class nobles still exploited them calmly. Not having to work but still having food on the table is something a modern person who knows the ideals of teacher Huan Zhouxi would understand. He couldn't accept that here he and his sister were often bullied by other goblins because of their weak bodies. Among them, there was a thug who extorted and exploited the two siblings the most, and that was Jack. Sure enough, not long after, Jack used the excuse to bring his underlings to find Game to collect protection money, but this time Game was very calm. Using brainwashing chi technique, he told him that even if he kept doing that, he wouldn't get much and still had to pay protection fees to the higher-ups. So why don't you guys try hunting monsters? Take a risk to gain a lot. Goblins are simple-minded. After hearing that, it seemed reasonable, so Game became the strategist like Zhuge Liang for them. He then laid out a very detailed plan. In the mine, there was a giant blind centipede that relied only on sound to locate. With weak weapons, it was impossible to attack directly because its armor was too thick. His goal was to lure it into the acid pit and try to push it down. Everyone would clean up the mess, digging along the path and throwing bones one by one to attract its attention, but someone needed to lure it into the acid pit. Because it wouldn't go in by itself, Jack was very cunning and planned to use him as bait, but Rose's sister stood up to protect Game. He was still in pain. Let me do it instead. Of course, Game wouldn't let his sister risk danger. He confidently took the bait role and told Jack, "You help me block the door when I come back." Actually, he knew very well that this bastard would definitely play dirty, crossing the bridge, then pulling it up, squeezing the lemon and discarding the peel. But the thug was still inexperienced and naive, so he was read like an open book by Game. Meanwhile, the monster was showing off its shiny front armor. It seemed like a reputable house. If it got hit once, it would either be sold as salt or crippled for life. Game began instructing the group that if the monster came close, throw bones to lure it away. The guy behind would be responsible for herding it into the pit and rolling the ball. Hearing that, someone felt annoyed and asked, "Why me?" Suddenly, the guy next to him slapped his shoulder. "Who told you to brag about your speed? Prove it then. Don't move until you hear the signal. We will lure it to the acid pit, and Jack will help you trap it there. Understood?" After hearing this, even Jack had to praise him. The idiot's plan actually sounded somewhat reasonable. And so, after a while, the group started working. Saf cautiously hiding behind a rock, observing the monster's movements. Then suddenly, it dashed toward them. Making the young man almost scared out of his wits, he hurriedly fled to a pile of bones. Saf grabbed a bone from there and threw it at the monster. Saf was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for his death. But after a while, he realized the centipede, heard the noise, and left without bothering to attack. Meanwhile, the thug Jack was standing guard on the other side. Game raised his hand to signal that the centipede was coming, thinking cunningly that after killing the monster, he would also deal with Game to monopolize the credit. At this moment, Game used a bone to tap the ground. Even the monster was scared and looked toward the deep cave. Then, in less than a few seconds, the monster realized and growled as it ran toward them. However, Z wasn't scared but giggled. Then he swung his arm hard, smashing the bone toward the cave. "You're done for, Game. Once you're in the acid pit, I'll trap both of you. It kills you, then the acid kills it." However, their plan didn't go as expected. The monster stopped, staring at him, making him scared out of his mind. Suddenly, the hero Game appeared, attracting its attention and shouted, "Jack, run! We'll herd it in!" Then Jack used all his strength inherited from birth to run desperately toward there. Wondering why it didn't chase the sound, Game urged him to hurry, and after he and the monster ran inside, Game quickly locked the door. It turned out everything was part of Game's plan. Foolish thug, next time be less obvious with your schemes. At this moment, everyone ran to Z. "What's wrong? Thank the gods, you're still okay." The Game then showed a face as if the house had lost its rice book. Sorry, he made noise, so it chased after him and fell into a hole. But Jack was unfortunately caught by it, so I had to lock both of them up. Listen, I don't want any reward, just watch over me. I killed Jack already. I only know how to express my final respect for Jack's sacrifice like this. May the gods witness Jack's bravery. Then they believed it. You escaped, you're talented. We won't forget this. I'll just take my sister away. May the gods bless you. And after they left, My sister finally asked the game what really happened. Did Jack really sacrifice himself? Then he ignored it and replied, maybe just bad luck. It seems that Centipede not only chased the sound but also the scent. Who knows? After hearing that, she didn't ask further. Right, getting retribution is not surprising. Then they left just like that. But the doubt in her heart couldn't be erased. Scene change. Rosa urged the game. So, eat it. A fat bug was lying on the plate. You really can't swallow this dish? Really, Goza. She still insisted. Come on, it's your favorite dish, and I even saved the head for you. The game pushed the plate away. Goza, no. But Rosa stabbed the bug with a knife, determined to make the game eat it. He reluctantly agreed to get it over with. The game brought the bug close to his mouth, clamped his mouth shut to not make a sound. The game's eyes showed horror. He couldn't eat this disgusting thing. The game looked at her pitifully. Rosa grabbed the knife from his hand. I knew it. After the acid pit incident, I knew it. You're not the game, right? You're a demon. Despite his attempts to explain, Goza put the knife down. I'm not a demon. I can prove it. But Rosa didn't seem to trust him much. Let's see. The game was a bit embarrassed, then suddenly remembered something. Melon powder. She didn't understand what he meant. I have a way to prove the truth with that melon powder. I'll drink the melon powder we got last year mixed with holy water. According to the principle, it can exorcise demons. Right? If I catch fire, then my brother is just a little burnt, nothing else. So you have to believe me, okay? Rosa hesitated a bit, unsure. He didn't hesitate and tried it right away. All right, let's do it. Let me find it first. The game immediately sprinkled the powder into a cup. He wanted to make sure she wouldn't go back on her word. After I drink this, you have to believe I'm not a demon, okay? Rosa still tightly held the knife, saying less and doing more. Although she was panicked inside, the game remained calm on the outside. Hopefully this exorcism of demons is just superstition, or else I'm really done for. His eyes showed a change. She couldn't help but worry. Game, so are you a demon? Turns out the game just disliked the strange taste of the drink. It tastes awful. Rosa angrily punched him in the face. Game, you idiot. The game was extremely happy, calling him Game again. You believe me now, right? She stopped overthinking. It's really the game. You're talking nonsense again. I'm me, the multi-dimensional dreamer. Rosa could only smile wryly. You're me, huh? Choose AI or don't choose. Choose the lazy god, huh? Feel free to chat with her. Which one? I like lazy. But Rosa still doubted life. Now I believe you're my brother, but why have you been acting strange lately? Since you recovered, you've been like a different person. This time he spoke seriously. Can you hear me? The game thought carefully. Game's father also said something like this before. Maybe talking to Goza would be easier to understand. He calmly sat down at the dining table. The game admitted a truth. He had memories from another life. Even he doubted himself. He really wasn't sure what was going on. It felt like drifting in the void. Then his body was swept by a river into a region of light. After touching the light, he woke up with a headache and these foreign memories. Gem recounted what he still remembered. That's all he knew. I swear to you. She jumped on the table. Oh gods, do you know what that means? Gem. Since ancient times, gods and their warriors have been reincarnated into mortal bodies. They possess powers beyond imagination, from superhuman strength, irresistible charm, to reality-altering abilities. After hearing the story, the game was a bit doubtful and pointed to himself. So, do you think I'm one of the chosen? But Rosa wasn't sure, hesitating. That's right. I mean, it's been a long time since someone with special abilities appeared. He propped his chin and listed what he could think of. You mean I can run faster than an arrow? Stronger than a herd of horses jumping over a deep chasm in a single step, things like that. After hearing that, she nodded to indicate those were the abilities. Rosa excitedly asked, So do you have them? Game shook his head firmly and answered no. After hearing the answer, she hesitated a bit and replied, Never mind, maybe you're just a lost soul, when Rosa spoke up to explain. Lost souls are those born with a second memory but without power. Very few of them achieve fame, unless they inherit the memories of great leaders or legendary craftsmen. After understanding what lost soul meant, his voice carried a hint of sadness. So you really are a lost soul. Sorry for disappointing you. Hearing that, her expression darkened and her voice tiredly said, No, thank the gods. We don't need another chosen one. But Rosa was a bit worried and signaled silence to remind Game. But please don't tell AI about this. If the overseers find out you hold the secret about the treasure, what will happen? Rosa asked with a serious face. I'll be tortured, fall dead, or be taken for experiments, right? Hearing those chilling words, she quickly covered her ears with her hands, scared, shouting loudly, Stop! I don't want to hear any more! If you really have any special powers, Game, please never reveal them. Game crossed his arms, looking at Rosa's frightened figure. His voice full of confidence said, Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I even like keeping all 10 fingers and 10 toes. Then she placed a plate holding something on the table, her tone worried. If AI sees you using your powers, I don't know what will happen. Hearing that, Game immediately imagined the scene when some goblin discovered his secret. He would instantly make him disappear. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit uneasy, his face sweating. Game was a bit embarrassed, saying, "Yeah, I don't know either." Then he walked over and stood beside the table, looking at Rosa, softly said, "That's why I don't want to tell you. I don't want to make you more worried." This made her heart feel a bit relieved. In a gentle voice, she replied, "I understand." Then Rosa turned and asked curiously, "So you carry the memories of AI? You behave like a noble but don't seem arrogant at all." Hearing that, he suddenly remembered past events. His eyes flashed with jealousy and sadness, his voice a bit regretful. "No, I'm not a noble. These memories belong to another life. In another society, he was a rebel, someone who tried to make his society better." She wiped her hands with a cloth, then asked, "What happened to him?" He almost slipped but stopped just in time, saying, "Ah, he made a mistake." Recalling the previous memory, he explained he was haunted, killed by nobles opposing what he was trying to do. After hearing this, Rosa grew a bit somber and said, "I understand." Then suddenly she asked about something else. "Hey, if you don't intend to do anything against the green shirts, do you?" Hearing Rosa's question, Game sneered and said, "How dumb do you think I am?" As soon as he finished speaking, she looked at Game with judging eyes. Seeing Rosa's expression, he quickly looked away. Awkwardly replied, "Yeah, that's true," Game explained. "Because SAO, I don't fight the green shirts. But no, I'm not a warrior with weapons or armor, nor do I have an army or mages under my command, so I don't think I'll overthrow AI." It sounded a bit confusing, so she asked again, "What is a mage?" He softly explained, "Those who use magic like mages but with methods, less related to souls, focusing more on magical energy." Hearing Game's explanation, Rosa's face showed surprise, exclaiming, "You speak as if you understand magic well." At that moment, she realized something was off and asked again, "Wait, you don't know magic, right?" He pointed to himself, questioning back, "Groza, do you feel me using magic?" With what she had sensed before, it made Groza a bit confused and stammered, "No, I don't think so." Game pulled out a chair and sat down calmly, saying, "Then don't jump to conclusions. If I knew magic, wouldn't you have felt it already? That's why they keep us here, right, Bogue tribe? Able to sense magic thanks to our lineage. We're useful but also easily replaceable." Hearing that, she reluctantly agreed, "That's right." Suddenly, Rosa called him with a worried voice. Her face darkened, speaking gravely, "Promise me one thing, okay?" At that moment, he still didn't understand why Rosa acted like that, and asked with curiosity, "What is it?" She looked at Game with sincere eyes, lips pressed lightly, her tone pleading, "Please don't change anymore, okay?" Suddenly, he reached out, softly saying, "Come here." Unexpectedly, Game hugged Groza tightly, her face full of surprise. Not understanding what was happening, he held her tightly, gently saying, "I promise, no matter what happens, I will always be your brother." The scene shifts to rose petals, gently drifting in the breeze. Suddenly awakening on the hospital bed, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight, looking around in confusion, exclaiming in doubt, "Huh? This is Brutus." Seeing Vaughn awake and preparing to do something, immediately ran over to stop him. Hey, don't move too much. You're injured in the chest. Your condition is still critical." Continuing from the previous episode, Vaughn, now awake, saw the person in front of him and incredulously said the name Brutus, hearing that he still recognized him. Brutus smiled arrogantly, replying, "It's me," and Vaughn still couldn't understand what had happened. Raising his hand to his forehead, questioning himself, was it all just a dream? Sora wondered what he had dreamed about. He laughed loudly, then said, "I wouldn't believe it." Vaughn lay on the bed, half joking, half serious. "A chaotic dream about the other world, and I even became a slave." Bright red roses beside the bed seemed to hide something. He passionately recounted the dream he had experienced. "I wasn't even human. Imagine that." She looked at him with disbelief, saying, "Sounds crazy, right?" Vaughn had anticipated that, so he wasn't too surprised. Calmly, he said, "I know. You two, help me out. I need to get out of bed and go to the council right now." Just as he finished, Vaughn suddenly saw his hands turn into goblin hands, and the image before him blurred. His shocked expression left him speechless for several minutes. His eyes that had just held a bit of joy suddenly became hollow. Vaughn coldly looked at the table, clutching a glass, and said sadly, "Is this really a dream, right, Brutus?" He was awkward, voice choked, saying, "Sorry, my friend." We can't do anything. His eyes couldn't hide sadness and disappointment as he hesitated. I miss you both so much. Sora's face also showed sadness for not being able to stand by Vaughn. She spoke regretfully. We miss you too. You will live well in this new life, right? Promise me. Hearing that, he couldn't stay down forever. Vaughn lifted his spirits, smiling confidently. I will. You can trust me. Before completely disappearing, the two left their last words of advice. Finally, with absolute trust, let's change this world for the better. He laughed mockingly, saying, That's the question. More than anyone else, you two should know that I will shake this world to its roots. Suddenly, Brutus pointed to one side and spoke. We will come back to visit you, my friend. Vaughn's gaze stopped on Game. Brutus continued speaking. But now he will accompany you. Game looked at him with a blank expression. He frowned, slightly annoyed. Game, really? Can it be someone less troublesome? Game walked from the foot of the bed to Vaughn's side, looking at him with a hateful gaze. Sensing Vaughn's words, he exclaimed, feeling jealous and hurt, angrily shouting, Hey! I have feelings too, you know. He glanced sideways, asking, So you're still here, right? Jealous shrugged, speaking in a low voice. Of course, this is my body, Vaughn said seriously. Sorry, Jealous, but a team can only have one leader. You need to rest a bit. Then he pointed to himself, protesting. But this is my body, he nodded, smiling softly, and I will take good care of it. But we both know, you can't change your life, but I can. Hearing Vaughn's words, Game's eyes became thoughtful and hesitant. I guess that's true. Suddenly he patted his shoulder lightly, and Vaughn looked at Game with certainty, encouraging, Don't worry, Game. You will be remembered for a long time. Hearing that, he earnestly said, Can you do one thing for me? Please be honest with my sister. I don't want to see her hurt. He replied confidently, I never had a sister, but I will take care of her like my own family. I promise you that. I will make this world better. Suddenly, Vaughn's eyes flashed with a bit of sadness. His voice faltered here, also becoming hesitant because of you and her. Hearing his certainty, Game smiled brightly and responded, Then I will place my trust in you, thank you. Vaughn also quickly responded with a grateful tone, No Game, thank you. A rose petal fell into the flow of time, once again changing. The dawn appeared after the mountain ranges, starting a new day. Scene transition, Game and Rosa walked to somewhere. Here he saw his kind. She gently pushed his hand teasingly. I can't believe you woke up before me this morning, even cleaned up and made breakfast. Were you a servant in your past life? Hearing that, Game frowned and called Goza firmly. Rosa smiled with a pleased expression and replied, Just joking a little. I won't tease you about those things anymore. Suddenly from behind the two, the voice of an AI loudly called his name. Game. Both startled, turned their heads back. After turning around, they saw Kui approaching and greeting with surprise. Surprised? I thought you were dead. Rosa happily called out to Kui, still smiling in response to Kui's joke. Not yet, and won't be anytime soon if I still have strength. She excitedly ran up to tell him what had happened. Kui, you won't believe what happened yesterday. You know Jack from Group BA, right? He was looking for Game, and he saw how close Rosa was with Kui. Silently recalling Kui's background, he is a supervisor, a friend of Game and Goza's father. He has taken care of them since their parents passed away. 2 years ago, during an attack by the Hippling, strange to see a supervisor close to slaves, but there are good people everywhere. Suddenly, Kui asked Game if it was true he helped defeat the centipede. Game shrugged and replied, Obviously. I just ran faster than them. Hearing the answer, he laughed loudly and said, That's right, Game. I know no AI runs faster than you. Kui began assigning tasks to the two. Hearing that was good, I don't want to waste effort. Just because you're lazy, there's still a lot to do today. Go Ra, the mushroom farm needs you, and you, Game. Both stood neatly to receive today's mission, scene transition. A long line of slave spirits of various levels, standing in line. In their hands, AI also held tools to prepare mineral ore from underground. Meanwhile, Kiki was whispering, scheming something evil. He said he had no points, but he had a little sister, and said, Wow, he spoke mockingly, we accept all kinds of payments. Then suddenly Jack's arm grabbed Kiki's neck forcefully. He used strong force to slam his head onto the ground, making Kiki cough up syrup, his eyes full of anger. His hoarse, deep voice hid a terrible threat. I told you no women. He was scared, stammering, I'm sorry, he said. You're with us. You neither buy nor sell to them. Hem stepped forward and reached out to stop Jack. Jack let him go. If he got hurt, the supervisors would ask, hearing that Jack said nothing, looking at him with cold eyes. In his eyes, it was as if saying, Shut your rotten mouth. Seeing Jack's gaze, Hem froze, lips pressed lightly, eyes a bit cautious. Then he removed his hand from Kiki, who knelt on the ground, coughing up strawberry syrup with a painful expression. Jack turned around and threatened, "Next time I'll throw you to the hippling." He sat beside Kiki and gently said, "Sorry. The boss is very strict about women. His father died early, and his mother had to do side jobs to support the family." Hearing that, he was a bit curious. "She's gone?" Hem recalled his past, muttering, "Yes, there's a dark spot. It can be healed, but needs points." The boss tried to gather points to treat her, but all old clients avoided him. He looked at the green goblins and said, "No green name dared admit they had fun with the gray one." Hem saw Jack's face filled with resentment. Then he spoke up to remind the boss, still bitter about that. "Remember that?" He went back to him and hesitated to advise the boss. "You must stop. Otherwise, if you can't control yourself, we'll lose more people to them." VG turned back to ask about Kiki. "Did you tell him the rules earlier?" Hem immediately confirmed firmly. "Yes, I told all of them they can steal and run as much as they want, but must not touch women." At this time, he also explained why there are some like him. They know, but they are men, right? There's not enough blood to feed two heads at once. He didn't want to listen to what Hem just said. Jack still held his opinion firmly and said, "I don't need that filthy type in my gang." To Vogo, he quickly spoke up for Kiki. "Boss, don't be like that. Forget it. Without people, there wouldn't be a gang, and we've already fallen behind VG at this point." He saw Vet's eyes filled with a bit of contempt and said, "Look, that's your favorite bug. He's turning back." At this moment, it seemed like you were having trouble with some others. Hen saw Vet stand up to protect the weak and was a bit surprised, saying, "Where did this bug find such guts?" You wondered a bit? I never understood why. "You hated that kid so much." Vet said nothing, but there was something unspeakable in his eyes. Seeing you stand up to protect others like that made Jack feel a bit awkward. He recalled Vet's childhood appearance, when he was bullied by others. The fearful look and sobbing of you back then, when Vet was about to be beaten by the bullies. You just closed your eyes tightly, holding the food in your hands, ready to be beaten up by them. But Vet waited a long time and nothing happened. He gathered all his courage and slightly opened one eye to look. Then on Vet's face there was surprise. Vak, when he was little, had dealt with the gang of small fry bullies in an instant. He reached out his hand to help you stand up, and helped Vet escape from the bullies. But after that incident, something happened that made Jack realize the saying that doing good often brings misfortune. He learned that lesson the day he helped Vet. Continuing from before, Jack recounted the past when he and Vet were still close brothers. Vet was nothing like me, but we were still brothers. Over the years, we grew up together. Jack had what I had. But until one day, everything came to an end. A gray goblin army appeared, according to his story, during the annual expedition, descending to the deep levels to eliminate the spirit violators and other strange beasts. Vet and I went ahead with Virgil and his soldiers. The goblins thought we would die for them, but we trained our people to keep them alive. They faced spider monsters. Everyone united to create a glorious victory and went inside. He and Vet saw a dazzling light like a forest inside the cave, trees growing everywhere. The gray goblin army slowly advanced inside. While we set up camp, they divided into scouting teams. My group was sent to the farthest end near a lake, while VG went to the other side of the cave. Despite your worry, Jack's face showed excitement at being on the front line, knowing he had to go to the most dangerous place. Vet asked to go with Gon. He wanted Vet to be safest, so he sent him with another group. I wanted her to be safe, so I agreed immediately. As expected by Jack and me, a pack of spirit violators ambushed us. We had to break through and run. After that attack, many were injured, and sensitivity as well as alertness around became more tense. Scene change. At this moment, he seemed to see something terrible, making his expression panic mixed with astonishment. Gon's group was slaughtered. Vet completely disappeared. One of them noticed something behind the bushes. When going to check, Jack saw a small footprint immediately. He led his group rushing like an arrow towards the footprints left on the mud. I didn't care who took her. I just wanted my little brother back. When arriving, Jack saw a gray lin corner with a figure exactly like Vet. He was shocked. Unable to believe his eyes, Jack slowly approached to check, but before he could see Vet's wounds, Jack, with his keen senses, detected something rushing towards him. With a swift move, he easily caught the spear tip. Jack's eyes became furious, teeth clenched tightly. He used his strength to break the spear. Meanwhile, VG approached and hid his hands to surround. We were overwhelmed, 2 against 1, but our soldiers knew how to fight while theirs did not. Vak, with just one axe, was enough to shatter those small fry like the spear just now. His eyes suddenly changed direction. At this moment, he and his troops rushed in fiercely, his face showing anger and rage, eyes wide open, looking at them without any fear. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain from his side. Vac collapsed, along with a wound bleeding red syrup. His eyes full of shock, Vac slowly looked up. He could hardly believe it. The one who stabbed him from behind was Vet himself. I was really stupid and blind. The goblin army formed a protective formation inside. Suddenly, one jumped high, holding a spear. It threw fiercely, hitting an enemy. After throwing it, landed firmly on the ground. Looking back as if seeing something, he immediately panicked and hurriedly called his teammates, pointing in that direction. Knelt before VG with a trembling hand, loudly threatening to stop. If you want him to live, then stop. The subordinates under Jack immediately hesitated. Jack was restrained. He stubbornly asked why. Vet disdainfully replied, "Sorry, Jack. Being friends with you never helps." "I have the life I want," VG made a better offer. Vac, injured, stammered, saying he is our brother. Vet's eyes were dangerous. He was furious, almost shouting, "Brother? Do you really think so? In your memory?" Vac sat on the chair, letting the girls surround him, with servants attending. Vet sat hidden among the crowd. He resented thinking everything with you was easy. Women, friends, power, but I could only live in your shadow. But then I realized I had something precious, something everyone desires but few have, your trust. And I used it to get what I really wanted. Vet negotiated with VG, who pointed a weapon at him, returning to reality. Vet mockingly sneered. "Don't worry. I will tell your sister that you died saving the whole group from the goblins," he whispered close to his ear. "She will be very grateful. You know, and she has a beautiful body." In a moment, the image turned black and white. Jack's silhouette appeared clearly with an axe. He laughed madly, sensing something unusual from Jack. Vet suspiciously stepped back. VG said, behind all the malice, "Only fools boast before their opponent dies. Stop this nonsense and finish him off." Vet awkwardly rubbed his hands. "I thought you would prefer to deliver the killing blow yourself, sir." VG ignored his words and continued preaching. "A warrior dying by the hand of a traitor sounds like a poem or a tragic verse. Don't you think so?" Vet hesitated but affirmed, "Of course, sir." Then he raised the knife. "Goodbye, Jack. Don't worry. I will be a good friend and cherish what you left behind." Jack suddenly grabbed the handle of the stick, swung it, revealing a sharp axe blade. With one strike, cut off both of Vet's hands. His eyes looked at him with cruelty, voice full of anger. "I will deal with you later." Vok rushed toward two nearby goblins, making them panic and scream loudly, "Boss, what should we do? Boss?" Jack's men radiated killing intent. He frantically slaughtered, "He has handed you over to me." The enemy elders showed horror and fled. His subordinates were scattered like dust by Jack's men. Then Jack carried Vet to a place, making him repeatedly plead, "Jack, please spare me. I was forced. If I refuse, they will kill everyone I care about." Hearing this, Jack coldly replied, "Then you should have killed yourself." Vet let him sit on the ground, then said goodbye. "Vet, do better in the next life." Vet confused. "What do you mean?" Just after finishing, Vet heard the cry of some creature that scared him. Mutated creatures appeared in droves. Vet turned his back and left, leaving behind Vet's cries for help. "Vet, help me. I'm sorry. I beg you," Vet coldly thought. "Mercy is a lesson Vet taught me. I will never make that mistake again." Scene changes to the game room. Jack returns, frustrated, asking Jack, "Boss, should we intervene? We can't let those Jack scoundrels and VG cause chaos in our territory." Hearing this, very annoyed, he said without hesitation, "Let it be. Some people must learn to stand up the hard way." Everyone turned their backs, leaving the game, and two fever Gs standing aside discussing the current situation. "You can't turn a rat into a swarm of bees." Vun Vun sighed and asked him, "Is he a child? They think a few pretty words will change the world." "Should we help him?" Vok turned away coldly. "Let him be. Let him grow up a bit or die. Whichever comes first." Boss Vun thought carefully, then agreed with Rock to let those guys torment him first. Then we appear as heroes to save the world. "Good idea, boss." The henchman of Virgil held a sharp whetstone in his hand. He said excitedly, "Now is your chance to beg, you weakling. If you do that, we will finish quickly, maybe." Gen's gray face growled. "Weak, so what?" Hearing this, the guy startled and stepped back. Gen continued fiercely, "That means we have to kneel in the mud and let you step on us?" Everyone listening was stunned. "Hearing you abuse our loved ones and turn our lives into a nightmare." He raised his hand powerfully towards everyone, refusing to live like this when he almost died and his life flashed before his eyes. "Do you know what I saw?" The fat guy hiding behind the skinny one asked curiously. "What did you see?" Gen firmly replied. "Nothing at all. I saw nothing." He calmly recounted, "I saw a life not worth more than a spit on the ground. A life full of labor every day just to get zero in return. Living like a slave is not living, that is hell." And that hell lasts until we die. And I realized one thing, since I am already in hell, why don't I fight? What do I have to lose? Game turned to the crowd and asked, what do we have to lose? He did not hesitate and encouraged them with spirit. Are we weak? Yes. Are we ever cowardly? Yes, sometimes. But if we fight together, we can achieve the impossible. So brothers and sisters, I ask you to lend me your strength, and I will lend you mine. I will be your sword and shield, and together we will reclaim our dignity. The crowd was persuaded by his words. The crowd cheered for him. Suddenly, someone shouted a warning. Game, be careful! He quickly dodged the skinny, tall guy's sneak attack. The man seemed to realize something as a small cut appeared on Game's arm. The skinny, tall guy wildly swung his hand. But all were blocked by Game. Unexpectedly, Game counterattacked and defeated that guy with one strike, ending the matter. Calmly, Game said, one down, where's the other? His eyes looked at everyone. The fat guy had been beaten badly by them. Seeing that, Game excitedly shouted, see, our brothers and sisters, VG is nothing. He and his men are just a few, but we are countless. Follow me, and I swear on my life that he will never threaten us again. Applause suddenly rang out, making Game look towards the trash. He looked at Game and seriously said, Game, we need to talk. A figure hurriedly ran over. Small hands lifted the curtain that once shielded Game. She stepped inside and pulled the curtain back. Goza anxiously asked loudly, what did you do? Game suspiciously asked back, what did I do? Goza lost her temper and said, don't pretend to be clueless. Everyone is talking. Why did you foolishly kill VG's men? Gen calmly bandaged the wound on his arm and replied, that was necessary. Goza was confused. Why? Why was it necessary to kill them? He casually answered, to make friends. Hearing Game's answer, she was embarrassed and continued to ask, to make friends? Who kills people to make friends? He pointed to a nearby chair and told Goza to sit down. She was furious at her brother's indifference, her gaze sharp. Seeing that, Game sighed helplessly. Up to you. In his mind appeared a diagram as he explained to Goza, we need allies to survive. And in this area of the mine, there are only two ruling forces, Jack and Virgil. Jack is strong, but Virgil has the backing of supervisors and his henchmen, so his position is more stable. Actually, if a monster wants influence, Virgil's faction is clearly the place to join. But because VG has too many henchmen, internal competition is too fierce. At best, I can only be a disposable soldier for him. Gen remembered Jack's confident figure, but Jack was different. Jack's position was weaker, and he knew Jack would accept him as an ally, as long as he brought some value. So he gave him a performance he needed to see, and when he had something to offer, he would come to him. Of course, not everything went according to plan. The memory of deciding the fat guy's fate became vivid. The fat guy was forced to kneel, painfully begging, please, by SH's mercy, please let me go. Gen coldly raised a sharp object to execute him, but suddenly Gen stood up to stop that action. Vac witnessed the scene and frowned. What the hell do you think you're doing? Game turned back seriously and said, I think we should let him go. Vac anxiously reminded, is this a joke? If we spare him, tomorrow he will come back, and then your head or your sister's will be lost. Game shook his head, denying that. He began to present his opinion. Listen, whether we kill him or not, I have offended VG enough for him to hunt me down to the end. But showing mercy to a victim of this painful life cannot be a crime. There will be times we fall into the abyss and have to do everything to become stronger. Some of us, even doing terrible things out of desperation. Game turned to look at the confident fat guy and said, I believe that any monster deserves at least one chance to redeem themselves because even when we sink into darkness, we can still swim back to the surface on our own. He patted the fat guy on the shoulder and asked, can you still swim? The fat guy hesitated and groaned. He tilted his head to look at his comrades, afraid that what happened to his friend would happen to him as well. Fear turned into determination as he firmly said loudly, I can swim, I can swim. Game continued to persuade Jack. I know this isn't easy for you, but we have to prove that we are different from VG, and what message is stronger than a message sent to VG? The words Game said to Jack made him frown and ponder. With Jack's suspicious look, Game showed that he was not weak at all. Hem witnessed the process and was interested, laughing and talking with Game. You're playing a dangerous game, kid. I like that. This made Game hesitate before replying, thanks. Realizing he didn't know his name, Hem cheerfully said, Hem, man. But you can call me Hem. That's how the brave call me. And you're very brave. Hearing that, Game quickly said thanks to Hem, and then turned back to persuade Jack. Please, Jack, can you let him go? Hem trusted Game and said, let me help you. I think we should listen to this kid. Boss, he's gutsy. After a moment of silence, he sighed helplessly. Raising his hand high, he declared, this is the end of your funeral. The fat guy also, looked around wildly, then stood up and ran to the cave entrance. He stopped and the fat guy turned to Game and said, "Thanks, buddy." After saying that, he turned and left. Game proudly boasted to Jack, "See, there's still hope." Jack felt annoyed, looked away, muttering, "You're crazy." Some people behind started whispering, "Can't believe he let him go." "Look, I told you." Game ignored them and winked at Jack. "Or maybe this place has lived too long relying on fear." He sighed helplessly and frowned. "You might be able to." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Have you two finished your little act?" Thought appeared with seriousness, surprising and alarming everyone. Someone loudly announced he was the supervisor. Vax saw him like a cat sees a mouse, nervously stammering, "Supervisor." Game was beside him and happily called out his name, Toast. He happily stepped forward to shake Toast's hand. They talked together and Toast spoke first. "Hello, Game, what's up?" Game replied, "She's fine. I'll tell her you asked about us. That's all." Then Thos turned to everyone and shouted angrily, "All right, lazy bunch, no more games. Get back to work. If you fall behind schedule again, you'll taste ROI." Seeing that, Vac whispered to Game, "He's not angry?" Game glanced at him calmly and said, "He's a friend of my family, but he will be angry if we stand here any longer. Do you have somewhere to talk?" Ending the flashback, Game continued telling Goza. Finally, Jack realized the times were changing and decided to side with me instead of against me. He proposed to protect me from VG and support me in establishing my own faction. Goza was curious and asked what he got in return. Game appeared indifferent and answered, "I agreed to become his vassal and manage the buffer zone between his territory and VG's." Hearing that, Goza helplessly asked, "So you're the new gang leader? Isn't that what you wanted?" Game didn't deny it. Even as an AI, Jen calmly affirmed, "Your guess is right. I can't protect the people I love without power, and I'm not strong enough to do it alone. I need others to support me." Finishing, he pointed at Goza and added, "Including you, Goza." Hearing that, she suspiciously asked question by question, "Is he still a part of you, your brother?" Jen quickly changed his expression and answered, "He is, and he loves you very much, in a troublesome way." Goza's sharp and serious eyes looked straight at him. "What's your name? Your real name?" Jen was embarrassed and stepped back, saying, "Do we still have to do this? If I say my real name and that I'm a demon, I'll have to run away to avoid revealing it. Otherwise, I'll be tied to you like a servant." Goza continued, "So what is it? Say it before I go find a nun." Seeing her sharpness, Jen reluctantly agreed. "His name is Leonard Aaron Vanderstein, but people call him Lep." Knowing this, Gora seriously ordered him, "You can hit yourself." Gen looked at his trembling fist. Then he joked, "No, that won't happen." Go-Ra smiled brightly and said, "That's enough for me." Elsewhere, the fat guy hurriedly ran forward, remembering Tay, who saved him, and said, "You can swim, right, buddy?" The fat guy recalled his past. He had a wife and 2 children until one day his family was cornered. Gelma's big henchman looked at his wife with lustful eyes. The fat guy and his wife were terrified. Finally, the fat guy bravely spoke up to protect his small family, a hand resting on his shoulder. The henchman with a bowl cut was interested in the fat guy, who was dragged away by their group, leaving his wife and children behind. He was forced to kneel before someone. Gelma coldly looked at him with contempt, then sighed and waved his hand, seemingly agreeing to recruit the fat guy. Next came the times of looting and drinking. Finally, he abandoned his wife and children to fool around, making them sad. Scene change. The group of 3 were drinking together. Then it was time for Go-Ra to deal with the big guy in the group of 3. The scene repeated itself. "Can you swim, buddy?" The fat guy held his head against the wall, regretting, "What have I done with my life?" He thought of his wife and 2 children. "Haga, can you fix this?" "You'll see. We'll leave here and start a new life." "I promise." He lifted his spirits, running forward, shouting, "I will swim." Inside the cave near the busy market, some people sold their loot, others socialized. Go-Ra hurriedly shouted, "I'm not done yet," but Game ignored his sister. He glanced around with interest and said, "Are you planning to stay here all morning?" "I'm just shortening the process." "You need to save money," he said. She got angry because someone kept hoarding all their rewards. Game anxiously explained, "I'm saving money to buy a wooden door for our cave." Go-Ra said disappointedly, "One guy, and I've told you so many times, we don't need a door. We live next to the guard post. AI will bother us, right? Besides, you take tribute, don't you? I don't skim from the workers like others." Go-Ra looked serious and started explaining to his sister, "It's not like that. Jack didn't give me this area because it's a gold mine. He gave it to me because he barely got anything from it. If anything, I saved money for him by taking it from his hands." Go-Ra looked at Gen suspiciously. "Then why do you accept it if it's such a bad deal?" His confidence rose. "From humble beginnings, great things will arise. Wait and see." Before he finished, a loud call came from afar. "Lord Gen! Lord Gen!" Game pointed to the newcomer, still out of breath, and introduced, "Go Ra, this is my new subordinate Gon." "What's the matter, Gon?" He looked serious and reported, "Lord Game, Jack just sent a message that they announced a new expedition to the lower levels," and Vaughn tried to finish the last sentence, "in 2 weeks." This made Game and Goza thoughtful. At the secret base, Vaughn was commanding his warriors to train. He stood aside, shouting, "Attack!" Immediately, all the spears pointed in one direction. Perhaps their movements were not yet perfect. Vaughn commanded again. The group simultaneously repeated the motion of raising their spears, pointing in one direction. The momentum still wasn't clear. Vaughn shouted again. The skinny group repeated the motion, once more, like programmed robots. This time it seemed better. Vaughn stopped and shouted, "Attention! Spears up!" He respectfully turned to Game and said, "They are ready for your inspection." Behind them, the soldiers stood at attention, one hand holding a spear, the other raised in a military salute. Gen looked at them briefly and said, "Thank you, son. Go see what they're doing." Gen's golden eyes shifted in one direction, filled with deep, inscrutable meaning. Following his gaze, 2 soldiers in the 5th row were not serious. They were discussing a seemingly very interesting topic, laughing and chatting without care. Not allowing this to continue here, Game rushed over like a bullet and kicked the spear leg of the soldier closest to him. The soldier was suddenly kicked, losing support, immediately losing balance and staggering. Gen sternly reminded the remaining soldier, who then stood at attention. Head bowed in apology. The other one couldn't stand due to sudden loss of balance from physical impact. So right now he's face planted on the damp basement floor. This is a weapon, not a toy. When you stand at attention, eyes straight ahead, mouth tightly closed, understood? Then he turned to instruct their punishment with Vaughn, each to do 40 push-ups, assigning one person to supervise, and told the remaining rookies to start combat training. Vaughn was startled but responded reflexively without thinking. "Yes, sir." The soldiers were divided into 2 teams facing each other, ready to practice. Game sat on one side. The soldiers charged into battle, finally achieving a relatively positive result. He concluded that he had tried to teach simple combat tactics, and it seemed they understood the concept. That good moment only lasted briefly. Finally, Game couldn't hold back and voiced his feelings. But in the end, they were just minors. No surprise that his soldiers were easily defeated by goblins, despite being taught basic tactics. But they couldn't compare to the goblins. When facing them, they could only choose the 36th plan to preserve numbers. Run to avoid attack. Gen sat down, elbows on knees, hands supporting chin, sighed, and continued speaking. The expedition's guide was injured, and thanks to that we gained some time, but still not enough. Vaughn's face darkened, silent without replying, somewhat understanding his mood, sighed for a moment before breaking the silence. He hesitated like a new bride, asking, "Game, sir, I have never fought before, but I have witnessed some soldiers fighting them." "Well, and would it be better if we had ranged weapons?" Game observed the rookie's training without turning to answer him. "All right, but suitable wood for bows is very hard to find. The upper class is stingy and the damn goblins monopolize that wood." Vaughn panicked loudly without restraint, calmly and evenly as if they were just talking. "Today, the sun is very nice. Not discussing military strategy." He glanced around, then whispered, "Sir, please don't speak so loudly." Gen understood Vaughn's feelings, but he was in a state of helplessness. No interest to do anything or to try to keep a secret about something that perhaps even AI would hear. It's okay because he himself hasn't found a solution to this problem yet. He rested his chin again and sighed heavily. Game replied, "I'm not an idiot. Vaughn is just feeling desperate. I really don't know what I would trade to get an assault rifle." Vaughn suggested, "Why not use slingshots and spears?" Gen sat upright now, no longer resting his chin and sighing. He crossed his arms and shared his idea with him. Most types of stones are too weak to penetrate the outer shell of the two, and the Boga can't carry too many spears. But I think if we get creative a bit, we could put them into the gaps of the slingshots. Right, Vaughn? For a moment, Vaughn couldn't fully understand Game's idea and asked again, "Put into the gaps? What can we do with that?" Game answered, "You'll be surprised." He explained his idea. "You can fill them with all kinds of surprises. For example, paralyzing poison, sleeping powder. You can freely choose. You could even fill them with oil and set enemies on fire. Everything would be perfect if it worked." But harsh reality slapped him, made him realize the current situation. Game returned to his gloomy, desperate state as before, sighed wearily, "What a pity. All that costs money, and I've spent everything we had on wooden armor and iron helmets. Wood for the warriors," and Vaughn responded excitedly, "The warriors really like that, sir." Game replied, "I understand." Game rested his chin, wishing we had metal bullets for the slingshot. "That would be much more effective." Vaughn asked, "What about lead bullets?" Game answered, "Definitely possible." A good lead bullet can pierce an iron helmet, but although we can buy lead ore, we have no AI to cast it. Vaughn opened a very promising development path, sir. I think I know someone who can do it. Gen's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Vaughn. He sat up straight and asked, "You can do it?" He explained. "He is an exile whom my father saved a long time ago. I will ask him to help us. But he won't work for free." Stop for a moment, Vaughn continued speaking. "The only thing, I'm sure it won't cost much. There's a promising direction ahead." The game feels empowered and stands up suddenly. Hands on hips excitedly said, "All right then, let's go meet him immediately." And Vaughn scratched his head awkwardly said, "Yes, sir, about that. He doesn't want AI to know him except for my family and a few others. If I take you to meet him, I'll get into big trouble." The excitement Vaughn had earlier immediately deflated because of Vaughn's words. Half sat down. The situation is like this again. I guess he's too proud. To let others see how much he has declined, Vaughn apologized. "I am sorry about this, sir. The game had no intention to punish him. He comforted instead. It's okay, Vaughn. Go, negotiate a deal with him. This bullet will be a big turning point." "Yes," Vaughn saluted and stood at attention. "Yes, sir," said then he left immediately. At the same time, the two soldiers from before also carried out, finished the punishment. They dragged themselves over, although tired from the ear pain, still tried to say, "We have completed the push-up punishment already." "Sir, game." Yes, Game turned to the two soldiers. "Well done, I have a mission for you two. Do you know where the acid pits are in the forbidden caves?" Although they didn't understand anything, but the two soldiers honestly answered yes in a weak, sluggish tone. Hearing that, Game encouraged. "Come on, guys, go get a few more people and bring some ropes. We are about to have a little trip." Gen stood in front of a monster with a wide mouth and sharp teeth like spikes. The two soldiers with Vaughn saw it and were terrified. Faces pale, scared, stepped back a few steps. One of them couldn't help but ask, What is this?" They were still scared as before, the fear increasingly obvious. No sign of easing. Seeing that, Game said to reassure them, "It's already dead, don't worry." The soldier in charge dragged the monster out and asked where we should put it. Game pointed and said, "Put it there," leaning against the wall. Vaughn curiously asked, "Sir, what is this?" Game replied, "An old friend that we are about to utilize." "Do you have the samples I requested yet?" Without waiting for him to answer, Game held in hand the product of the person who will cast lead bullets for me. After examining for a while, Game gave feedback, NDT0. The weight and shape of them are quite good. And Vaughn added, "He is very proud of his work, sir." Game seemed to know. He replied, "I can see that through these patterns." The Game gave a request to Vaughn, "Give me a slingshot and we will test it," holding the slingshot in hand. Game released the bullet with exquisite patterns into the rubber part in the middle. Game pulled the string with strong force. The string spun in circles in the air like a ceiling fan. His target was the dead monster over there. The momentum was enough. Game put force into his wrist and shot. The bullet tore through the wind at an incredible speed, finally flew straight into the monster's philtrum and stayed there. Vaughn asked, "Sir, how was it?" Game stared at the bullet just shot and said, "I think we need a few more tests." Then Game ordered Vaughn to distribute the remaining samples to those people. Inform them AI's deepest shot got 10 points. Hearing that, Vaughn pointed at himself, stammering, and finally managed to say a word. "Can I try too, sir? I used to be the best slingshot shooter in this area when I was young." Game did not object. "All right, let them see how it's done." Gen once again acted as an observer. He said, a concluding sentence, "In a bright future, even a Boga child can use leaves to hunt food. This will be a turning point." Yes, Vaughn seemed energized like drinking chicken blood, full of spirit to try. But maybe the final result is not very promising. Game encouraged him. "Better luck next time, Vaughn. Practice harder." Vaughn quietly replied, "Yes, sir." Even his voice gave a feeling full of hope. Not letting him lose energy too long, Game called him Vaughn. He looked up at Game and said nothing. The meaning was very clear for him to command and just listen and follow. Game instructed him, "Inform him we need a lot of bullets, the more the better, but skip the decorative patterns." "We don't have time for that." And Vaughn finally brightened up again. He happily replied, "Yes, sir." Immediately after, he rushed off. Seeing Vaughn happy, then going, Rosa, standing beside Game, couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that AI had a fun day, then suddenly changed the story direction to something completely unrelated. It would be better if you bought me a wooden door for our house." Rosa raised her hand to object, her attitude shifting from normal to frowning and annoyed. "How many times have I told you about this?" "We can't buy a new door," Rosa said, covering her face in frustration. "You know what happened to me today, right? The supervisor told me to take it easy because I was overworking to earn points." Game scratched his head and asked again. Then Rosa grabbed his collar and shouted, "It's terrible! The game is really bad! The person responsible works themselves to death. I told you to take care of your health and ease the burden a bit." Rosa let go of his collar, turned around, and faced away from him. Jealousy soothed. "Look, Gosra, I know you have to bear everything alone, and it's very hard, but it's all for our future." Finally, to end the topic, Rosa turned back and replied, "Whatever." "Once home," Game interrupted. "Let me cook, okay? You just rest. At least I can." Before he finished, both were confused by a strange scent spreading around. Rosa reacted faster, asking, "What is that smell?" Then, seeing something, she panicked and screamed. At that moment, Game finally saw clearly what was in front of him. Rosa turned her face away, unable to look directly, and screamed uncontrollably. Rosa sat down and vomited everything in her stomach. Game patted her back and said, "Maybe after all, we'll get that door." VG in a flashback as a child, confused by the sounds made by those people. He was attracted by the delicious food displayed in front of him. A boy was devouring food greedily. Seeing VG drooling, he sneered and said, "That hungry kid." Another boy sitting nearby quickly added, "What has he done to deserve to eat? Let him find his own food," said the stepfather, then stepped forward, grabbed VG by the collar, and threw him away. Aggressively, "Get out and find leftover food, kid. Earn your place yourself," VG thought silently. "When I was young, I thought life was nothing but suffering. My stepfather was the gang leader in the area where I lived. When he looked at me, he only saw my mother's past, his own failures, and those who hated him. My father vented all their anger on me, leaving me alone. At that time, VG was just a child. I wandered the streets to find food like that. After a while, when I was old enough, my parents sold me to the arena to pay off gambling debts. Every night was the same. VG had to ignore everything and fight other youths to survive. He lived with blood and gore day after day until a child trembled, knelt down, and begged him, 'Please have mercy, please.' Virgin stood still, panting heavily. He frowned, thinking, 'I have no mercy to give. Sparing his life means my death.' Compassion in Virgin gradually faded. In the end, he mercilessly lowered his sword and killed that child. He was silent, lost in thought. Where I lived, rat fights were normal. The children in this area often entertained themselves by making starving rats fight to the death for scraps of food. Just like me, the weak were forced to fight for the amusement of the strong. But one night, I saw something. A comrade was using a small stick to poke a rat that was no longer moving. He shouted aggressively, 'Get up and fight!' Suddenly, another rat bit the boy's hand in retaliation. The boy panicked, shouted, 'Get away from me,' then quickly regained the upper hand. He knocked the rat down and stomped it to death. VG watched everything from afar, eyes wide open. He pressed his lips, thinking, seeing that monster fight back, I suddenly realized that if even an animal cannot accept a life of slavery, then how can I? It knew it couldn't win, but still fought. It died like a rat, not a slave. Virgin tightened his hands, thinking inside, if even a rat can be so brave and determined, then why can't I? VG's eyes gradually lit with a flame of determination. He kept reminding himself that day he had shaken off the chains binding him and lived by only one rule, his own law. Then one day, he used poison on his parents swiftly, unseen by anyone. VG blinked at his parents and silently thought, if my parents had been more perceptive, they could have avoided this outcome, and Google doesn't even regret his actions. He coldly thought to himself that I had prepared everything very carefully. They would never be able to wake up again. They taught me the rules of living in this world, so I took back everything they had. VG raised the blood-stained axe, his face full of indifference to the world as he silently thought to himself. The strength, life force, and even their skin. He stood on the high platform looking down at the kids below, raising his eyebrows and shouting loudly, "Tonight, you have witnessed the death of this old pig. Now tell me, who do you want to obey?" A voice rang out. Cutting through VG's stream of thoughts and memories, VG put down the flute in his hand, fell silent, and looked at the one who had shouted his name. Threatening that guy, a frightened fan hurriedly spoke up to clarify. "Sorry, boss, but..." VG sighed deeply and urged, "Speak, OS1. Boss OS1 quickly reported the situation. "Boss, that's right, Gelma is a traitor." Hearing this, VG just lightly turned his face and nodded, replying, "I understand." He stepped over to the nearby clay statues, picked one up, and looked at it carefully. After a while, he muttered softly, "What a pity." He recalled when I took my father's place, I was surrounded by a circle of old men. To survive, I needed teammates around me. People who shared the same ambition as me and Virgil. He remembered wholeheartedly choosing Gelma as his man among thousands. He pursed his lips, thinking silently. Gelma was the first among the 10,000 people I chose to be my henchman. the abandoned bastards of the nobility like me, those who shared the same aspiration for the future. Then he and his henchmen charged to where the goblins were gathered, drinking together to ambush them while they were gradually getting drunk. The whole group, VG pushed the door open fiercely and stormed inside to capture them. VG firmly thought to himself, "Together, we will secure my position and our future at that time." Gelma took the lead in killing the goblins who were obstacles on their path, making Virgil unable to help but praise. "You are like my own son, Gelma, my firstborn I chose." Back to the present, OS1 trembled from betrayal. He kept wondering why he did that, but I don't understand. VG waved his hand to reassure and said, "Don't deceive yourself. When I chose you and Tumo, they were my right and left hands." His ambition left him only two choices: obey or rebel. Then he turned and put the clay statue back in its place. He exhaled deeply, thinking silently, "That was inevitable since I accepted all of you. I taught that this world is unfair, chaotic, and cruel. I want all of you to achieve great things, without being bound by moral laws or gods. However, you reap what you sow." Boss OS1 finally regained composure, crossed his legs, and looked at Vogel, asking, "So what shall we do with him, boss?" Vogel sneered and coldly continued, "Don't worry, the arena is being built right now. We just need to wait for the results." Oswan was startled and hurriedly said, "Is that why you told Gelma to send those heads to the game?" Vogel just nodded and replied, "Exactly." Oswan asked confusedly, "But boss, using the heads of the Payog family is a bit excessive." And VG rubbed his chin lightly and said, "For a 5-star digger, it's not like people like that. Payog hesitate to commit crimes when they see benefits for themselves, but when it comes to limits, we think we can shed the past." "Boss?" He laughed, nearly a full laugh, and coldly continued, "I never told them to kill or kidnap women. They did it themselves. But when their conscience bites, they blame me." Oscar asked back, "But you didn't stop them?" Boss and Virgil shook their heads and replied, "No, not exactly. If I spent all my time supervising them, they wouldn't have grown this big by now. And finally, it was useful." He paused for a moment and then continued, "His sons are dead. At least that way his life has more meaning." Virgil recalled the past, smiled brightly, and said, "Fortunately, Bolo saved his wife and daughter from Gelma's reach. I guarantee they have been taken to a safe place. That's all I could do." He looked up at Oscar and ordered in a deep voice, "Inform Gelma. Tell him to report. Gather the army and attack the game's forces. That young man has built quite a large army. It's time we test them." Oscar nodded and replied, "Yes, boss." With GA, he reached out, took the flute, and raised it to his lips as he fell into thought. "Don't make me doubt the game if you really are yourself in the game base discussing the battle plan with everyone. You just go with the forces to block the other routes. Their army will have to pass through the corpse-eating cave. That's where we want to hit." Then the game turned to ask Vaughn if the barricades were ready. Vaughn immediately replied, "The soldiers said they were ready by tomorrow morning, even if they had to die." The game looked at Vaughn with cold eyes. The tone became cold and warned it would be like that if they were not ready when Gelma's army arrived. Vaughn quickly answered, "Yes, sir. I will remind them of that." He hesitated and said with an uneasy expression, "Sir, I am a bit worried." The soldiers were quite scared. "We are outnumbered and most of our troops have never participated in any battle before." But the game cut Vaughn off with confidence. "But listen to this. Since ancient times, generals have always sought the blessings of the gods. It seems some things are universal even if they are superstitions." Transition to the scene. A cave door opened with a mist. The game entered while calling out loudly, "Hello, is there an AI here?" Suddenly, 2 goblins wearing cloaks appeared behind the game. "Finally, you have arrived," the game asked. "I came here to meet Sister Kataga," one of the 2 goblins replied. "All AIs who want to meet the sister must be purified first." Then he pointed to the cave entrance next to them. They followed his guidance inside. Inside, they saw an old goblin woman sitting there. She said, "I am here to serve the Meron water to purify souls." "You have to drink it twice," Gen recalled the last time he drank this terrible water and felt a bit shuddered. "Meron water, huh? Great, hope this time it works better than last time. Where do I get the water?" The old woman replied, "The gods will grant you. You must fill your cup with Meron water from each stone." Treo saw Gen intently watching each drop of Meron water falling. She said, "It seems you are very eager." The game also sat down and replied, "I am about to join a battle. I don't want to be absent when the battle happens." Hearing that, the old goblin woman was puzzled. Strange, most soldiers would run away from the battle. The game replied, "Maybe because I am not an ordinary person." The atmosphere seemed to become tenser. The old woman asked the game with implication, "Why is this battle so important to you?" You answered, "I suspect you will understand." The old goblin woman then spoke her thoughts. "This is the temple of Jeja, the goddess of war. AI understands better than you. In the game's eyes, there was no fear but calm acceptance. She said, right? This battle will decide my future. If I win, I can change this world into a better place. If I lose, the soldiers and I will be killed. He raised the cup and asked if there was enough water. The old woman told the game to drink. After a sip, the game grimaced, face pale, and vomited out his soul. Ugh, it still tastes like a sewer. The old woman was silent for a moment, then said, You said you would make this world better. What reason are you fighting for? The game just put down the cup, catching more water, and answered, Justice, I want the world to be fair. The old woman reminded him, Young man, there is no fair world. The world is inherently unfair. Fairness for one means injustice for another. Fairness for you is injustice for others. It is an endless cycle unless there is bloodshed. Gen's eyes were sharp and full of doubt, then questioned the old woman again. It's strange that a worshipper of the war god would say that. Isn't your god bloodthirsty? The old woman replied, The god Zeus only wishes for the best for this world. Living beings become stronger through conflict. I'm quite sure the dead cannot become stronger. The winner is the strong one, Gen sneered. If I say your god is crazy, would a sister like you be offended? She heard Gen's question and laughed loudly, saying all gods are crazy if they were normal. Would the world be like this otherwise? Gen pondered, looking at the cup, voice full of determination, then asked, So do I have any other choice but to not give up? To live a life like a worm? The old woman continued, whispering in his ear, You are really foolish, heart full of anger. Living a life like a worthless worm? Why does that old lady keep whispering in my ear, So foolish, my heart full of anger? To the point of not seeing that the one fighting the enemy is wrong. The gods are not against you. You are acting according to their will. Gem ignored her words and drank the cup of water clean. He looked at her with a very serious expression and asked, Then tell me, Sister Kataga, who should I fight against? She seemed to recognize Gem's difference from others and praised him. Not too foolish. I see, Gen said calmly. You have quite sharp teeth for an old nun living off plant dishes. The old nun replied, That's clever, but no, I am not a deity. The game doesn't care. Whether deity or human, I will defeat them all, and I will not spare any AI that stands in my way. The nun saw his stubbornness and still wanted to stop him. A world formed by blood will still be a world of blood and violence. Those who challenge the gods are mad, or simply carrying out their will. The game chuckled lightly. She said I was just a pawn. The old nun asked back, Are you sure you are not a pawn? The game did not answer, but stood up. Enough of these superstitions. I am already tired of these things from the orphanage last time, the game said, turning away. The nun asked, You do not want to pray for the blessing of God, Jeja? For your army? The game did not look back, only waved a hand, signaling no need. Let your god decide to bless the AI. I have a war to win, the game said, and returned. Vaughn immediately asked, How is it, sir? The game's expression was very unstable, but still answered, It's fine. The war god has decreed to gather everyone. While he was still thinking, not knowing what to say to everyone, they gathered. The game just started to speak. Everyone wants probably. Before he could finish, a loud shout came, The nun has arrived. The nun appeared, surprising everyone. General, may I bless your army before the upcoming battle? The nun raised both hands high and declared loudly in front of everyone, Brave warriors, Jeja, the goddess of war, has sent me to bless you and grant you the strength to defeat your enemies. She also ordered me to give your general a new name, the name of a great warrior worthy of it. Therefore, the game will be known as Lep the Liberator. Gen was very surprised to hear the nun say that. Below, the AI also shouted loudly, Lep. Gen immediately turned to the nun. What is this? The nun did not let Gen finish and looked at him with determined eyes. Your time in the shadows is over, Lep. Let the gods see what you can do. Elsewhere, two wounded soldiers were helping each other into the base. Him frowned. You're here. The scar-faced man was a bit surprised. Oh, Tumo? Him asked. Is this person a SAO? Ah, nothing. He just slipped and hit his head. 2. Mo heard this and said, Bring him out and take care of him. Before he left, the scar-faced man turned back and warned, Be careful. Gelma is not happy. Tumo replied, Thanks. I will try not to make mistakes. Tumo arrived at a tent where Gelma was cleaning his weapon. Seeing Tumo, he asked, Here to watch the battle? 2. Mo did not answer but questioned him. Don't you think you're being too harsh on your people? Gelma calmly replied, It's just discipline, nothing else. 2. Mo asked irritably, Then why did you ignore me? Am I nothing? Gelma was speechless and could not answer. 2. Mo continued, Gen, I don't want to be Verg's successor. Do I have any other choice? Tell me, Gelma replied irritably. You can refuse. A conflict broke out between 2. Mo and Gelma. 2. Mo frowned. Do you really think Verg will accept that, SAO? If you were him, would you accept it? That's not right. I don't want to lose you. Gelma was furious, glaring at him and shouting, You want me to ignore Verg's attack order, game? 2. Mo immediately exploded, eyes full of anger, shouting at him. Don't pretend to be stupid. We all know what I'm talking about. Verg already knows. Gelma looked at him with cold eyes. Of course he knows. Why else would he send me here? This whole campaign was to eliminate me from the start. If I win, my troops will be injured, and I can't challenge him. If I lose too, Mo interrupted, then go to him and beg for forgiveness. Say you will be loyal. Suddenly, Jelma softened, gently stroking Tumo's head. Tumo, have you forgotten what SH said? One path leads to glory, but two will only bring tragedy. Suddenly, a soldier shouted loudly, Commander, the troops are ready! Gelma put on his armor while instructing Tumo, no matter what you and Verge think, I'm not stupid. My scouts report all of Game's movements. This will end before noon. He immediately said to Lep Gelma, hearing that he didn't understand anything. So Haimo immediately said, Let him know. My spy said that currently he is claiming to be Lep. Last night he was blessed by the priestess of Jeja with the title Lep the Liberator, Gelma said with a disdainful tone. Really? The Liberator is pathetic, Tumo reminded. Tell your scout to be more careful. That might not be the only surprise he's hiding. Gelma, full of confidence, he could be blessed by the gods 100 times over. I don't care either. My victory is inevitable because I follow SH's path. Tumo doubted. You still believe that, right? You still think you will become yourself again after SAO, Gelma said reluctantly, and you still refuse to believe. Tumo said, the legendary SH is just a myth, a character in stories. Do you really believe there was once a small monster who conquered all the people in the forest and founded a great tribe, consisting of hundreds of clans? SAO. What about the part where he suddenly grew stronger and changed form after every few battles? SAO is not just big muscles but also grows in size and strength with each new battle. Gelma, with a determined spirit, nothing is impossible for those chosen by the gods. Haimo still tried to persuade. Then why is there nothing left of SAO? If he was so great and unified everything, then where is all that? Then Gelma said, Tumo, I thought you were familiar with your own history. After his children poisoned him, they fought each other until almost nothing remained. And no one can restore the ancient secrets because the monster is always in a state of battle. We need a new sage to recreate the world. Tumo looked at Gelma, who had prepared his battle weapons, and asked, So that will be you, SAO, and VG, you will fight him? Gelma lifted the curtain while walking and said, The world must change him, and I don't care who I have to step over to do it. Coming out of the tent, Gelma raised his weapon high and shouted, All right, everyone, it's time to crush some little bugs. We only have 10 days before the expedition, so let's finish this quickly and go home. Ready? The soldiers shouted in unison, Yes, Commander! Tumo silently watched Gelma's back leave and shed tears, silently praying, Take care, brother. May SH protect you. Gelma looked straight ahead, leading the fierce army forward. Suddenly, he raised his hand and signaled the soldiers to pause. A man ran up to report to the commander, They have set up obstacles at the end of the cave, just a few 100 kilometers away. Aquilus is a unit of measurement used by the Goblin tribe, named after the ancient armored warriors of legend, A.N. Iron, all about 2 meters tall. Gelma asked his subordinate how many there were. He replied, I see about 20. Gelma silently calculated, There must be at least 30 there. He asked his subordinate again and learned from other scouts that all the side caves were blocked. As for the few houses around the cave's edge, only old people and children were hiding inside, scared. Hearing this, Gelma laughed loudly, full of pride. Good, we need witnesses for what will happen here today. Suddenly, there was a report behind them to the commander. Gelma turned around and saw the Virgo army advancing. Seeing this, the subordinate wearing a helmet said to the one who just reported, Fool, he's here to ensure we fight and win. Otherwise, what else? Then he hesitated and said to Gelma, If so, then the SAO commander won't join the game. He smiled slightly. Interesting. Now get 300 more armed men. Maybe this battle will be balanced. Seeing everyone silent and looking at each other, Gelma shouted loudly, SAO, why the long face? He's here to witness our victory. Do you really think we will lose to a nobody and those diggers? SAO and the soldiers exchanged awkward looks, then simultaneously raised their weapons and shouted loudly, Yes, Commander. Seeing this, Gelma was extremely excited. That's the spirit! Now let VG see what we can do. On the game army side, Vaughn looked toward the other side and reported, Sir, they have stopped advancing. Gen replied, I see. It seems it's time to rest. Vaughn caught Gen's weapon and asked, Are you really going, SAO? Gen calmly replied, Where else but SAO? That's tradition, isn't it? Vaughn wondered. Isn't that a waste of time, SAO? I mean, they will attack us anyway. Gen looked at Vaughn firmly. Vaughn said, if you want to lead others, there is one thing you must remember. The battle's outcome was decided before it even began. This is a golden opportunity to improve our chances of winning, he said as he moved forward. So Vaughn still insists on following you. How do you plan to do that? Game responded by making him want to drink my blood. At the same time, Gelma was also heading toward Game. He spoke first. You are Game. Humph, I thought it would be an AI. Impressive. Not such a shorty like that, Game said coldly. I prefer to be called Lep, and you are. Master Game doesn't know his own name. Gelma looked even more arrogant. You don't know I am an AI? You're even more foolish outside. My name is Gelma, and I will be the one to finish you. Game is no ordinary person either. He looked at him with contempt. Gelma, so that's all VG thinks I deserve? Turning back, he said to his master, send OS. One loser or Hymo here, Game said as he turned and waved his hand, signaling, you're not worth my time. Gelma clenched his teeth in anger, his hand gripping the pathetic bug. Suddenly he paused, then laughed loudly. Game turned back. Did I say something funny? Gelma said with delight. You came here with childish tricks? When I crush the rats you gather. I will ask my new slaves what turned you into this. Then I will make them compose a legendary song, telling the story of the weak, foolish one crushed under my heel. Suddenly he was startled. His pupils shrank when he saw Game before him with the aura of a jealous god. He just turned and said, pray for forgiveness from any god you believe in, because you will get nothing from me. Gelma returned to his troops suspiciously. What did I just see? Then he reassured himself, no, it's nothing. Then he shouted loudly, I will reward anyone who brings me the head of that brat. Gelma's troops charged toward Game's troops. Gelma shouted, advance! The first to break through the barricade will receive 20 merits from me. Suddenly bullets flew toward Gelma's legion, surprising him. What? What's that? Many of his soldiers were hit before they could react, forcing him to hold them back. Meanwhile, looking at Game, he was very calm, standing with arms crossed, making Gelma even more frustrated. He gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward. Vaughn continued moving, the soldiers comforting each other. They're just slingshots, don't slow down, everyone, Gelma screamed, charging to crush them all, while Game remained calm, standing high above watching their frenzied advance. Vaughn spoke up. Sir, I think we've angered them. Everything seemed to be going according to Game's plan. He jumped down and said to Vaughn, good Vaughn, tell the archers to retreat when out of ammo, and remind them to watch the guideposts. Have the spearmen protect the barricades. As long as possible, it's time to prepare for the next phase. Meanwhile, Gelma thought to himself, do they really think this scrap metal can stop me? Then he ordered his soldiers to be ruthless. A soldier from Gelma's side broke through the shield of Game's army, excitedly climbing up. Come on, fresh meat, come back here, it's dinner time. Suddenly he looked down and saw a rope, picking it up and wondering, what's this? Seeing that, Game ordered his troops to retreat. Gelma still stood there observing the battle, unaware it was good game. His subordinate reported, Commander VG is watching us. Gelma ignored the subordinate's words, still full of arrogance. Turning back to say to his father, Father, enjoy the show. Your turn will come soon, father. Suddenly, a huge fire broke out. All his soldiers were engulfed in flames. Only then did he realize and shouted in despair. Soldier, what should we do, Commander? A huge fire covered the scene ahead. OS suddenly spoke. They've lost the advantage. Tumo nearby immediately objected. They will regain it soon. OS, he sent people to get water and blankets from the houses. It's only a matter of time before they break through the defenses. Loser stood there mockingly. Pathetic teasing. Help the idiots. Don't let the enemy escape. OS then pointed forward and said, no AI will escape, loser. Look. After looking in the direction of the hand of the person next to him, his eyes lit up with surprise. The Tumo also looked that way with surprised expressions. There's an army rushing here from afar. Behind them carried a blazing fire approaching this place. One of them suddenly shouted, Jack's army. OS stood there mumbling that Jack would crush him if he dared to run away, then immediately teased him from beside. This is no different from a trap hole. Who wants to bet? I bet 20 on that brat Tumo, seemingly unable to tolerate his annoying attitude, then shouted, disgusting, this is our brother's life, and you are betting recklessly. Are you stupid? So far, it seems they don't care much, they just smile. The real person doesn't trust our brother Tumo, but OS now says I need some more bonus points. 20 on Gelma. Tumo also refuses to lose. Quickly speaks up. Fine, 20 from me too. Loser just finished calculating and laughed heartily. Great, they are starting to move again. Over there, subordinates are talking to Commander Gelma. We have taken special items from his houses. He used fire items while speaking. Good. Use them as shields and barricades. We will have more ammo, one of them said urgently. We should do something to break through that defense layer. Gelma now feels a surge of confidence that he will win. He shouts loudly and pitifully. All we do is just a game of hide and seek. SAO on this side is asking subordinates about our numbers. Vaughn, standing behind, immediately reports, Sir, it seems 2 dead and 5 wounded. After grasping the situation, Game speaks up, understood. It seems we lost a quarter of our troops in the attack. Still not a fair fight, but that's acceptable. Vaughn looks a bit confused and reports, Sir, about Jack and the soldiers. Game then smirks and tells them to focus on the present. Don't worry about the future. Jack is just a problem if we lose 7. And we will lose 7, right, Vaughn? No, sir, we won't. Game's face is full of confidence. Very good. Prepare the signal horn. Below, the enemy team start holding shields and quickly charge towards the castle. Quickly, the bullets fired cannot penetrate that shield. They are shot at and then strongly bounce off. Gelma behind the shield continuously commands soldiers to hold the shield firmly. The subordinates nearby report to the commander. Look at the enemy. They are falling apart. Then a group runs scattered around. A weird smile suddenly appears. Gelma's voice becomes more excited. The rats are doing what they do best. We will clean them up later. Around are his soldiers shouting in unison. Hurry up, brothers. Hurry up more. The shield bearers are even more determined to advance. Vaughn on this side becomes more anxious. Sir, our soldiers are fleeing. Gen stands there observing a bit, then speaks. I see it, Vaughn. Do you know the difference between a good leader and a great leader? Vaughn is a bit confused and replies, No, sir. Game says firmly, a good leader always tries to fix their past mistakes, but a great leader knows they must look in all directions, not just behind or ahead, below, on both sides. There is fierce fighting over there. Gelma is still immersed in excitement without any caution when suddenly a shout makes him stop. What is that? Then the shield suddenly stops, making Gelma running into it. He looks at his injured leg with a twisted face. Gelma picks up a spike trap, so that's why he ran away to distract us. A sudden sound echoes across the battlefield. Gelma suddenly freezes. The signal horn, a subordinate nearby, quickly covers the commander's head. We are in trouble. Gelma throws the spike away. A bit impatient, I know, idiot. I have eyes. The subordinate continues. No, Commander. It's the huts. There is another army inside those huts in the rain. The arrow has a small figure darting through the night and then slips inside. Where the shields are protecting, now the enemy is using wooden shields to form a cage. Protecting those inside, arrows are continuously shot by those outside at the protected cage. Virgil's eyes show contemplation. Loser laughs happily. Seems my money is still safe. Tumo stands there a bit surprised and says, Gelma is trapped. Dad, let me send some people to rescue them. Loser's eyes full of contempt speak. That's his battle, Tumo. Just let him rot there. Tumo stands there angrily, his face full of rage. He is our brother, Loser. How can you say that? OS shouts. Enough! Then turn to look at VG, the commander of your decision, his eyes now unable to hide the murderous intent. Gelma below was still being continuously pressured. Where did that brat find such an army? A voice cut through his shout. Is that Pog's wife? Making him turn his head to look. A subordinate pointed over there. Over there, that weird girl wearing a red armband. And over there is Konek's father and Mon's sister. He muttered. I know most of these guys here. Hen was chewing while speaking. I thought the kid lost a few screws when he said we were gathering the families of those betrayed by Gelma. But there really are many. Turns out it's a swarm of crazy ants that can even kill a giant rock. Jack looked a bit annoyed, saying, the giant isn't dead yet. Seems like he doesn't care much. Do you think so? Jack's eyes were full of murderous intent. Nothing is more dangerous than a beast cornered. Suddenly a shout rang out. The commander is Lep. A vague figure approached from afar. Lep approached arrogantly from afar. Gelma quickly raised his eyes to look at the person opposite him and whispered to the person beside him, this guy really likes to talk. Wait until he gets closer. I will signal to charge and kill him. Give the order. The subordinate hurriedly whispered clearly to the commander. Gelma's voice became more arrogant. Come here to bore us? Brat, come here and tell me what you want. Game outside spoke calmly. Sounds good, but I didn't come here to talk to you. Gelma's eyes grew angrier. What? Game continued. I came to talk to your people. Then he shouted loudly, everyone listen to me. This is not your battle. Everyone at the scene looked confused, looking at each other. Gelma's voice grew louder. You start explaining, the Greens just want us to fight each other to drain our strength. The best among us die because of fighting, killing each other while they laugh and enjoy the sunlight above. You are not my enemies. You are my brothers and I don't want to harm any of you. I know you were forced to be here. I know you don't want to be here, nor to die here for those who don't care about your lives. I came to say that anyone who lays down their weapons will be free and keep their lives. His words made Gelma feel threatened. He shouted back, that will never happen. If we lay down our weapons, you will kill us all. The people there seemed to not believe it. They shouted loudly, "That's right, better to drag you down together than die without fighting." Gelma's voice was somewhat arrogant. "You are wasting words, you insect. Do you think OG lets us survive? Every member of OG's army must fight to the death." Game shrugged, showing indifference after hearing their words. He said, "Maybe yes, maybe no. Have you ever wondered why he didn't help you today? It's because he wants Gelma dead. Gelma and all his followers." Game pointed at the soldiers far away. "He didn't come to support you. He came to kill you. If you win, he's cleaning up." His hand pointed straight at UG, standing proudly there, "and as long as Gelma lives, you will continue to be forced to fight and die because of him. So in my view, you only have two choices. Either all of you die or Gelma dies." Game shrugged as if this was obvious. At that moment, a look of utter fear appeared on Gelma's face. A person whispered tremblingly, eyes confused, "Commander, is that true?" Another immediately interrupted urgently. "He said VG will massacre us all if we don't kill that person." The crowd began to stir. Whispers rose chaotically. "Maybe VG just wants him to stop. We are just following orders, right?" Gelma's eyes widened, his face pale from shock. "Everyone, no, never." He tried to shout over the noise. "I am carrying out SH's will. This is for all of you." Game crossed his arms, a contemptuous smile clearly on his face. "You mean for yourself?" Gelma's veins bulged, eyes bloodshot. He roared and swung a staff toward him. A soldier, trembling, stepped out from the fifth row, hands tightly gripping an iron bar. Gelma suddenly froze, eyes full of astonishment. He stared blankly, looking down at an iron bar that had pierced straight through Gelma's belly from when he groaned and collapsed, eyes vacant. Other soldiers stepped forward, hands still gripping weapons, voice trembling but firm. "Sorry, Commander. The kid is your fault. Don't blame us." The next awakened one, right Gelma, gritting his teeth and tightening his axe handle. "Your fury explodes." He wildly swings the axe to chop the one who just said he would kill you with his own hands, tears streaming down Gelma's cheeks as the light gradually fades. In the wild white eyes, so this is the feeling of the Lord in his dying moments. Childhood memories suddenly flood back. How could you do that to him? The cold blades pierce deep into his body. He kneels in a pool of blood. "Son, I'm sorry." A soldier in the fifth row kneels on one knee and firmly says, "We surrender, sir!" Gen and Vaughn simultaneously turn toward the sound as Virg advances. A mighty legion gradually appears from afar. The leader strides with proud and cold aura. He solemnly looks straight at the Lord with deep eyes. Tumo kneel before Gelma's corpse, tears streaming, gripping the sword tightly, eyes full of hatred. "I will kill all of you. Starting with you!" Mo rush forward, but a deep voice echoes from behind. "Wait!" He startles and turns around, eyes wide open. That bastard VG calmly points forward, cold eyes. Tumo panic and look back behind him. A mighty army silently waits for orders. Gen squints, his gaze burning ominously. The Lord looks at him silently, deeply thoughtful for a long time. Then he turns around, waves his hand, signaling the whole army to retreat. He grits his teeth and finally turns away, but doesn't forget to glance back with a hateful look. He shrugs, the corner of his mouth curling into an arrogant smile. The Lord's legion gradually disappears behind the mist, leaving only silence. He curiously asks softly with a hint of surprise, "We won already, sir? Why is that?" Game looks straight ahead, voice low. "This was only a small skirmish, Vaughn, not the end of the war. Next time won't be so easy." And Vaughn spreads his hands trying to persuade, "I think not. But today we did win, sir. That's worth noting." He closes his eyes and smiles faintly. "You're right. It's worth it. Bring out the wine for everyone. They deserve it." He smiles brightly, salutes in a military style, voice loud and clear, "Yes, Commander." The lively atmosphere hasn't spread yet. Then another voice hurriedly interrupts. "Commander, we're in trouble." Both immediately turn around. The soldier pants and quickly says, "Jack's men are stealing all the general's strategies, and the clans are trying to kill all the prisoners." The crowd surrounds the bodies on the ground, constantly looting. Game rushes forward, cold, commanding voice, "Stop what you're doing immediately." Instantly, a squatting guy sneers without looking at him and replies disdainfully, "Get lost, brat. We're just cleaning up your mess." Game tilts his head, hand on spear shaft, serious voice, "This is my problem to clean up. Lead your soldiers away and don't come back until I and Rack reach an agreement." Loud footsteps echo from afar. The guy gathers things into a basket, orders weakly, "Let this brat know who's boss here." He holds a dagger, smirks with sharp eyes. "You seem to have made quite a profit, huh? Hand them over or it won't be good." Then more chaotic footsteps sound rapidly. He closes his eyes and sighs, clearly tired, raising the spear to warn, I don't want to do this. Wick smiles, preparing to pull out a stick, replies disdainfully, fine, then I'll take them from your corpse. Before finishing, Wick takes a full punch, staggering. Game's eyes widen in shock as Wick falls. He frowns angrily and rushes forward. What the hell are you doing? The guys tremble and stammer, explaining, we. He's furious, veins bulging on his forehead with every word. You want to lick the arena clean with your tongue this week? You want to say that to me, right? The crowd sways, cold sweat pouring, screaming in fear. No, we didn't. The tone threatens seriously. You want to do night watch outside the scorpion's den? They hurriedly shake their heads as if scared, pointing at Weak with a powerful voice. Then why are you still standing there? Drag this idiot out of my sight immediately. Don't let me catch you doing this again. The kid rubs his temples, sighs, watching the three guys disappear, then forces a smile. Sorry about that, kid. These idiots will get me killed. He smiles softly, handing the spear to the soldier behind. Thanks for your help. Wink, half joking, half serious. You don't have to say that. I just want to explain to their families why they died so stupidly. Gen shrugs, half smiling. I didn't intend to kill them. Just to teach them a lesson. He nods slightly, eyes briefly distracted. After what you did to Gelma, I'm surprised they still dare to do this. Some types never learn. Do you understand? From afar, a deep, warm voice calmly reminded, you are the one who recruited them. Hen quickly turned his head, bowed, then scratched his head sincerely. Yes, sorry, Commander. Hen crossed his arms and smiled faintly at Rack. Thank you for helping at the last minute. He shook his head modestly. As my deputy said, you don't need to thank me. But it's nothing. He stuck out his tongue, crossed his arms jokingly. So, does that mean you won't claim any share of the spoils? Vac laughed heartily with a humorous tone. Well, the agreement was 2/3, but after that battle, I'll accept half. Game smiled, holding up 2 fingers. Isn't half too much? You're the one saying it. We are the ones who fought. Then let me take 8/10. The scoreboard revealed the current score was 2/10 for him and 8/10 for you. Vac closed his eyes, shook his head sarcastically. See what happens when you're generous? People will always try to take advantage of you, Chu. You fought alone and won with minimal losses of 7, but you couldn't have done it without my help. Half is the lowest I can accept. Hen raised 3 fingers, continuously arguing. We didn't just eliminate one of your enemy's commanders. You also gained some spoils without losing anyone. 7/3. Both sides negotiated back and forth. Gelma was just a minor nuisance. Besides, I helped you find the families of his victims. He smiled smugly, still holding up 3 fingers. Indeed, you helped, but I was the one who convinced them to come. Still 7/3, but you get to keep Gelma's axe. Vac grabbed his hand firmly, decisively agreeing. The lizard on the ground groaned. When Hen's cold eyes pointed at it, Game turned to Hen, speaking slowly in a low voice. That belongs to you. He cleared his throat and shouted, Order given! Soldiers, loot everything from the first fence onward. Do it immediately. He crossed his arms and called Vaughn for a brief question. What about the prisoners? Are they guarded? Vaughn panicked and replied immediately, sweat streaming. Sir, the families don't want to hand them over. They left? We convinced them. Game nodded satisfactorily with a cold tone. Good. When the families leave, strip the prisoners down to their underwear and let them go. Remember to share 1/3 of the spoils with Jack. They had an agreement. Vaughn nervously wiped sweat, stammering. I really don't like that person, sir. Game tilted his head with a calm gaze. We don't need to like him. Vaughn. We just need to cooperate while we still have a common enemy. Vaughn anxiously asked. What will happen when we no longer have a common enemy? Hen smiled, eyes cold. Then we'll see who is stronger. For now, we'll deal with that after the expedition ends. Vaughn looked around nervously, hands trembling as he held the stick. A roar echoed, making him close his eyes. The stick clattered wildly, hitting 7 AI units. Vaughn slipped and fell, lips kissing the ground painfully. Vaughn grimaced, rubbed his head, groaned softly, trying to push himself up. Hen stepped forward, bowed, and asked, Vaughn, what are you doing here? He stammered fearfully, Sir, sorry, sir, He bent down to pick up the stick, jokingly mocking. Trying to catch breakfast? Vaughn frowned, sticking out his tongue in pain. No, sir, those things are terrible. He leaned toward Game, earnestly asking, Sir, have you ever tried them? He raised an eyebrow, trying to recall but couldn't say yes. Vaughn twisted his face grimly, mumbling, I'm telling you, you won't want to try. Just trust me. When I was little, whenever I had trouble, my mother would catch a few and fry them to eat. Is that so? Hen glanced around thoughtfully. I'll remember that, but I don't blame you for being scared. Where are the workers and vendors from this morning? He replied immediately, eyes scanning the tightly closed houses. All the AIs not participating in today's expedition were hiding. Sir? He frowned in surprise. Hiding for what? Vaughn awkwardly explained. It's the goblins, sir. When they come, it's a bit chaotic. Hen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hiding everything even from your wife? The boy blinked, mumbling. Sir, Hen just pointed behind calmly. Just a saying from the countryside. Let's go. We don't want to be caught when they arrive. The two pretended to walk up the rugged slope, dust lightly scattering underfoot. Vaughn squinted cautiously, asking, Sir? I mean no harm, but is there something bothering you today? He tilted his head, eyes flashing a bit of mystery. Nothing special. Why? The boy slung his stick over his shoulder hesitantly. Well, with everything happening. You are very quiet and calm, Hen sneered, slightly smiling. Aren't I always calm? Vaughn hurriedly added. You're too calm, sir. I mean, you always act calmly, but when you're too calm, it's because you are angry about something. Chu Moy looked at him curiously and asked, Really? And what else did you notice, Vaughn? He was silent for a moment, then muttered, You like to smile, don't you, Vaughn? Hurriedly explaining when he saw the disdainful look from Game. Don't look at me like that. You really like it. You always smile, and only when something bothers you and makes you angry, or when you want that AI to die, then you don't smile. He looked up at the sky. Is that so? He nodded quickly. That's right. Game asked further. Anything else? Vaughn thought deeply and said, If there is something that really makes you angry like that, it's when someone ruins your plan or your sister's. He was silent, looking up at the sky, then softly called Vaughn. Gen's expression suddenly darkened. You're walking on thin ice. He frowned in confusion. What is thin ice? He was silent, letting Vaughn understand, then sighed and explained, It's a way of saying you're doing something you shouldn't because it's very dangerous. He gaped, half admiring, half scared. You really know a lot, sir, but I apologize if I said too much. Game turned his head to look seriously at Vaughn and said, Just be more careful next time. He recalled Rosa's face and gritted his teeth in pain. But you are not wrong. There really is a problem with my sister. Gen recalled Rosa's angry face. A silent torment surged up. My sister has been angry with me since the battle with Gel. The image of her scolding and not having time to smooth her face appeared. She thinks we cannot avoid a war with Virg now, and blames me for that. Vaughn hurriedly advised in a gentle tone, Sir, that's just her personality. She has been working to take care of both of you, with you using your merits to buy necessities and equipment for us. She must have faced many difficulties, and everything is getting more expensive. Do you know why? But according to our sources, external supplies are decreasing. Something at the higher level is interfering with food supply. He spoke in a low, serious tone. This is a problem because groups like us, Jack's group and VG, pay their people with food, so if prices rise, maintaining control will become difficult. Pay attention and report back to me if you hear anything when we reach the gathering area. He stepped quickly, anxious, mixed with concern. Yes, sir, but the two of them grew up together. That can't be the only problem, right? Gen frowned, a displeased expression clear. Isn't he her fiancé? Vaughn asked in surprise. Her fiancé? He answered briefly. Vaughn remembers that carefree name. Upon hearing his affirmation, his face turned pale. And he likes her? Gen rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, unable to hide his annoyance. Vaughn said, Your mouth is too fast, right? He trembled and raised his hand in a military salute. Yes, sir. He sighed deeply, his voice low but resolute. Anyway, that's right. He cares about her, and although he tries to appear indifferent and aloof, he can become quite emotional whenever he believes my actions might endanger her. Vaughn eagerly asked, Really? What did he say? Game recalled when he was scolded, his eyes bitter. I'm just another thug tarnishing Raymond's reputation, and she would be better off if I died because I only cling to her and bring nothing. He seriously proposed, Sir, just give the order. After we return, I will visit him with a few others at night. We will wear masks so no one detects us. Gen was stunned, turned to look at Vaughn, then turned away with a serious expression. Vaughn said, You can't do that. He hesitated and suspiciously asked, Are you sure? We can't just beat him a little to make sure? He smiled slightly, half contemptuous, half sympathetic. Although I appreciate your enthusiasm and concern for protecting my honor, leave him alone. If something happens to me, I know she will be safely protected. Vaughn nodded, his face slightly less worried. Yes, sir. If you say so, I guess I understand what he is thinking. Game shook his head wearily. I understand too, but there are easier ways to enjoy a last meal. Before going into battle, the two stopped. He looked ahead. We're here. In front of them, a dense crowd was surging forward. The two lined up to pass through the city gate. A voice rang out mockingly. Look who's here. Kui crossed his arms, standing there with a harsh expression. I heard you've been busy, kid. He panicked and covered his mouth. That's not your foster father. Why are you frowning? I did what needed to be done. Kui looked at him seriously. But is that really the right thing to do? I don't mind if you form your own group, but don't you think you've crossed the line? How can you tell the guards instead of sending your people to risk their lives? He quickly explained to reassure. We already told the guards. The supervisor frowned and spoke irritably. Really? No one told me about this? He smiled softly, calm expression. VG has the support of the nobles. Do you really think they'll let you interfere? He was silent, frowning, arms crossed, looking down at the game, then slightly raised his head to look at Kui with determination. He closed his eyes, sighed, then said, You're right. She asked further, slightly uneasy. But let me ask you something, kid. Do you think Gak will be happy with what you've become? He bit his lip. Memories of his long unseen father surfaced. The game's father frowned, his gentle but sharp advice. I don't know what you'll do in the future, but please don't disappoint him by becoming one of those monsters. All right. He smiled and replied, What I will do in the future is to make this world a better place. I promise you and him. Kui waved his hand, his facial muscles finally relaxed. Just don't get yourself killed, that's all. The game turned around, optimistic tone calling him, Come on, Vaughn, let's go find them. The crowd gathered in the hall. The sound of footsteps and whispers blended into a chaotic chorus as the game and Vaughn walked inside. Neatly dressed like two spears cutting through the sea of people, now watching, tears, sharp gaze paused at a small detail. Someone was trying to sell an item in their hand, mumbling as if trying to attract attention. He stepped forward to them. Threatening attitude. Go sell your junk somewhere else. Or better yet, shove it down your throat. A guy barged in with a casual, mocking tone. Hey LQ, forgot the water bottle, and we're trying to find one for him. That price is good. A cold glare warned, Use your brain, kid. That's a Barasa bottle. Their shells are too soft and will rot in a few days. You need to find an Opasa bottle for yourself. He gently rubbed the bottle at his side, proudly answering, This one has lasted me through 2 expeditions. And it still hasn't leaked a drop yet. Mon sighed, half joking, half worried. They'll die within a week, let's see. He waved goodbye to the group gently, agreeing, Yeah, but it won't be from lack of water. Do you see those soldiers, Mon? He pointed in a direction, serious expression. They're over there. In front of them is a dense crowd. A wall of people, bustling. He put his hands on his hips, asking cautiously, Did you see the commander and Vaughn? Facing him, scratching his head awkwardly, he answered nervously, They'll be late. They're staying far away near the supervisor's building. From afar, someone ran over hurriedly, panicked tone. Mon, we have trouble. Some of VG's people are causing problems with the Rock group. She asked anxiously. How bad is it? The other person gasped. Very bad. Most of Jack's people haven't arrived yet. He quickly ordered everyone present to gather. Jack has sided with us, and we owe him. He panicked, pointing to the ground with extreme unease. What do we do about the commander? Should we meet him here? Both turned their heads simultaneously in another direction, eyes tense like a drawn bow. Over there, he gasped, pointing shakily. Oh my God, sir, did you see that goblin? It has 3 heads. 3 heads! The game snapped irritably. You really need to pay more attention to your surroundings, he asked confusedly. Why is that, sir? This is a neutral zone, not VG or any other gang boss's territory. Any other group would harm us. He frowned, sighed in frustration, and spoke to those watching us. Go. Vaughn lowered his head, looking around, shrinking, whispering, Is someone following us? Gen hit him on the head, sternly scolding. Don't look anymore. If we reveal that we've noticed them, they might attack. They've been following us since we entered the gate, Vaughn quietly asked. Why haven't they attacked us yet? He coldly analyzed. Either they're waiting for us to reach the position they want, or we've already taken the path they want. He frowned, sensing the danger approaching. Sounds bad, right? The game stopped and asked, What do you think we should do? Vaughn hesitated, pointing at himself, stammering. Sir, are you asking me? He tilted his head, sharp eyes scanning around. You are my subordinate. Your job is not only to follow orders, but also to think independently. I need to know that when I am not present, the soldiers will be well taken care of. Gay smiled arrogantly. Then help me get out of this situation. I will follow your orders. He was confused, his mind spinning from the sudden responsibility. My orders, he said in a deep voice, clearly directing. There are 4 people behind us, 3 on the right and 3 more on the left. They are using a standard pack hunting tactic to track us. There may also be more in front or further away. Vaughn was trembling and nervous. Why so much? Sir, do you need me? Gay glanced sideways, calming himself down. Vaughn took a deep breath and thought, pretending this was a practice exercise, he tried to breathe deeply, hypnotizing himself to relax. Relax, I need to relax. Vaughn listened carefully, cautiously moving according to the surrounding sounds. Every nerve was tense. He turned his head, whispering, "Sir, please follow me." Vaughn pushed through the crowd. The two moved like boats gliding through a sea of people. He leaned on a person's luggage, making the person flustered and cry out, "Hey!" You two finally pushed out of the crowd. They sighed in relief. Vaughn tilted his head and quietly asked, "Any sign of them, sir?" Game glanced behind calmly and replied, "No, they have retreated. They won't dare attack us." While we blend in with the goblin luggage carriers, good thinking, kid. He hurriedly looked around. "Thank you, sir. Things are progressing in the right direction, right?" He nodded slightly, eyes sharp. "I think so. We can run." Approaching where the soldiers were waiting, Vaughn hurriedly reported, "Right ahead, sir. I see the rock where we told them to meet." The two approached the rock. He looked around suspiciously, lips slightly pressed. "Where are they? I don't see them." His face twisted, lips drooping. "Sir, they have been surrounded by a group inside. Two men carrying swords on their shoulders stood on the rock. If you're looking for your people, they're not here to help you, you pests. We still have unfinished business between you and me." His eyes full of hatred, his gaze like arrows shooting straight at the two below. The two huddled close, drawing weapons from their sheaths. Eyes blazing, looking at the crowd surrounding them. Vaughn shut his eyes tightly, voice trembling, shouting, "Sir, where are the others?" Gay gritted his teeth, his words resolute as steel. "No matter what, remember what we practiced." Vaughn carefully protected each other's backs. "We'll be fine." The two stood on the high rock, raising swords to kill them. Gay suddenly recalled his barren past life. Gay passed by a bookstore, past a bus stop. His gaze casually stopped at an advertisement board. He tiredly closed his eyes, then turned away, as if trying to erase the suffocating feeling inside. The billboard clearly read typewriter, "Join today's battle. Citizenship granted through service at Arcadia Academy." Gay pressed his lips. His eyes opened again, his gaze suddenly serious. Returning to reality, he shouted and charged forward like a storm. He swung the stick wildly, each strike shaking the air, Guy's eyes full of determination, hard as tempered steel. In his past life, he truly joined the army, becoming a soldier who honed himself in fire and bullets. Gay kept training his martial skills relentlessly, day and night, sweat mixed with determination. He trained until the punching bag was torn, the sound of strikes still echoing in the air. But when Guy gasped for breath and looked back, behind him was only a cold, lonely void, reality. Gay stomped his foot, swung a strike straight into the face of an attacker charging at him, turned his back and swung his spear, slicing across another's neck. Gay panted, glanced sideways to assess the situation. He trembled. Trying to block the axes of two opponents, he frowned. His gaze locked onto another man wielding a dagger charging like a beast. In his past life, Game was equipped with armor and guns. Entering the battlefield, the survival instinct deeply ingrained in every fiber, he continuously supported teammates, charging through gunfire to eliminate enemies. Bullets tore across the sky, gunfire exploded relentlessly, pounding sounds and roars echoed everywhere on a windy, snowy night. Game was once surrounded by enemy troops, the scene deeply imprinted in his mind. At the same time, Vaughn painfully knelt on one knee, face covered in blood and dust. He gritted his teeth, mouth twisted, trying to resist. Gay quickly charged, kicked the knee, knocking one attacker away to free Vaughn. Gay helped him up. Now they were one with the memories of their past lives. The two gripped their weapons tightly. Their limbs moved in sync like a steel cord. They roared angrily, preparing to face the next wave of attack. In his past life, Game once stood alone in a sea of fire. A first squad laughed as they entered the airplane cabin, then turned to ask Private and Vanderstein, "Do you like this scenery? Let's go, we don't have all day." Game's eyes were tired then, but he still smiled determinedly. Currently, the two were panting, with dozens of blood-stained corpses at their feet. He sneered, raised his head and said coldly, "Hurry up, Tumo. What are you waiting for?" "I don't have all day." He was so angry, his face twisted, gripping his weapon tightly. Scene shifts to another place. Rune grabbed the girl's hand tightly, urging urgently, "Hurry up, Rafa. We're about to miss it." Rafa blushed, stammering awkwardly. Before she could finish, she bumped into a tall man. The impact made Rafa moan softly, while Jack lowered his head, coldly glancing down. The girl frowned, her voice sharp and warning, "What are you looking at? Mind your own business." The man silently turned away, indifferent, as if he never cared. She laughed and strode alongside Rafa, whispering teasingly, "Still trying to make friends anywhere, huh? Hurry up, we're almost there." The two held hands. They weaved through the crowd, gathering toward the center of the square, where Vaughn and Jem stood alone amidst a pile of bloody corpses. Their bodies were battered, but their eyes still shone brightly. The girl was stunned, lips slightly parted in undeniable admiration. At the same time, Tumo and An Lao clashed, weapons striking with a dull echo. Jem knocked Tumo's sword out of his hand. Tumo suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, biting his lip. His gaze was filled with anger mixed with sorrow. Tumo roared, "Demon! Like brothers, you stole him from me." An placed his hand on his hip, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. "Your brother is just a fool. He can't see what's right in front of him. Don't be as foolish as he was. Get out of the way, quickly." He angrily swung his staff again. Lao entered the desperate duel. In the distance, he was trembling, bleeding from his wounds, but still struggling to stand firm. Vaughn squinted, watching the battle with uncontrollable worry in his heart. "Sir," he bowed, opening a cloth bundle in his hand, whispering between heavy breaths, "Here it is." In his memory, Gen had once handed that item to Vaughn, his voice low but serious. "Leave it here for me to handle." "I'm counting on you." Vaughn clenched the cloth tightly and pushed through the crowd, thinking to himself, "Don't worry, sir, I won't let you down." The battle between An and Tumo remained intense. The clang of weapons echoed through the air. Ruin and Rafa watched breathlessly, forgetting to blink. She squeezed Rafa's hand tightly, shouting encouragement amid the crowd. "Great! Defeat him! So cool." The girl tilted her head, eyes wide. "Really? Isn't the guy with the long sword more your style?" Ruin burst out laughing proudly. "That's the one I'm talking about." Rafa smirked in response. "I know. Go." Jack's voice cut through her emotions, sounding distorted. She glared back. "Right? What do you know?" "Mercenary," he said indifferently, arms crossed. "More than just a palace guard." Ruin angrily pointed at him. "Do you want to die?" Rafa immediately tried to calm her. "Easy, Ruin," then turned to ask, "Do you think he'll win? He's just a poor miner who can't even afford proper clothes." "Go," Jack sneered coldly. "That's what happens when you're around gold and silver too long. You start judging everything by coins." While they argued, Van frowned slightly and tilted her head. Rafa heard something, fell silent, and widened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as her gaze landed on Game. She observed every movement of him. The man's golden eyes made Rafa shiver. Her voice trembled in surprise. "Him?" She immediately pressed. "What's going on?" "Rafa, see? That's how it is." Rafa exhaled softly, eyes following Game as he dodged a deadly sword strike from that miner. "He did it on purpose." Ruin's eyes widened. "You didn't see?" "No, I didn't see. On purpose?" At that moment, Game's forehead slammed hard into Tumo's, producing a sharp clang. Tumo staggered. Before he could react, Game seized the opportunity, grabbed his opponent's sword tightly, pulled hard, and threw him over his shoulder. 7 sharp shouts rang out. 2. Mo fell to the ground, groaning in pain. She was stunned, stammering. "What? How?" He explained calmly. "This has never been a fight between equals. The spear wielder was just observing his opponent's movements. He always controlled everything." Gen stepped forward, pointing, the spear tip close to the trembling young man on the ground. His cold voice cut like a blade. "You lost. Let go of your grudge. Today I will spare you." The Game sneered, looking down with cold eyes like a blade. "Are you done yet?" Sweat dotted his face, blood trickling, heavy breathing. He bit his lip tightly, eyes ready to resist. The Game chuckled slyly, a crooked, challenging smile. "Not yet, but you are." Those who seemed to have fallen suddenly staggered up, trembling as they clutched their wounds. His eyes blazing red, he gave a faint smile. His hoarse voice echoed in the silent space. "They never learn from experience." The Game curled his lips, calm but cold as ice. "My offer still stands." "Let it go," he frowned, raising his head arrogantly. "Why should I do that?" His gaze darkened, jealousy heavy as steel. "'Cause I'm running out of reasons not to finish you?" He slowly stood up, body trembling but voice defiant. "You're the one who needs to rethink." He suddenly frowned, looking around suspiciously. "What the hell was that?" He smiled softly, a bright smile in his eyes. A group of people rushed from afar, shouting urgently, "Leader!" The opposing side froze, faces pale as if seeing a nightmare. They turned and fled amid Tumo's desperate screams. "What?" "No." The Game relaxed his shoulders, sheathing his sword. "Tumo, thanks for the fight." He gritted his teeth, grabbing his sword. Heavy breaths still echoed in the air. The square fell silent. All eyes followed the backs of the defeated as they fled. Gao Gao crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his lips. "That's right, smart indeed." Rafa frowned, confused. "What?" He tilted his head and spoke calmly. "Those guys used horns to communicate while this guy was fighting. His comrades had already called for backup." Ruan's eyes widened in admiration. The Reborn are really that smart, huh? Jack glanced lightly at her, a faint smile passing. But clearly these guys have someone to think about that. Rune was speechless, standing silently as the wind blew through. After a while, she grabbed her friend's hand. Let's go, Rafa, it's no longer fun. Rafa nodded, but his gaze lingered on the battlefield. On the other side, the games group embraced, laughter bursting after life or death moments. His smile was radiant, but his eyes still showed caution, anyone presentient. She glanced at him once more, then softly said, "We should go now." Mon stepped forward, voice hoarse. "I sent some people to chase him." He waved his hand. "Tell them to return." Causing trouble, the goblins here could bring disaster to all of us, and Vo tapped his chin, thinking slowly, then asked, "Is that why you didn't kill him, sir?" Gen curled his lip, smiling faintly, half joking. "Yeah, let's just say that." He looked up to see, "Why didn't he come meet us here?" He sighed, rubbing his neck tiredly. "Some VG guys caused trouble with Jack's group, so we went to help. Nothing serious came of it." Gen tapped his chin, eyes thoughtful but enough to pull him aside. "I think something happened." 2. James raised his horn when he heard Vaughn's call. "Cost aided. We returned as fast as possible." He squinted mockingly. "You didn't leave any mess behind, did you?" He shook his head. "No mess, and the Vogers have already retreated." The game smiled, tilting his head to look. "That's good then." His eyes met Jack suddenly. The atmosphere turned serious. The game quietly asked, "How can I help you?" He smiled. "I am Jack. I want to praise you for today's victory. I've been in many campaigns and never seen anyone fight as well as you. Today I want to discuss your fighting style." He tilted his head slightly, eyes flashing with curiosity. "Many campaigns?" He nodded. "Yes, across many lands." 2 Games smiled, commanding loudly, "Game, go find some mushroom wine. We shouldn't be rude to our guest." Both laughed, shaking hands firmly. He said, "He and I still have much to talk about. In the early days of the Rom era, the father of all fought enemies from the void. He fell, and the world plunged into chaos. But from a drop of his blood, a new god was born, Zera. She gathered the 10 fragments of Jom. She forced the death god Dawn to forge them anew. And she was appointed the greatest general. After Jom's rebirth, she reclaimed the land from the one who emerged from the void. And his lieutenant Bungu, explained as the goddess of war, like her, she stepped into hell to reclaim Jom's soul. We will enter hell to reclaim our inheritance. You may have heard this expedition is to destroy the hip links, and that is true, but it's not the whole truth. The truth is there are ancient treasures right beneath our feet. Treasures that others were too afraid to claim in the past. He clenched his hand tightly with determination. You are the lucky ones, the chosen ones today, because this expedition is not a hunt, but a robbery. We are going down there to seize what belongs to us and enrich everyone. Bungo tried to encourage everyone, whether you are bogies, burger dark, or goblins. He raised his hand high. Each one of you will become a part of history. Follow me. We will fight, we will conquer, Bungu shouted, and we will win. He declared in the name of Jom. The expedition began. The crowd below immediately shouted in unison, "Jom," Game exclaimed. "Not the worst speech I've ever heard. Go." Jack stood next to him, sighing. Bungu is not like his brothers. He is much greedier and more ambitious. Game crossed his arms with a cold face. He said he was the son of the Jira tribe chief. He nodded firmly. Yes, this expedition is Bungu's chance to prove he is stronger than his brothers. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I see, Jack. Do you know what he's aiming for?" He was sweating profusely. "I don't understand what you mean," Jen said slowly. "A prince unwillingly leading an expedition, doubling the usual number and hiring mercenaries from different races without a clear goal. And since we are going down, not up, there must be something important down there to him." At this moment, Jack also quickly thought, "I understand now. Once again, your words are insightful, Lep. I will talk to people I know." His eyes flashed a complicated gleam. "Me too. The sooner we find out Bungu's purpose, the better our chances of survival." 2. Mo sat down on the ground, sir. Vera angrily looked at him. "Get out of my sight before I kill you." He quickly turned and left. Vera tilted his head and gave an order. "From today, Tumo is under your command. If he wants to command again, let him deserve it." He defended, "Sir, he's just trying to do the right thing for Gelma." He roared angrily. "And if he succeeds, then what? If Bungu finds out, then what? How many heads will the Jira prince demand as punishment? How many more people will we lose?" "I understand his feelings, OS. I feel the same, but now is not the time." OS was silent for a long time, then asked, "When will be the time, sir? What are we waiting for?" Vera coldly glanced at Tumo for a long time. He smiled slyly, sickly. "Many layers are very deep and many things lurk in the shadows. Be patient, our opportunity will come. Switching to a new segment, the identification class of useful goblinoids by Professor Goza. Hello everyone, Professor Goza here. Some of you have asked about goblinoid society, and I'm here to explain. In the world where Lep and I live, there are several main races, including goblinoids like us. Goblinoids originated from the Ansat Empire and split into tribes after the empire collapsed. Dark is the most advanced among goblinoids, once merchants, warriors, and sailors, until conquered by humans. DK is a warrior, knight, and mercenary race, famous everywhere for their heroic talent on the battlefield. Although goblinoids, they do not belong to the Ansat Empire. The goblin tribe is the most common among goblinoids. They spend most of their time fighting neighbors and each other. The strongest goblin tribe is Jira, who subdued Boggyburger, famous hunters and skilled trackers. But beware, their temper is as hot as their foul breath. Luckily, this type is not many. At the lowest social level, goblins are bogey, but there is still division among them. Blue bogey are nobles in bogey society, acting as intermediaries between goblin lords and other bogey. Many bogey have blue skin due to goblin blood, but they differ from goblins in smaller stature and split hands, pointing downward instead of upward. We, the reborn bogey, are the lowest class. Our ancestors were great mages, but now we labor in mines and caves doing work other bogey refuse. Our people have been oppressed by Jira for many generations, finally becoming a servant class for them. Thank you all for your comments and questions about the race. We hope this class helps you understand goblinoid society better. Feel free. Ask more questions in the comments below. San placed a plate on the table containing a few things that looked like dry leaves. Level 1 San and Vara stood silently, eyes full of astonishment and confusion, seemingly still not understanding what had just happened. He frowned and turned his head away, eyes flashing with discomfort and hatred, his hand slowly reaching out. Fingertips lightly touched the plate lying still on the table. She didn't bother paying more attention, drew back the curtain and stepped outside. Vara stopped. Vaughn was standing with his back turned, looking at something without opening his mouth. She strode over and grabbed his collar. Vaughn startled and quickly turned around to see Vara smiling. With a crooked smile on his face, Vaughn was dragged away by Vara with a bit of regret. He was pulled into a cave, where the scent of herbs spread thickly, covering the entire rock wall. She signaled with her hand, asking Vaughn if the worm and mushroom leaves could be turned into meat. He picked up 2 mushrooms, one with a pointed top like a roof, the other round and plump like the moon, then signaled to explain it wasn't far away. San and his group sat around the table. Everyone ate heartily. After the meal, the group stood up, adjusted their gear, then lined up neatly, heading straight forward. Level 2. Walking inside a dark cave. Gun suddenly stopped trembling, pointing ahead. His eyes panicked. Just thinking of Vara made his whole body cold. Vaughn startled and immediately dashed behind a large rock to hide. Heart pounding, he sneaked away, standing behind a giant mushroom, deep in thought, then paused. Ears perked up. A faint sound echoed somewhere in the darkness. Turning around, Vaughn saw her dragging a dead animal. After a few knife strikes, the animal was chopped into pieces. He sat down heavily, frowning, looking at the pile of meat, then pointing at it with a confused expression. Finally, they stood by a pot of boiling water, putting all the meat in to cook. Amid the thick smoke, both looked at each other and smiled. When the meat was cooked, both picked a piece and put it in their mouths. Just after biting, their eyes simultaneously lit up brightly. The scene shifted to a group of people wearing armor, carrying weapons on their shoulders, silently advancing. On the rocky slope, level BA. Just after eating, Vo signaled a warning that anyone who dared to eat the wrong rat meat would be poisoned and die. As soon as he finished speaking, both immediately jumped up, shouting, and chased a rat running wildly. After running a few steps, they stopped. The rat had brought along a whole pack surrounding the two. He sighed softly, glanced at her, her whole body dirty, then pointed to the other side. Vaughn stood a distance away, silently watching over Vara while she bathed. After bathing, Vara felt much lighter. She walked while smiling contentedly. Before he could react, Vaughn was slapped hard on the back by Vara, nearly knocking him over. He angrily pointed at her face, implying Vara always hit him to the brink of death. She was equally angry, sharply flicked her hand and turned away. The two sulked and left, each going in a different direction. The scene shifted to a group silently walking in the wind. Level 4. Vara sat at the table, clearly in a bad mood, making Dak and San glance at each other, whispering with curiosity. Her cheeks suddenly flushed when the image of his face appeared in her mind. Then Vara bit her lip softly, recalling her impulsive actions earlier. Her eyes gradually lowered, her gaze quiet as if touching an unnamed sadness. In another corner, Vaughn crossed his arms leaning against a rock, his face showing clear irritation. After a while, she just bowed her head, then quietly left. Looking truly lonely now, Gunn glanced at him and raised his hand, pointing directly, signaling that the person Vera liked was Vaughn. In a forest not far away, a roar echoed. A giant monster charged, fiercely attacking her group. Vara gritted her teeth, gathering all her strength to swing her sword. The blade flashed brightly, then plunged deep into the monster. Vara frowned, breathing heavily, trying to endure the sharp pain spreading throughout her body. Despite giving her all, the monster still stood tall, unharmed. At that moment, the monster raised its claw. A shadow suddenly rushed over, pushing her away. It fell heavily to the ground, head spinning. Vara's body was covered in the monster's saliva. She turned to look at Vaughn with a surprised expression. He laughed heartily and handed the knife back to Vara. She burst out laughing until tears flowed when the monster collapsed. Vera just waved and smiled at Vaughn. Before turning to leave, he raised his hand high, waving back, the smile still lingering on his lips, eyes still following her back, eyes wide, teeth clenched, the piece of cloth torn, facial muscles tensed, trying to endure the pain. His eyes rolled back, revealing the pupils, face distorted in extreme pain. The camera stopped at the leg, wrapped in bandages full of wounds. He stepped forward to comfort him, saying the leg would heal. Change the bandage and apply more NaHCO3 light on the burn when the mist crystals turn blue to differentiate. The acid guy who was bandaging nodded, "Yes, sir." Then he stood straight with hands on hips. His eyes scanned the surrounding space as if inspecting, looking at the still monster. He muttered in a low voice, "Such a waste." He appeared quickly and reported, "Sir," I asked, but the medics refused to come. They said taking care of Reborn is not their job. "Unless the nobles request it," Game said. After hearing this, he frowned, crossed his arms, and knit his brows. 2 months, 4 floors, over 100 dead. Old men playing war games using these young men as pawns. Some things never change. Vaughn nodded. "Yes, sir. But on the contrary," he shook his head coldly. Seeing this, the guy was confused and spoke up. "Sir, Gil said the supervisor wants us to start harvesting. They don't want to waste more time on the injured. No more wasting time on the wounded." After hearing this, he was silent, massaging and thinking deeply. His gaze stopped on the injured group. Each person was bandaged carefully. "Right, it's time to harvest our 10 treasures." The Boga clan kept digging tunnels tirelessly. Most of the gray Bogas were small and unsuitable for life in the caves. I once wondered why goblins made them miners. He recalled when he was young, the first time he entered the cave, he finally discovered that it was because of the beautiful mist crystals that the Bogas used for lighting. The old white-haired man slowly lifted the green stone and gently placed it into the box as if afraid to break it in the dim light. A Boga quietly jumped up, hugged the pile of green stones to his chest, and the world. The tree on the ground is used to supply energy for magic. It has a corrosive effect on non-magical creatures but does not affect the gray bogues. The enthusiastic bogue group plays and passes the green stone to each other. Laughter echoes throughout the cave. With their innate magical ability, they can handle the toxic crystals without fear. So here we are, in the mines where Jira sent us. That gay guy is focused, rhythmically hammering the green stone. Sparks fly, but they still need to be purified and made safe to use a long and costly process. The sound of clashing blades rings out. They cut open the monster's belly until a new supply is found. Liquid flows from the monster's stomach during the expeditions. The first expeditions discovered that the hiplings naturally refine both metal ore and mist crystals into a safe form that they use to build nests. His gaze swept over the pile of monsters on the ground. Since then, regular expeditions have been organized under the pretense of clearing the mine of threats, but actually to harvest the refined crystals. Silent and brooding, as if pondering, Gen initially heard that hip-hop lived isolated and did not interfere with each other, but after the big hunt began, there's no turning back now. Both sides kill each other on sight. What a waste. From above, the fat guy shouted, his voice echoing down below. "Be careful with those things, you fools. They're worth more than your dog lives." Over there, he and the others approached, looking quite annoyed. "Oh God, I hate that chicken." He bent down, opened the bag for AI, quickly put something inside, then turned to lead him. "How bad is the situation?" He frowned slightly, a tone of regret sounding. 10 kids, huh? We lost 10 good ones." He stood beside, closed his eyes, sighed. "They died because we were too hasty. Even a child could have foreseen the ambush. If we had scouted more carefully." Hem rubbed his face, his expression darkening, nodding. "That's right. What I don't understand is why. Not just because of these stones. I'm telling you. Lazy Gen just pointed his finger elsewhere. Maybe he knew right when the words ended. The figures of VG and OS slowly appeared. Before everyone, he glanced down suspiciously, only seeing the veins on his hand bulging fiercely. Jack raised his face, his voice low, trying to dissuade him. I understand how you feel, but remember the treaty, we are allies now. Seeing the surprised expression on his face, the old man smiled faintly. Jack, are you still angry about my test? How many years has it been? He irritably snapped back. A test? You made my closest brother turn against me. I had to kill him because of you. VG still smiled gently, then spoke softly. Jack, you still don't understand. If I hadn't given him a chance, others would have done it too. No surprise. When your subordinates keep betraying you. As soon as he finished, he exploded, lunging to kick the old man's face but was immediately blocked by the others. Leader, don't do that. He's right, Jack. This isn't worth it. He's just provoking you. If you attack him, Bungu will execute you. He smirked, his eyes full of contempt. He brushed them aside, then turned his back and walked away decisively. I'm going to check on the soldiers here. You take care of that kid, okay? Watching him leave, the old man laughed scornfully, loudly mocking. Come find me anytime you want, Jack. I'm always welcoming you. He didn't even look back. Jack raised his middle finger at VG. Only then did Game step forward and speak. So, besides trying to kill us, is there any other reason you came here? The old man lowered his head, whispering into his ear. Indeed, there is. My source finally found out the reason behind this rushed expedition. Game doubted. What reason? After a moment of thought, he recounted a battle among siblings fighting for the leadership inheritance. I don't need your source to know that. VG paused a moment, closed his eyes, then continued, Of course, but did your source say how Bungu planned to win that battle? And the reason why this expedition happened so quickly? Your source knows? The old man rolled his eyes, unimpressed. It took a lot of time and money, but yes, they found out. Game doubted. Why? The old man spoke. He already knows the location of a legendary magical weapon once used by SH. Vaughn kept nagging nonstop. So when are you going to tell these guys about the big boss getting mad? Vaughn frowned, rubbing his temples from a headache. Hun, I already said I wasn't there. I'm the one who knows best. If you want to know why he's mad, go ask him yourself. Hun slyly and gently touched his elbow. Come on. Vaughn, you're the one he favors most. Surely you know something. We're just worried about him, you understand, right? Vaughn couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hun puckered his lips, stammering as if he didn't know what to say. Yeah, he said, then cut him off, shaking his head to show he understood. I knew it. Gu shrugged as if he didn't care. Fine then. I was just curious and a bit worried that he would get angry at the goblins and drag us into trouble. Mon stood behind, looking down. Chen tried to join the conversation. Sounds funny, really. That's what you should be worried about. Why? From what we've seen, he ends all battles, but he raised an eyebrow, his face contorted with displeasure. Mind your own business, Monday. Then Gunn turned with a sly smile. So he's hiding something from you? Vaughn looked pitiful. The big bosses like it, and the old grumpy guy Jem prefers it over kids like you. He immediately grabbed Gunn's 2 hair tufts before he could react. Shut up. The last thing we need is you spreading more rumors. Hun sharply pushed Mon's hand away. Mon raised an eyebrow and said firmly, Don't worry, Vaughn. He puckered his lips and blew a teasing kiss. I'm sure your girlfriend will comfort you when you cry on her beautiful lap. While they were playing, a sudden strong force hit Hun from behind. He startled and turned around, looking up. Gunn saw Rock GA standing behind with a cold expression. Gray goblins, can you ever keep your mouths shut? This is a reconnaissance mission, not a wild fruit-picking trip. Vaughn stepped forward, forcing a smile to break the tense atmosphere. Listen, Rock GA, I apologize. He just likes to ramble, no offense intended. He frowned, lowering his voice threateningly. If you all get caught just because you can't keep quiet, I'll personally throw you to the heaplin beasts to be eaten. As Jaka left, a voice rang out from behind. Don't let him bother you too much, kid. The Burgee gang, like Jaka, was naturally grumpy. Ban and Go Jack stepped forward and spoke. Kid, you know what it feels like to be itchy and unable to scratch? Burger is always like that. If I had to smell Ban all day, I'd be uncomfortable too. The old man rolled his eyes and cleared his throat as if warning them. Hey, the reconnaissance unit goes ahead. The whole group entered the forest where jagged stones mixed with patches of pink grass. They stood silently until he spoke, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Vaughn, I have to admit, this 5th level is much more beautiful than I thought. It's unbelievable and advantageous. Underground, the scenery ahead looks like a fairyland. He stared in puzzlement. What are those things? Mon focused on the black leaves rolling on the ground. This level is full of those spa flocks. Jem had already told me. Gunn rubbed his belly, staring hungrily. Can we eat them? He glanced sideways as a reminder. You can try, but Gem said they'll trample anything that gets near their flock. After hearing that, he gave up. All right, better not joke about it. Vaughn turned curiously and asked the man, how much farther until Jack returns to the rendezvous with the company? He glanced back and pointed. It's hard to measure distance in this strange place, but I believe the meeting point is over there. Ban held the wooden box in his hand, deep in thought. The counting box said, we've taken 10,230 steps to reach the farthest point in the reconnaissance area, and now we've taken 3,478 steps on the way back. I guess if we follow the stream ahead, it's about 6,000 more steps to go. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other, each saying something. Your box talks? It doesn't talk, kid. It just shows how many steps we've taken. Rafa stepped forward with forceful strides. Come on, speak up. After saying that, he went ahead while Chen peeked out. I want to ask something. Where did you get that box? The man looked at him and explained, I took it when we fought the pink-skinned ones in the east. Vaughn's head was full of question marks. Pink-skinned? Ban suddenly turned around, eyes wide and mouth agape, about to say something but changed the subject. What? No, you're wrong. Your tribe isn't allowed to leave this place. Then his expression became a bit awkward as he bowed his head. Sorry about that. He smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Ban raised a finger and winked mischievously. Why not? It's a big deal, kid. How do you endure living underground so long without sunlight? Without the sky? I haven't been down here long, but I'm already going crazy. After walking a bit, Vaughn saw a skylight above. There are a few skylights, but I know what you want. He smiled confidently, looking up. One day, we'll be free. Seeing a skylight above, there are a few skylights, but I know what you want. He smiled confidently and looked up. One day we will be free, but until then, we have to be strong enough to protect our freedom. That's what you always say. He rubbed his chin and grunted softly. Jack said that guy is NDT0, but he didn't think much about him. Maybe I should take another look at your boss. He tilted his head and smiled brightly. You just come and talk to him, you'll see. So can you tell me more about the pink skins and drip? Whenever mentioning the humans you despise, the pink skins are stupid and smelly. Living densely in the east like insects, you can't kick a bush in the east without hitting a bunch of pink skins. He recalled the terrible battle. The pain flares up relentlessly. We just fought them not long ago. A group covered in mud stole some of our pigs, so we went to ask for them back. The battle was ongoing when suddenly cloaked figures appeared. Then a group calling themselves Driss intervened to stop the fight. They stood and looked straight at Ban. They were like monks, always concerned with peacekeeping. That's their law, no fighting unless in self-defense. And they always try to arrange peace. Back to reality. He pointed directly at the wooden box. Why? Because I saw a Drick guy with this box and he said he would give it to me if I stopped fighting, so I wondered why not. Ban lifted the wooden box with a passionate look. That was the best deal I've ever made, you wouldn't believe it. But this box saved my life countless times. After hearing the story, he silently admired and exclaimed, sounds good. Thinking of the black cloaks, he nodded. That's right. If your tribe one day regains freedom and happens to meet the peaceful pink-skinned in the east, respect their religion and traditions, they will respect you back. He walked ahead, looking back. That won't happen. The Brazilian Republic has almost wiped them out, Ban now remembers. Right, damn it, Vaughn didn't understand what was going on, his face full of curiosity. What did you say? Who? He recalled the uniform humans wore. A group wearing skirts, arrogant, always parading everywhere with flags. They set fire and burned all of them, burning down the temples of every land they conquered. Then replaced the gods there with their own. Mentioning this, Ban gritted his teeth, eyes cold. Cursed, damn bastards. I swear I will never work for them again, no matter how much gold they pay. He frowned, eyes full of suspicion, then asked, do you work for them? Ban didn't explain, but nodded. Of course we are a mercenary clan. Kid, we have worked for all races and... Vaughn pondered, rubbing his chin as if considering something. So you came here as mercenaries? He and the other exchanged silent looks. No one spoke. Bun gently rubbed his head, eyes avoiding direct gaze. Not exactly. The image of Bungu from the past appeared in his mind, standing in the middle, giving orders. All right, listen. The truth is we were hired not long ago to help Bungu's second younger brother. His whole group rushed into battle with a pack of wolves in a fight against the core. Before we could react, Bungu was stabbed in the chest. We tried our best. Two people widened their eyes in panic, looking back but couldn't do much. Sitting on a high chair, he covered his face, eyes hidden behind his hands. Bungu then offered another deal. He said he would arrange things smoothly with Jira for us, if we did a job for him. So here we are. Back to reality? Ban looked up at the sky, gazing far away. I still think he was the one who pointed the core to find his brother, he said, then looked away, seeming a bit sad. But we still had to do it, because the clan can't afford to lose any more clients. Our reputation hasn't been good since working for Brazil. We only trained soldiers for them and participated in some battles, but were still blamed for the terrible things this republic caused. The fire burned everything right before Ban's eyes. This republic destroyed temples, libraries, schools, things people erase when they want to replace a tribe's culture with their own. And in a house, a flag fluttered in the wind. Give it more time and there will be a new, loyal colony ready to serve the Brazilian Republic. Mon couldn't hide his admiration and exclaimed, "That's terrible. Vaughn, do you think we should tell Lep about them?" He nodded. "I will let him know when we were talking." Vaughn saw him fiddling with something. "Hey Rafa, what are you doing?" Gojak also stepped forward curiously. "Where is Rafa going?" He walked toward the direction his eyes followed. "Rafa, what's wrong? Did you find something?" The group behind also moved forward, lining up. In the darkness, the yellow eyes of the monster flashed cold light. Its footsteps echoed powerfully. Thick dust rose, so dense that nothing around could be seen clearly. They stood watching the insects marching in perfect order. Gun's face turned pale, mouth agape, stammering about the insects. An entire army. When night fell, they gathered around the campfire. Jealousy in their eyes glanced at Hem standing nearby, smiling, and they were heading straight toward the expedition team. The swarm of insects kept leaving continuously. It was an entire army of insects. Ban turned around cautiously and said, "My guess is they are heading straight for the expedition team. This must be a surprise attack." Mon and Gun exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "What should we do now?" Before they could fully compose themselves, he blew into the ivory horn. The sound echoed throughout the forest. "Vaughn, what the hell are you doing?" In anger, Gojak snatched the ivory horn and shouted, "Do you want all of us dead?" Frightened, he hurriedly explained his action. "We have to warn the others about the incoming insects, even if it means we get caught." Ban withdrew his knife, his cold gaze pointed directly at Vaughn, making the atmosphere tense like a drawn bowstring. "I will kill you." Seeing the situation, Gun stood up to block him with a forced smile to diffuse the tension. Wait, the insects communicate through scent. Even if they hear the horn, they won't care." The old man looked around and observed, then spoke. "Raka, is there any following us?" He raised his eyes and sniffed several times. "From what I see, no." Then Gojak bowed his head and exhaled, as if releasing some of the pressure weighing on his heart. It seemed the kid was right. Ban no longer made things difficult for Vaughn. "Put away your weapon." His eyes flashed a warning. "But next time, kid, ask for opinions before deciding to risk the whole team's lives, okay? That's not something you can decide on your own." Seeing everyone had calmed down, Vaughn shook his head, no longer daring to act rashly. He approached and patted Ban on the shoulder. "Forget about that. We need to return to the expedition team and report what we've seen." Now Gojak began to assess the current situation. The kid's horn could alert them that something was happening, but couldn't convey the severity. Looking at that force, this is definitely a major attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately grew heavy, and everyone's faces turned grim. He was the first to break the tense silence. "Raka, you're the best at tracking. Is there a way to return without encountering the insects?" He rubbed his nose confidently, eyes blazing. "My big nose will do its best." He smirked, eyes full of humor. "If your big nose leads us back safely, I'll buy you as much mushroom wine as you want." He turned around and winked meaningfully. "Deal, Raka?" Then he continued ahead, leading the group to retreat from the area. After a long journey, the group stopped. Ban leaned on his hands, panting from exhaustion. Behind him, everyone was tired, sitting down heavily. Someone leaned on their knees, breathing heavily, sweat pouring all over their body. The group looked miserable. "I'm about to die." He was tired. "Rest a bit, then we have to keep going." Hun suddenly realized his mistake, his eyes full of remorse. "Gone. I'm sorry." He raised his eyebrows, ignoring Hun's words. He sat down on the ground, clenching his fists with a tense expression. "I shouldn't have persuaded you to join Lep's gang." Upon hearing this, Vaughn couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry about that." His smile was not at all reproachful. "Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to confront my parents and still had to join this expedition team. Without any training at all. Honestly, I probably owe you my life." Gun finally relaxed, the tension on his face easing. "You're right," he said, glancing mischievously. "So next time when the insects chase you, can you run slower?" Vaughn's laughter filled the lively atmosphere behind them. Mon covered his face, speechless. "Go." Jack looked over carefully. "Ron, have you heard any response from your horn?" He pondered after hearing this, unsure. "Me neither. Either the other groups are out of range or..." He nodded slightly and continued. "They can't respond." Ban doubted. "Maybe this isn't the only insect group." Other groups might have been wiped out. He gripped the rope on his shoulder, speculating if they were really attacked, it would have made a lot of noise. But I didn't hear anything. Hun stood up, his face showing some hope. So, there's still hope, right? Vaughn didn't answer his question but shouted, "It's better if we keep moving. The insects just came out of the cave." The BA group hid behind the bushes, watching like goats being bitten. Gunn perked up his ears and asked, "What's a goat?" The old man was speechless. "You don't even know that? It's something even noisier than you." If that could happen, the kid sat in a corner and curiously said, "Why are they just standing there? It looks like they're guarding something. The insects aren't smart enough to guard anything." He shook his head and turned back to look at him. "Who knows why they're there, but this is the only path to the battalion. Before the insects arrive, we have to get past them. Go, Jack. What do you think?" He pondered for a moment, then looked at us. "We have two choices. One of us leads the insects away, or the whole group fights together. Which way will you choose?" Vaughn looked at the insects, rubbed his chin, thinking about something. After a while, he spoke up and gave orders. "I'm the fastest runner here. I'll lead them away. The rest of you go warn the exploration team. Obey me." Gunn, sitting beside him, widened his eyes in shock. "Vaughn, you know I was joking about you running slower than me, right?" He didn't deny it, just nodded. I knew Gunn couldn't hide his astonishment. His face clearly showed confusion. "Then why, Vaughn, did you interrupt with such determination?" "I just don't want my friend to die before me." Mon couldn't help but speak up to persuade him to find another solution. "Vaughn, the insects are faster than us. There's no way you can escape them. If there's an AI to be used as bait, then it should be the mercenaries." Ban also agreed with his opinion. "You're right, kid. Go Jack and I can handle one insect." He still held his own opinion, unchanged, but not three. "If they win, they'll come after you. The insects track by scent. The only way is to lead them far enough away for everyone to pass through the tunnel. Before they come back, Vaughn stood up straight, eyes determined, not allowing the AI to refuse. "The one who must do it is me." The group continued crossing the giant mushroom forest on their way home, happily chatting with each other, but some others struggled to carry litters, looking very exhausted. Ruin complained irritably to Rafa, "I'm bitten all over by insects, and the itching probably won't stop." Rafa kindly scratched her for her. "Oh, my lady, I hate this armor. Better now?" Ruin showed a satisfied, gentle expression and said so, but looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but shudder. They couldn't do these things. At least be a bit practical. "What I mean is, look at them. Who thinks a steel breastplate is useful?" Rafa helplessly replied. "If you want to wear something pretty instead, you can go up there and serve him." The mage fed Bungu grapes one by one, making her use it as an excuse to tease Ruin. "As long as he sees your charm," Ruin stuck out her tongue in disgust. "No, I'll endure the insect bites." Rafa winked at her. "That's how it is, Ruin. Problem solved." Ruin smiled at her. "That's why I like you." Rafa always found the bright side of everything. Rafa didn't pay much attention, only focusing on the terrible scenery around. "Everything will be much brighter once we leave this forest." "No way." Ruin looked doubtful and said, "I won't believe that. I heard the NDT's 6th floor is worse." Rafa wasn't optimistic anymore. She showed a disgusted face. "Of course it is. That's what we need, right? More death and misery." But right then, Juan pointed behind mischievously and said, "Hey, at least the person you like is with us." The person she meant was Game. He walked behind with a determined look. Rafa, hit right in the heart, blushed and said, "He's not the person I like." Ruin cheekily said straightforwardly, "Oh, really? That's why you mention him every chance you get." Hearing that, she defended herself. "I said he's a good warrior. That doesn't mean I like or trust him." Rue shook her head, a bit curious. "I don't understand what you mean about him. From what we see, his people are very disciplined and flexible, and they're pretty good to us." Rafa still looked serious, confiding in her. "You mean he's a bit too perfect? I always feel like there's something off about him. He smells like an elder, more like a merchant than a warrior." Clearly, Ruin didn't understand and bluntly objected. "He's not a merchant. You've seen how he fights, Rafa. Now thinking back, I have, but that means even less. He's good at both talking and using a spear." Rune calmly proved her point from earlier. "As I said, the obsession. Why don't you go talk and get to know him?" Rafa blushed and avoided her gaze. I wouldn't know what to say. As soon as she finished, Ruin showed understanding of the situation and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Rafa, have you ever told me about the time you herded pigs in the countryside?" "No, and there was this cute farmer." Suddenly, Rafa widened her eyes, looking ahead, her expression very surprised. Ruin was also surprised by her. "What's going on?" Rafa looked very tense. Something was happening ahead. Suddenly, a noise sounded ahead, signaling gunhun. The army suddenly became chaotic and immediately took defensive positions. It was an attack wave. Everyone moved forward. Rafa bravely ordered, "Everyone, be ready to protect our lord." Suddenly, The girl glanced to the side and quickly dealt with the person. Rafa asked a soldier who was frantically sniffing, "What is that?" The soldier focused on smelling and then answered her, "It smells a bit off." He panicked and shouted, "Rune." Rafa was a bit stunned, looking at the soldier who seemed to be reacting a little slowly. Immediately, another person in the team was grabbed by something from above and screamed, "Help me! Help me!" Ruin pointed upward with some fear. "What the hell is that?" Rafa looked up and saw the spider 5 legs away right there, then shouted loudly, "Ambush!" It was an ambush. The warriors quickly formed a formation, struggling to hold their shields defensively. The spider, without hesitation, lunged very fast and then used its leg to strike straight into Ruin's gut, causing her to fall back. After the shock and pain, Rafa, full of rage, charged forward. She used her shield to restrain it and signaled to clamp its leg, as the leg was the weakest part. Without hesitation, Rafa fiercely stabbed its leg with a dagger. It cried out in agony, calling for its kind to help. Other warriors quickly ran over. They also attacked the spider's leg with weapons. Rafa stood at its head, raising her sharp dagger. She angrily stabbed down, making the spider unable to struggle anymore. Then she shouted to everyone behind, "We need to go help the others." Ruin, quite worried, pointed at her and said, "You better clean that off before it burns you." Rafa didn't pay attention and brushed it off. "It won't burn me, I guess." But right after, her head spun, safe, my head, and she collapsed, causing Ruin to panic and shout, "Rafa!" In a daze, Rafa recalled past events. "I really hate this armor." Rafa remembered her father. "My father died in the battle during the storm. The village chief tried to take advantage of my sister and was cut off by my father's hand. Therefore, the elders in the tribe gave him a choice: pay a fee and cut off his hand, or fight." Her father bravely chose to face his enemy, but Rafa hated that situation. The fool chose to fight. The price he paid for his family was death or slavery for 3 generations. The leader was fed up. Instead, he exiled us. We met a group of Jira warriors in the 2nd week. Too many people to fight. My uncle died trying to save us. My mother and sister were taken to the House of Desire, my clan. Eugene is a blind clan, unawakened by the SH legacy. We were born ready to fight and trained our whole lives for battle. I thought my fate had come, but fate had not yet released me. At that moment, Rafa vaguely opened her eyes and saw the scene before her with some surprise. "What is this?" She struggled with all her might but couldn't move or feel anything. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. "I would avoid trouble if I were you." Rafa suspiciously asked, "Who's there?" Her vision blurred. Another person reassured her. "He's right, focus your strength." As the paralysis faded, Rafa looked confused and turned toward the voice. The voice spoke again. "What? Where am I?" The person beside her didn't explain but asked, "What's the last thing you remember?" Rafa frowned, trying to push back memories. "I was fighting a tribe. We defeated one." As she spoke, loud laughter echoed around. "Only one?" she angrily asked. "Hey, how many have you killed?" Hen arrogantly boasted to Rafa. "Last check, the game over there killed 4. I killed 8. Jack killed 8. Then looked at VG and the nonsense here." Before he could finish, VG smiled and interrupted. "I also killed 8. Hem, pretending to praise, still cute as always. "Not brave, huh?" He didn't care, just shook his head helplessly and carried the pet, training it to behave better. 2 hens angrily threatened, "When I'm free, I'll teach you manners." Regardless of how Virg and Hen teased each other, Rafa looked around worriedly. "Is everyone here?" The whole expedition was calm. The game replied to her. "Not everyone. Only those who touched the spider's blood, as far as we know." Rafa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. He looked at her, reminding, "Glad your furry boss is probably okay. Maybe you should worry more about yourself." Rafa annoyedly retorted, "I care. They could eat that pig. I just want my girls to be safe." Suddenly she was a bit scared. "But they won't eat us, right?" The game tried to explain. "Maybe, but they have to do a lot just for a snack. Look around, what do you see?" Rafa stared into the dark space. "I see you and the others." Instantly, she opened her eyes wide in amazement. The bee cocoons were not in the nest, but floating in the air. Rafa gaped. After a moment, they were furious. How could this be? Looking at her expression, she smiled smugly. "That's exactly what I said." And VG also appeared anxious. "I really fear for the future of our tribe." Before he could speak again to make us look even more foolish, the bees, hearing the noise, crawled out of their cocoons. VG then told them the whole truth. "This is the 7th floor where natural laws do not apply." Everyone frowned for a moment. It couldn't be true, while VG understood everything. But that's right. After an astonishing display of intelligence, they led us deep into their territory. Rafa still looked incredulous at this moment. "There's no way they're that smart." Even Hui tried to argue. "But they are beetles," he said seriously to everyone. Instinctively, I will plan an ambush and distraction to seize at least half of the enemy's territory. We have seriously underestimated the insect tribe, and perhaps there is much more beyond just being a good meal for the insect king. And Wick showed great admiration. Damn, he's right. VG smiled, satisfied. That's right, isn't it, Rafa? She asked vaguely. So, what do we do now? He only saw Verge looking very confident. Don't worry, there's a plan. Then he looked at Game, waiting, right? Game understood his meaning, silent for a moment, then casually looked at Verge and said, that depends on whether your schedule is over or not. Only saw his face enduring it. Game calmly said one sentence, then I guess you're about to feel everything they do to you. At this moment, everyone turned to look at him. VG was even more shocked. You mean Game? The sly one stuck out his tongue. Exactly. No plan. Sorry, little one. In this desperate situation, still smiling, we're about to share the same fate. Gen looked at that resigned figure with some disgust. Seems so. He optimistically said to Verge, but Verge at least will be able to stabilize the last thing before the insect tribe comes to find us. He curiously asked again, a final sound. Game did not refute but explained, from what I heard, I think you'd like a head start. The little one looked very smug. After all, he cut ties with him for the comfort of the trash gang, but that's not all, little one. You should have listened to what his henchmen said about you. After hearing this, little one was startled, while VG showed a very annoyed expression. Then he angrily shouted. VG did not hesitate to spit in VG's face. He was furious and threatened, I won't need weapons for what I'm about to do to you. The two continued to bicker and scold each other, moving elsewhere. The spider below heard the loud noise, looked up at the spider swarm, and quickly climbed up to them. Taking this opportunity, Game called Rafa, who was also paying attention to those two. Rafa was then instructed, I will get us out, stay alert. Be prepared in case any other threats appear. Rafa was surprised. A bit unexpected. I thought you already said that. Gen looked at her, then explained, I need an immediate distraction. He then pierced the bee's silk. To Rafa's astonishment, the sharp knife cut through a thin, fragile strand in one slice. Game quickly moved to Rafa's side and helped her escape. The two immediately slid straight down. Game landed very lightly, while Rafa, less experienced, fell hard to the ground. Above, Little One and Virgo were surrounded by the bee swarm and dared not breathe heavily. Rafa was a bit embarrassed and said sorry, still hard to move. Game reassured her, it's okay. At this time, he had time to observe around and picked up a spear. Rafa, there are weapons here, do whatever you can. Game quickly outlined the plan, I will distract them. You will increase our numbers, Rafa asked confusedly. Distract them how? He looked at her confidently. You didn't notice? Then escape first. He jumped into the air. This place defies the laws of physics. Seeing Game floating mid-air, Rafa was still vague on what physics meant, but quickly stabilized her thoughts. Don't worry, I need to rescue the others. Saying that, Rafa went to rescue Rock. She threatened him, drop your weapon, and help me if you want to live. After a quick and persistent effort cutting all the bee silk, from one neat cut to a stronger one, Rafa successfully rescued her tribe members. She anxiously asked VG, can you stand? He pretended to be grateful and said, I will be the commander. Thank you for letting me come. Finally, Rafa tried to support VG. I have to wait until the insect tribe moves. He was a bit sulky and asked, yes, but you can't rescue me first? She bluntly asked, if I do, will you let him live? Not hearing clearly, he was full of anger, his tone sarcastic. Are you insulting me? I am nothing if not practical. He is a fantastic meat shield. Returning to me, VG and Rafa asked, Rafa, how many of us have been rescued? She calculated for a moment and replied, I count 18. He smiled arrogantly and said, that's more than enough to fight against the BA insect tribe. Unexpectedly, Hem shattered Rafa's thought, but it's no longer BA. Look at Rock's fierce face swinging the axe straight at the monster's head, seeing the monsters simultaneously rushing to attack, coming to destroy. Rafa leapt into the air, escaping the monster's fierce attack. A cold glance flashed behind from Rafa's eyes, sharp as a sword. The boy was pressed against the cliff, trembling all over, screaming in panic. A foot swiftly slid across the ground as if driven by something. Urgently, Rafa dashed like lightning, swinging her hand fiercely. A flash of steel gleamed as it struck the monster. Her eyes never left the hard-earned result after much effort. That BA monster! Rafa's voice was resolute and angry, echoing across the battlefield. Help me fight it! Without hesitation, the kid ran headlong as if chased by an AI. Forgive me, I still have a family. Rafa's eyes were full of astonishment upon hearing those words. What? Negligence? That caused her to be suddenly attacked by the monster. Rafa was hit unexpectedly, falling to the ground, her weapon flying from her hand. Trembling, she struggled to crawl up. She reached out to grab the weapon that fell to the ground. The monster suddenly swung its claw, tightly gripping Rafa's arm. The pain made her scream. 7 resounding sounds echoed through the space. Rafa's eyes widened in horror as the monster stirred, preparing to strike. Helpless, her eyes glistened with tears. No, not like this. Gen rushed forward, the stick in his hand forcefully pressing the monster's head down to the ground. A stick stabbed straight into the monster's eye socket. A stream of blue liquid flowed out. His eyes showed regret. Sorry, I'm late, he panted heavily. Rafa looked up. The fear in her eyes hadn't yet faded. Despite the deep stab, the monster's eye twitched unusually. Seeing that scene, Game stood frozen, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He pressed the stick harder. The stick plunged deeper into the monster's eye. Rafa's eyes widened, her lips slightly curled, clearly showing rising fear. She hurriedly raised both hands to cover her face in horror. Even though it was just a shadow reflection, the savagery was haunting. Gen's face was fierce, the stick raised high. Come on! Why are you? Under intense pressure, the monster's eye bulged out of its socket. Die, without mercy. Game swung the stick straight at the wounded eye. His powerful strike drove the stick deep into the monster's eye socket. Game pulled the stick out. Then he rushed toward her, holding Rafa's small body in his arms. With a slow turn, Hem left behind a look that sparked provocation. I have her now, kid, don't worry. Gen gently placed his hand on her head. Is she still alive? Hem immediately responded. Her arm is broken and she's out. Hearing that, Game sighed, then smiled softly. I owe our crazy goddess once again. He frowned, eyes showing curiosity. Are you gentle with us? You usually don't care much about goblins, Gen smiled mysteriously. I have my reasons. You take care of her while I help the others. As he turned away, a word of encouragement was spoken. Keep it up. Hearing that, Rafa involuntarily paused, then gently turned her head, eyes sparkling with embarrassment. I don't have time for him. His face showed calculation. Sorry, buddy, you lead. I'm bleeding, that's how it is. Take her away. He carried Rafa horizontally on his body. All right, but if you die, don't blame me. His hand tightened on the weapon. Don't worry, I'll be back. Hem looked up at the giant monster preparing to attack. After a bit of fun, the giant spider's body lay motionless, flipped over, having just endured a battle. The spider's gaze was fixed on the people in front. Choosing prey, the mage's wide eyes glanced as if not understanding what was happening. Rafa couldn't hide her suspicion and called out, Hem, hurry. His face twisted with discomfort and curious eyes. What's going on? Mage, why don't you use your magic on that thing? The mage was furious, flames blazing around her as if burning her soul. I tried hard, but that crazy DK is damn dangerous. He won't escape, he shouted angrily, explaining while a bit enraged. I am Rock Remerson, Moloch's undefeated son of the Western Hill region. You will die by my hand. Hem charged forward, whistling fiercely, eyes full of determination. The one blocking the way was him. He frowned, his voice full of irritation. The mage's face twisted in pain, clutching his head. You traitor! How dare you! The mage closed his eyes, raising his hand as magical light gradually appeared. Oh no. Keeper of the sky and sea, Great One, please hear our prayer. Grant us your power so we can defeat your enemies. The pendant emitted a dazzling blue light, awakening a dormant force. Magical energy surged forward, striking the giant spider. A bomb-like explosion echoed. Hem looked up, eyes shining brightly with hope for success. The giant spider silently hid behind a layer of dusty bones, barely visible. Every joint in his hand tensed from strain. Will it work? How big a rock do I need to smash this? The axe swung high. Hem charged straight at the giant spider like a fierce storm. His sharp gaze locked onto the spider, ready for a precise strike. The gleaming axe was raised. Hem shouted loudly, revealing his intent. I guess we'll do it the old way. He couldn't hide his surprise. His face darkened. Damn it, the attack just missed. The giant spider managed to dodge the deadly slash just in time. Rock's face showed satisfaction as he mocked, that was a terrible miss. He knelt, one hand supporting himself to avoid falling, then sighed, I love you too much. The big spider's massive body faced both of them challengingly. Every attack missed. Hem's eyes blazed with determination as he braced himself and shouted like thunder. Move to the left! His anger surged. Drog shoved him aside. I am Drog Remus, son of Moloch, undefeated. His shout was full of frustration. What? Get out of the way! Now! Amid the argument, the spider's sharp claws, as wide as both of them, silently observed. A premonition warned something very wrong was happening. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out, ready to grab his weapon. Maybe I should. He suddenly stopped. His hand clenched tightly as if trying to suppress something rising inside. Though his heart burned like fire, he forced himself to be patient and wait a little longer. I can't do much to change things now. I'll wait a bit more. Hearing the sigh, Gen glanced over with a thoughtful look. I'll need to find someone to heal that arm when this is over. Her arm is broken, and she has several broken ribs and is immobilized. Easy to fix. I'll give it to her. It will help keep her away from it for a while until we can do something about the arm. Hem's serious expression showed in his calm and decisive voice. Will you be gentle with us? He usually didn't care much about goblins. His eyes narrowed as he tried to find some peace amid the chaos. In his mind, he wondered if she would be kinder to him when this was over. He didn't know if this girl bore any ill will toward him. But behind his wide-open eyes was a heart full of worry, clearly visible despite his efforts to hide it. The panicked mage fled, but still glanced back at the spider closely following behind. What do we need to kill this thing? Damn, its armor is black too. His tense face reflected extreme panic. I don't know, Miss Mage. Drog's face was drenched in sweat, streams running down. I am Drog Remus, son of Moloch. He could no longer hold back and shouted, We know. Shut up and run. Voices overlapped and echoed. What are we? Everything seemed to weigh heavily after this moment. When it neared the cliff edge, we'll jump aside. The fall might kill it. Drog stopped amid the chaos. The calm mage spoke up. Stand firm. The giant spider paused, facing all three as if challenging them. His mind tangled like a knot. The mage muttered complaints about the plan being too much. The spider's roar thundered loudly, making the air oppressive. Surprise showed clearly on the faces of the mage and San, unaware of what was about to happen. Hem's body was now floating in the air, completely unconscious and unresponsive. His body seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly opened. Hem looked around, wondering where he was. The insect tribe had attacked him, and while pondering his own issues, a sudden noise echoed. He stopped talking and glanced toward the sound. On the other side was a giant bug facing a group of people standing at the cliff's edge, embracing each other. Out of fear, Hen struggled and shouted, Where's my axe? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find it, so he decided to improvise. Hen glanced up, observing the terrain and noticing several rocks floating in the air. In his mind, a few ideas spontaneously arose. He smiled with bright eyes, the giant face of the bug accompanying it, along with two gleaming eyes. Drool dripped long from its mouth. It locked onto its prey and advanced, its eyes blazing as it lunged toward the fearful mage who covered his face with both hands. She was too scared to look directly at it when a stone suddenly fell on the bug's head, crushing it instantly. The mage, hearing the noise, curiously reached out with both hands. His eyes slowly opened, observing everyone in shock. That bug had been crushed by the stone. A man in armor there shouted, The gods have saved us. The mage used his ears to listen carefully, then inadvertently looked up and caught sight of Hem. Hem was nimbly jumping on some rocks. The mage smiled reassuringly and said, That's right. I guess they did it. Rock grabbed the hammer and stood up beside the bug. With his hands, he lifted the hammer while shouting, Game. Carry on with Rafa. He looked a bit tired. Rock looked at him with contempt, laughing as he said, Look, the coward has arrived. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and pushed him. He shouted and fell forward. Hay sat astride the bug and warned in a stern voice, Watch your mouth, idiot. He and the harem's protector saved us. Sang also spoke up to defend. Indeed, without them, we'd be inside those cocoons. Until we became insect food, you should show some respect. Rock coughed and snapped back at him. You'll learn what respect means, you purple-faced sex slave. Aren't you in the eastern lands crawling at the feet of a pink-skinned man? Unafraid, Sand retorted. I don't crawl at anyone's feet. Before this, I was a gladiator, you red idiot, and before that, a master sailor. Because Edros was insulted, he angrily said, Oh, the only master your kind knows is the pink-skinned invaders. Seeing him lose his temper, he provoked further. Yours will soon follow if all DKs are treated like you. Rock angrily punched his chest and shouted, There's no one like me. I am Rock Remerson, son of Moloch, champion of the Western Mountains, future leader of the Drama tribe. And you dare challenge me? But as he just opened his eyes, he panicked and shouted, What is that? Where is San? Worried, he ran to Rafa and asked, Game, will she be okay? He gently laid her down and answered, I was about to splint her arm, though I don't know if it might cause a different reaction. I asked the mage for help, but she said she couldn't heal her yet. San gently bowed and said, Then let me help you. I have plenty of experience caring for broken bones. Gen stood up straight and said, Thanks. By the way, I don't know your name. He wrapped the bandage and replied, San Kafa, son of Kafa Ramun. San slightly raised his head, looking at him with trust, and said, I'm happy to serve you, Lep, the Liberator. Game awkwardly replied, yes, just call me Lep. Suddenly remembering something, he asked San, are you a sailor? Sometimes I want to hear about your journeys. He closed his eyes with difficulty and said, when time permits, we will drink together. Suddenly, a noise startled both of them. San asked, did you hear that? This is Rock over there shouting, these lands will bow before me. I will carve my name among the gods. VG snapped, shut up, you fool. Then he pointed and said, look. His finger pointed to the butterfly ahead, a giant glowing butterfly. Gen looked on helplessly, sighed, and exclaimed, nonsense. The bug's corpse was still there, slowly rotting, when suddenly a hand emerged along with a roaring shout. Someone was crawling out. It seemed like they were trying to crawl out from inside the bug's body. The person looked around, fumbling for something. He pushed himself up and said, there must be something here I can use. He touched a bag lightly, which suddenly glowed faintly. Game smirked and shouted, bingo. Then a voice called out, you can never stop stealing, huh? He startled, turned around, and asked, what? Who's there? Game sat on the bug's back, looked at him, and said, hello, this is the spirit calling your name, Lep. Game sighed in relief and said, oh, it's you. Finally, you decided to wake up, huh? He stood up, leaning on his hands, and said, you made a lot of noise. He agreed with him. Yes, trying to keep us alive. We can do it. He took the glowing stone and explained, and I'm not stealing. I'm working hard to keep us alive, unlike some others. Game lowered his voice and said, you're the one who put me to sleep. He looked around and replied, to keep you away from me. That's what I have to do, you gently answer me. I know I share memories. Now the game suddenly looks back at you and asks if you know why I did that. Why do you complain? You're a bit sad, saying because you're so dangerous that he tightly holds the stone in his hand and asks again what you mean. Dangerous? In the game's mind, suspicion arises. You don't remember how you got here? The scene shifts to when a giant purple glowing butterfly appears, perched on the wall. Suddenly it screams, its body starts trembling. At that moment, the game is confused, looking in the direction Virgo points. From afar, a large swarm of bugs is running toward them. They follow each other in a line, running forward. At this time, the game shouts loudly and points the way for everyone. Everyone joins forces to scratch and claw. The first bug dies immediately. Then the AI bugs crawl one by one inside its body, covered in blue blood spilling out. Some people stay behind trying to push the bug's corpse down. Behind are hundreds of small bugs rushing forward. The remaining people luckily hold on to it, then all together jump down the cliff. The AI also tries hard to cling to the giant corpse, trying to hold on there until the fall. After hearing the story, he laughs and says, I remember now. The game continues. They didn't even ask you. They just did it. They trust you, knowing what you're doing. He tilts his head slightly and says, they know I have the right solution, so they followed me. We don't have many options. You reaffirm to him. They didn't follow me because of fear, but because they believe in you. Even VG knows what you're capable of. And that is what makes you dangerous. The game suddenly blanks out, his eyes slightly furrowed. The game decides to give up and asks, all right, if you think I'm too dangerous, what should I do? You have the right to invade my memories. You know what will happen if I don't do something. Your people won't have a future if they stay in the cave. You helplessly say, you just need to lead them out. The other plans you're making, you can't give up on that. Why are you serious? Tell me. Your people need to stand on their own feet if they want a future, unless they find the strength to control their own destiny. Otherwise, they'll become slaves to others. His eyes sharp, eyebrows furrowed. Then he sighs and says, maybe I wasn't born a boogie, but I'm pretty sure I'll die like one. I have no intention of dying as a slave. If you don't like how I do things, you can go back to sleep. Suddenly, the AI voice calls out. The game pulls out the glowing stone and shouts loudly, there's an AI over there. After saying that, he quickly uncovers everything and runs to investigate. After searching, he sees Rafa lying motionless. The game asks from behind, is she hurt? He shakes his head slightly and replies, looks worse than before. Also, she's still unconscious because of the medicine we gave her. And the tribe has affected her a lot, he says, then supports Rafa up, looks around and asks, but why is it just her and me? What happened to the others? A sigh echoes along with footsteps and a voice calling out. Tarak, who slowly walks over from afar and groans, come to the fire, unite with me. In the dark night, his eyes roll up with an angry voice, shouting at Rafa. Rafa sits unconscious beside the wall, her bound hand gently placed on top. Gen runs over from afar, raising a bag and says, I found some food and water from other places, but it's not much and there's no sign of other AIs. Gen looks around irritated and asks, So where did they all go? You sigh and reply, well, there are two ways out of here without going deeper into the pit. We can go this way or that way. There are paths on both sides. The game is surprised and asks again, why were they separated? You shrug and answer his question. That's a good question, but either way, we have to choose a direction to go. He looks at you, carefully taking care of Rafa, and says, maybe they went exploring and plan to meet back here. We should stay where we are. Suddenly you turn and ask the game, did you hear anything? He calmly replies, no. Where are you going? You hurriedly exclaim, Maria, Maria, is that you? He vaguely asks Lep, what are you doing? You don't answer but rush off. I'm going to Maria's place, wait for me. Gen tries to chase and calls back to Lep. That's a trap. You have to. But before finishing, your shadow gradually fades away, leaving only his voice. Kataga from afar laughs angrily and says, from now on, you will be known as Lep the Liberator. You hold a torch in your hand, standing there watching the flames burn the demons. Now the game just stands, watching people holding axes and hammers, and seemingly holding up a head toward you. You sigh and say again to the game, I could end it right here. If I let him go, I will be free. We will be free to speak now then. Game's hand gradually tightened. You ran to hug Goza and said, Goza, I promise that no matter what happens, I will always be your brother. After saying that, Game and everyone joyfully cheered and shared drinks with everyone. They have found it. You licked your lips and said to Kui, what I will do in the future is to make this world a better place. I promise you that. And to him, however, on the other side, Game was trying to break free from his own thoughts. All he did was lie. I can't believe him. The scene changed. A woman's hand grabbed a man's hand tightly and pulled him. Boga held Lep's hand and said, let's go, Lep. But he dreamily asked, where is Brutus? She looked at him affectionately and said, he is waiting for us. Finally, we can be together. You don't have to fight. His eyes suddenly saddened and asked again, no need to fight. But Boga took his hand and held both sides of his face and explained, it's over. Lep, it's finished. They have returned him to us. They have returned him to us. It's time to rest at this moment. Lep stubbornly said, but Boris, they need you. She looked at him with sympathy and said, Lep, we need you. We are your family, not them. Boris pointed out and said, look, Brutus is waiting for us, and Brutus behind also spoke. Let's go, buddy, what are you waiting for? She grabbed Lep's hand again and pulled him away. I'm really happy, Lep, I missed you so much. Just a little more, and we can be together forever. Lep was gradually enchanted. Theo said, that's right, together suddenly. Game appeared from nowhere with an angry look. He punched him straight in the face, causing a distortion on the side. Voice here, internal power, shouted, wake up! Lep opened his eyes wide. His gaze became vacant, looking at the two. Bogut behind Game still urged, Lep, we need you now. Lep finally regained consciousness, shouted, they are not real. Bohais suddenly turned into a zombie, especially calling Lep to come. Things gradually went into darkness. Her back was all. Game glanced and called, let's go. He put on his gear and began to argue. I guess we know why hip-hop didn't come here. They fear that thing, whatever it is. Jen stood with arms crossed, asked, where will we go? You immediately answered, stay away from that thing. Maybe we will find VG there with others, he asked. Game VG at SAO, is him. You just carried Rafa on your back and answered that uses the people closest to us. And to trap us, he thought. Who does VG care about most? He nodded, satisfied, and said, I understand. Then you looked up with a questioning face and said, and Game? He showed no expression, but just turned around, said, right? Game smiled, said, thanks for trusting me. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, replied, I need to do my part. You looked at Game with bright eyes full of faith, said, from now on if I do anything wrong, tell me. Okay, I need you to keep me honest. Let's agree. Then the two shook hands and said, agreed, finally. Game took Theo and Rafa and said, all right, let's go find where the others have gone. Game looked down at the lake, sadly said, it's been many hours. Still no sign of AI. You looked up and heard a conversation. We are going the wrong way, right? Or maybe they have already left. OS was sitting in a cave with a few people and said, the ancients have come a series of temples. They act like gates, and if you stand on a temple, you can be taken to a temple on another floor at will. OS wondered, asked, then why are there expeditions at SAO? Jen remembered that bridge and explained, they can move several people at once, and it takes time to reopen. Besides the highest level, BA was destroyed by Jira before they realized their function. He angrily cursed the reckless bastards, you continued explaining, and the nobles keep them secret to be able to use them. To escape expeditions if things get difficult. He triumphantly pointed at you, said exactly, if you get stuck on the floor, look for a temple that is your chance to escape. He pointed to the glowing rock by the water basin and said, if we disappear, so does our food and this water. Rafa confusedly asked Lep, where are we? Game answered slowly, get up, you are injured. He pointed to the blue stream and said, We are on a lower floor somewhere. We escaped here, Rafa curiously asked. Is that water? I'm so thirsty. Game hesitated, said yes, that is water. But she still hurriedly said, but what is it? He explained. I'm not sure if it's safe to drink. Rafa sadly lowered her head and cried out in regret. He pointed to her arm and asked, how does your arm feel? She looked at her arm and softly replied, very numb. Game comforted. That is the herb San applied on it. It helps him not get hurt too much. We will find someone who can heal. Rafa's eyes welled up with tears as she turned her head to the side and begged, please. Lep, do you know Bungu? He doesn't waste money on me. If I'm lucky, I'll be thrown into the harem pit. If not, I'd rather die here than try to explain to her. No one has to die. I said we would find someone to heal. If he doesn't pay, I have favors I can call in. She suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, you mean that, right? Really? He sighed and said, I already told you, didn't I? Rafa suddenly flared up with anger, accusing him bitterly. If you do that, I will do anything, even marry you, Game said confusingly. I don't think that was a proposal or a threat. This time Rafa angrily shouted, hey! He raised his eyebrows and said, I guess you're serious. She nearly warned with her tone. A life for a life, that's how people live. Game slightly smirked, watching her expression. He decided to indulge her. All right, I will take your life, he lowered his voice to advise her. But I don't need a bride or a slave. I need a free mind, knowledge, and your loyalty. Will you give that to us? Rafa softened and said, you want me to become a member of your council, the War Maiden? Jen suggested. That's my treasure, take it, or... A clear tear suddenly fell to the ground. Rafa covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably. Seeing this, he suddenly became confused. He exclaimed, hey! Rafa's hand seemed to have power as she grabbed the water bucket in front of her. Then with one hand, she raised it and drank fiercely. Jen panicked and shouted, hey, what are you doing? That could be poisonous. She threw the bucket down hard, wiped her tears, and declared, this is my bond with you. Before the gods, I swear I will loyally serve you. If I must die, it is to serve you. Jen was shocked by her statement. His eyes briefly narrowed as if scheming something. Jen suddenly grabbed the water bucket and drank it despite Rafa's screams. What the hell are you doing? No, he drank the whole bucket and disdainfully said, this is my bond with you as your master. If we die, let it be on the same day. The two sat motionless, face to face, without a sound. She suddenly blushed, lost in thought. Isn't this the linking ceremony? Game suddenly called her. Rafa, startling her. Reflexively, she answered, yes. He looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze and asked how she felt. She hurriedly replied, I feel fine. Jen brushed his hands and stood up, saying, me too. So, in the end, it's not poisonous. I'll get more water, then we'll continue. Rafa innocently asked, where are we going? He just turned his back and said, we will find some thieves and take some food for us and maybe get help. Looking into the distance with determination, he said, and if that doesn't work, the two approached the lake and looked down at the water's surface. A dead blue demon lay motionless on the ground, holding a golden string in his hand. Game bent down to observe and said, I guess in the end, we are not alone. Rafa curiously asked, what did this do to him? He glanced around and said, I don't know, but Game's eyes suddenly focused on a stone with a symbol, two crossed lines, and a triangle suddenly glowing. Rafa comforted him. I think we'll find out soon. Game didn't answer her but continued, according to my effect, and jumped aside. Rafa was scared but only dared to quietly ask, is it above us? He repeated, according to my command, jumped aside, then shouted, now jump. At the spot where the two had just stood, a giant creature lunged down. She asked, what is that? Game examined it for a moment and said, I think it's a monster revealing its true form. He suddenly shouted, Rock! Game spoke regretfully. Anyway, what's left of him? Rock growled loudly. We called for you, and you didn't come. He started growling louder. We provide you perfection, and Draxton stepped forward to invite them to join. Rafa stepped back a bit and asked, was he this big before? Game also sighed a little. It did something to him. She grabbed his wrist and said, Lep, let's run. He immediately refused her. I don't run from threats, and I don't intend to start now. She angrily shouted, are you crazy? Rock just approached and said, come, and you'll know. A gourd was thrown out and stuck to the cloud. The spikes on his back. Now he pulled her hand and ran. All right, now let's run. She was confused, running while asking, what is happening? A commanding voice rang out, OVA, do it! And Draxton's whole body burst into fierce flames. He screamed amidst the burning fire surrounding him. Rafa looked at him and asked, how did he know about the game without answering, standing with her staring at the fire for a long time before explaining. When we examined the corpse, I saw a sign of monster hunting, meaning an ambush was written next to the body. I didn't move, so the student could shoot well. A person stepped out from the darkness and praised, saying, "You made a great bait." VG pointed at the man's head and said he wondered why he wrote that sign, but now I see its wisdom. He looked at the fire and continued, "It's a pity they are no longer a challenge, but their weakness in firepower is our advantage." Game then asked if there were many of them. VG shook his head slightly and said, "This is the last thing we know. It attacked our group. Right after we reached the bottom of the abyss, he told you we had to run away until we knew what we were fighting against. You then said, 'By the way, thanks for leaving me behind.' His eyes schemed as he told you we didn't know where you were. That was a strategic decision. You rolled your eyes and said sharply, 'I bet so.' No wonder it didn't affect you." Gen pointed to the bag on Hem's shoulder, reminding him that was his bag. He laughed and said, "Sure, kid, minus a few gourds of yours. I have 6 bags already," then said it had a good purpose. Hem stood watching and said, "We're really glad to meet you, kid." Gen glanced up and said, "The way you said that made me think it wasn't just simply seeing me alive. So what's going on?" Virgil and Hem looked at each other, lost in thought. Suddenly Rafa shouted, "These things are amazing. We found these while searching for a temple." She suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Hey, that's the girl," staring intently at the images on the rock wall. OVA looked on and said, "Exactly. That surprised me too. Boogie and the insect tribe cooperating to fight goblins? How could that happen?" San stood beside and added, "Art has many forms. Maybe that was their dream." Game asked everyone if they had found a temple yet. Hem shook his head slightly and replied, "We don't know." Then he pointed at the rock wall and said, "We hope you can find it." Everyone stood beneath a giant golden door. Game turned curiously and asked if he had tried to check it. VG replied, "We did, but there seemed to be no mechanism to open it." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. I wondered if Gen, curious, reached out to touch the door and pushed it open. Suddenly, he fell into a pitch-black void and panicked, shouting, "What's this? Where am I?" Suddenly, a voice came from the statue. "Leonard Aaron Vanderstein, I await you." The weary army continued walking. Everyone was starving and looked haggard. One of them was pouring the last drops of water from a bottle. Another soldier angrily shouted, "Hey, leave some for me," then complained, "You drank it all. We only have that much water left." The other soldier teased mockingly, "Poor thing. If you want more water, ask Hui." The other soldier hesitated and said, "It's because of the commander that we're in this situation. Each floor has a shrine, so why do we have to walk back up?" The other soldier laughed and explained, "If you were Bungu, would you return to see your father empty-handed? He needs a lot of faint crystals." At this point, the remaining soldier's stomach growled loudly as he struggled to reply. "So can he use the shrines to get food for us?" "No, he made us lose most of our supplies during the attack." He just showed a displeased face and glanced at Bungu. Bungu also has to have the premise to pay off debts when he returns. "Do you think he cares about us? If he did, he would have brought water and cooking oil for us already." Then the two looked over at Grace. "Hey, Grace still has food, right? Some people still do. Hey, aren't we more important than those guys? We're mages after all. The expedition can't succeed without us." Then the two laughed smugly. "That's right, they owe us. We'll force them to hand over all their food. If they refuse, we'll show them who's the boss here." Suddenly, Jack appeared from behind, grabbed the two by the collars, and angrily shouted, "Who's the boss here?" The two guys looked scared and flattered, saying, "We didn't mean that." Jack's face darkened and threatened, "You know we need bait to hunt the insect tribe, and I think I found 2 volunteers." The two guys turned pale with fear and shouted, "OV," suddenly stepped forward and said, "Jack, let them go. We'll have trouble if the goblins notice." The soldier teased with a joking face, "Right? If you don't let us go, it'll be a big problem." Jack frowned, thought for a moment, then agreed, and directly let the two down, causing them to collapse. Vac grabbed their bell and warned, "You can't use magic without this. Behave properly, and maybe I'll return it." An angry soldier shouted, "Hey, give it here quickly." Vac couldn't tolerate his attitude, glancing at him, then turning to Vaughn with a smile. "Have you agreed to my proposal?" He lowered his head sadly. "Sorry, we can't join your army." Hearing this, Vac advised Vaughn, "Even we only have a little supplies left, and other units are almost out. Now is not the time for acting alone." But Vander was still determined. "We can't join. We need to wait longer." Vok placed his hand on his shoulder with sympathy. "I want to return too, but he sacrificed for me, just like Lep sacrificed for you. Don't waste their sacrifice." Vander shook his head firmly. "I'm sorry, Jack. No more persuasion. He can only remind us. Remember, Voger's soldiers are also searching for supplies." Vaughn didn't trust Jack either. OS, the ruler, wouldn't do such things. He walked away, leaving a remark, "I hope you're right." Vaughn's men were a bit worried, standing dumbfounded watching. On the other side, Vara led Grace's troops around. Suddenly, she looked elsewhere and saw other Grace members greeting her. Vara happily greeted back, then took off her heavy hat and walked to a beautiful patch of grass. She gently approached Vaughn, who softly asked, "How was the patrol?" Vara smiled and replied, "We encountered more traitors than insect tribes." He sighed helplessly. "I wish I could run away like them." Vara looked at him curiously. "Then what would Lep think?" Only Vaughn bowed sadly. "He will understand. Tell me." "He always tells me to choose wisely." She smiled. "He must have his reasons for choosing you. You have to trust him and yourself." But Vaughn was still heartbroken. "He has more experience than me." Vara understood his deep feelings. She could only comfort him. "But your subordinates all trust you. I've heard what they say about you, and they believe in you. Otherwise, why would no one leave?" Vaughn thought it was for another reason. "Because we have supplies. If supplies run out, they will leave too." Vara was a bit worried hearing this. "Then only you and I will be left." Suddenly, Vaughn became sincere. "Vara, I'm sorry about San and the others. I didn't mean that." Vara looked at him affectionately. "You're your child, your person. Don't give up, or you'll regret it later." He hit his head hard. "You're right. I'm nothing but a coward now. I don't have anything. I'm trying to control everything, but it's really stressful, you know?" Vara still kindly advised. "My commander always says don't focus on what you can't control, but focus on what you can." Vaughn understood and was impressed. "That's pretty wise." Vara laughed. "When he's not drunk, he's like that, but he rarely isn't drunk." He thought for a long time about what he could control. How? Vara gently broke off a flower branch and gave it to Vaughn. "You look sad, so I give you this." Suddenly, Vaughn shouted, "That's right, exactly." Then he turned and hugged Vara, making her blush shyly. "Thank you," he said and ran off, leaving her surprised. "Thank you so much." Vara stood embarrassed, clenching her hands. "You're welcome." Vaughn went back to his tribe, sat down, and started drawing something. He spread his hands over some flower seeds and said, "I need everyone to help me find these." "Yes." Jen was a bit annoyed, crossing his arms. "Young man, we're on a mission. We have to hunt insect tribes, even Gun." Gun was also a bit irritated, pouting. "He's right. Vaughn, we can't find these things before setting up camp." Vaughn was confident in his thoughts, but surely there had to be a way. At this time, Vara suggested, "Can't you ask other elves for help?" Then she looked at two others with curiosity. "How is this possible?" They hesitated slightly before explaining. "It's not that we don't want their help, miss, but they won't help unless they benefit." Vaughn appeared very calm. "Ask them for help." Jem was startled and reminded him, "It's not that we don't want to ask for their help, miss, but they won't help us unless they benefit." And Voon said very calmly, "Asking them for help." Jem was startled and reminded him, "If we do that, they will demand our supplies as exchange, and then we won't have much left." And Voon also said bluntly, "Anyway, we don't have enough supplies to return. Let's contact other commanders and ask for their help." He shrugged helplessly. "Following your lead." Commander Gunn started working, he observed around, then took advantage of their negligence to cut seedling plants with a knife. Jem over there also directed people to secretly steal seeds and supplies after completing the mission. Voon lit a fire on a large pan, he said seriously. "I think everything is ready." Jem handed me the salt. Jen gave Voon a heavy box of salt and instructed him, "Be careful, boy, it's very heavy." Vara was shocked to see him pour the entire box of salt into the pan. "Vaughn, what are you doing?" Vaughn calmly explained. "When I was young, my mother used to save salt. Every time we added salt, she would set some aside. My mother would take the saved salt to make a large batch. When the salt was hot, she would add it to the seeds and dry powder pieces she had prepared beforehand. We already have fried salt." Vaughn didn't hesitate to give some to Vara to try. After tasting it, she immediately exclaimed how delicious it was. Suddenly, Gunn shyly touched Vaughn's back and called out. He reflexively replied yes. When he turned around, Gunn was a bit scared, pointing at the hungry people behind, saying, "You probably need to add more." Vaughn was not worried at all. Ben smiled and said, "That's why I told you to take plenty of salt." Each batch of fried salt was formed like that. Everyone talked and laughed happily. Gathering around the hot pans, Vaughn affectionately said to Vara, "Thank you." She shyly asked why. "I didn't do anything." Vaughn lowered his head and then sighed in relief. "You reminded me to be more realistic. I was very scared. You made me feel like I was helped a lot." Vara also felt his sincerity. "It is my honor." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Did I interrupt you two?" Vac appeared behind, smiling mysteriously. "Congratulations on finding a lot of food for us." Vaughn stood up humbly and said, "It's not much, but at least we can cook some seeds and things we couldn't cook before. Without oil or water, we think doing it this way, we can go home." Jack admired inwardly with some pride and said Lep was right to choose both the person and me. At this moment, Vaughn scratched his neck and suggested, Jack, I don't like you and don't trust you, but today I remembered there's something we can't do alone. The two shook hands to cooperate. So, do you want an alliance? Our combined strength will last until we return to the city. Suddenly, Gray ran up urgently to report. Commander Jack frowned angrily and asked what's the matter. Unexpectedly, someone whispered in his ear, and he immediately became fearful. Vaughn was a little cautious. Something's wrong. Vac turned coldly and said it seems our alliance was formed unwillingly. Then he frowned with a serious expression. Tumo ambushed and killed Oscar. Vaughn immediately became tense, meaning the next target would be us. Tumo regretted not being able to hold back and sobbed uncontrollably. This shouldn't have happened. I didn't mean to kill him. He sat down beside Oscar's corpse. The blood-stained sword pointed at him. Why did Oscar attack me? Suddenly, Tumo was tapped on the shoulder with comforting words that were as cold as ice. Oh, come on now. Why act like the apocalypse is coming? Even so, he's not your real brother. Hearing this, he turned around abruptly, eyes brimming with tears, and picked up the sword again. Tumo shouted angrily, the sword tip still bloody just an inch from the guy. It's your fault, Bo-Do-Bot. If you don't, Bo-Do-Bot remained calm, agreeing to your proposal, but his gaze sharpened like steel. You're the one who approached me, Tumo. You trapped me. You pretended to be our friend. I only blame Borderbird for hiding his wolf tail too well behind kindness and decency. Is it a sin, boy? Many of my peers would deny this, but we are all goblins, and our ancestors were once humans. Tumo yelled furiously. How dare a blue-skinned one say that, let alone one who betrays his own people to the goblins? He continued speaking without shame. We only do whatever it takes to survive. That doesn't mean we can't help each other. In the end, he couldn't act. He collapsed in sorrow and cried, You're an idiot, and I'm an even bigger idiot. I listened to you and ruined my life. I deserve all the consequences. Bodo-Bot looked at him with pity. Foolish. I never thought you'd give up before atoning for your mistakes. He rewound the moment OS slashed the tent and charged in like a hungry tiger. I wanted to meet you, and I'm glad you accepted. Tumo quickly noticed he was wearing gloves. However, I'm also worried your brothers will discover OS. Without much talk, he rushed forward. He also caught a weapon like the one seen before. I was right. Tumo fought him but staggered uneasily and was pushed back. After that, he noticed on the wooden table behind him a bottle of magic potion. OS suddenly froze, witnessing Tumo knocking the strange liquid together, and the next moment he was enveloped by an inexhaustible source of energy. Losing control, he stabbed a blow into his belly. Tumo bit their lips, tears streaming as the liquid you gave me made me unaware of what I was doing. I just wanted him to stop attacking me, Bodorbert helplessly advised. I warned you that thing has side effects, but in the end you still chose to drink it. He turned away, denying it. Even though the incident has happened, there's no way to change it. I also want to give you time to overcome this shock, but that is too luxurious for us at this moment. The Grey Elves are forced to drag gem carts under slavery. The expedition is gradually coming to an end. Right now, we need your strength and wisdom more than ever. 4 bungos are always arrogant and overbearing. The Grey Elf tribe must rise up. Only then can we hope. The future bungo must never be allowed to return to the surface, and his lineage must be cut off as soon as possible. He bitterly smiled sarcastically. You think I'm a fool? Tumo frankly accused that we are ruled by any demon tribe. It doesn't matter. But your tribe, the green-skinned ones, will always climb on our backs. Bodorbert slowly shook his head. That's a thing of the past. But now everything has changed. The rules have changed. The red flag with the eagle symbol asserts dominance, he explained. The Gira people no longer decide their own fate. They are now just pawns of the Brazilian Republic. He didn't expect that handshake agreement to be so fragile. I thought the Republic only traded with other races. Boderbert mentioned the soldiers with feathered hats and golden armor. That's how it all started. At first, they exchanged among themselves. Then they hired mercenaries to do the work. He narrated how the light swords quietly ended the lives of the people. The Republic used mercenaries to commit all kinds of crimes until those soldiers were hated more than the Republic itself. Brazil's power is invincible to this day. When people like Bak or DK were isolated, no one came to help them, leaving them oppressed and enslaved. Tumo was a bit doubtful. So the Gira people still fell into this trap? The agreement between Brazil and Bungo was to continue the slavery system. Bodorbert replied, Then we will soon have a new master. They are people we cannot overthrow, he concluded indifferently, unless you act right now. He was troubled by a question. Why me? Why not my father or him? The outfit sighed. Your father is a great man, but with limited thinking. He is a gang leader, not a king. Both your older brothers, Balo and Loser, are unsuitable. Tumo turned to look at OS's body, lying face down on the ground. OS also firmly denied. That man is too loyal to your father's vision and mindset, not to mention his lack of determination. Than attacked you without giving you a chance to explain. What kind of leader would he be? Bodhisattva spoke firmly. No one but you can save us. He began persuading him. We can end this chaos. Tumo will no longer suffer pain and humiliation under the tyrant's hands. Tumo was not yet submissive. What do green-skinned nobles know about pain? The boy Bodhisattva sincerely extended his hand. Pain does not discriminate race, species, or class. Remember this, kid. This will be the last time I make an offer. Will you join me? He accepted the handshake, but with one condition. No more expeditions. We will live on the surface. We will continue searching for mist crystals. But we must have human rights. Not be slaves. He grinned satisfactorily. Bododo bent slightly. You made the right choice, Tumo. And from now on I will try my best. You must face your own problems regardless of the noisy voices outside. Tumo interrupted sharply. Wait. He frowned, not getting angry. One more thing. I want Jack and Vaughn eliminated. He was very pleased with this. Don't worry, my friend. Everything is already underway. Tumo glared gloomily, glanced at OS again. You may go. Bodorbert lifted the tent flap and stepped out. Subordinates were waiting. Your belongings, sir. He grabbed the towel and wiped his hands clean. Thank you. He couldn't believe he had shaken hands with that trash. He feared his brothers were very angry, sir. Are you sure he will survive? Bodorbert threw the towel to his subordinate. He will live. It's fate. Now it's time to inform the others. The cunning goblins regarding our agreement, don't forget to smuggle as many mist crystals as possible when you return. I also need to offer a tribute to the priestess of Ziga. He constantly guards his life, hoping you predict correctly, Kataga. If 2 mobs come, they will take my head. I hear footsteps. Someone is running hurriedly in the cave, their footsteps getting faster, creating a lot of noise. A man with a headscarf and his companions are pushing a small cart. Filled with precious stones, he panicked and stopped when he saw a sharp sword pointed right in front of him. Vara stood solemnly, coldly brandishing her sword. Answer quickly. What is your task? The man with the headscarf raised his hands in surrender, hesitatingly replying, I am delivering a letter to Lord Ruin. He approached and gently patted her shoulder. He spoke persuasively to let him pass. Vara recognized him and stood watching as he bent his legs and ran away. Does anyone think he is a bug tribe member? Vara sheathed her sword and replied, I'm not sure. Someone told me that tunnels without bug tribe members are empty, but who can be certain? Ruin twisted his wrist and blew out smoke. Those damn goblins said these tunnels are shortcuts to the 4th floor, but we've been walking quite a while. We must be close. She listened and coldly said, Yeah, I also hope we can leave this place soon. The man with the headscarf knelt fearfully before Bungu and respectfully spoke, My lord, one of the mineral carts broke an axle and asked us to stop for repairs. He clenched his hands, irritated, and asked how long the repair would take. He hesitated and answered, They need to unload the goods before fixing, so it might take quite some time. Bungu glanced at Borderbird. Feeling the gaze, he tensed and exclaimed, Oh gods, this tunnel is dangerous enough already. Can't we just leave that cart? He grew impatient and shouted angrily, Repeat that! You intend to bring those few things back? I should have let you return and left the cart behind. Bodebert startled, cautiously replying, May I ask, my lord, why don't we leave a group of seasoned warriors to guard the cart? To protect the cart and continue the journey, Jack's group can stay behind and guard it until it can catch up with us. Hearing this, Bungu was surprised. Jack's group? But they are some of my best warriors. He didn't dare look him in the eye, nervously and carefully voicing his opinion. That's why we should let them stay there, in case they encounter difficulties, my lord. These tunnels might still be dangerous. Bungu gradually calmed down after hearing this. All right, I understand your point. This is still a dangerous place. He focused his gaze elsewhere. Vara stood among the crowd unnoticed, but Bungu's eyes were fixed on her. He turned to Borderbird and ordered him to send the warrior back to support them. The man was surprised. My lord, she is the last warrior on the expedition. Bungu smiled slyly and firmly ordered, It must be her. The fewer details she reveals to the warriors waiting on the surface, the better for us. Vara still didn't know what was going on. She was busy talking with Ruin. Bodebert reluctantly obeyed the order. Yes, my lord. The wheel was propped against the stone wall. Nearby, many people surrounded the small cart, repairing the wheel. Vaughn stood with gun, watching in another direction. He turned his head back and asked, Vara, what are you doing here? She replied as she approached. I was asked to return to help everyone. Vaughn scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, good thing you're here. Vara smiled shyly, tilting her head and bashfully replied, I'm also glad to see you again. After speaking, she quickly turned her face away. He also shyly looked away. Jack and Gun behind them watched the two and laughed teasingly. He slapped Vaughn hard on the back, teasing, What's going on? Didn't you just say you wanted to talk to her? So? She's right here. He got angry. Shut up, Gun. Gun DRG was curious. You want to talk to me? Vaughn forced a smile and quickly denied. Hey, it's nothing. Don't mind it, Hun excitedly interrupted. Vaughn felt cold and needed her to warm him up. He quickly covered Hun's mouth and explained, She's my food. I just said I wish we had some fried, salted dish like I made before. Vara smiled brightly and replied, My food? I just said, I wish there was a fried salt dish here like the one I made before. Vera smiled brightly in response. That's right. I also wish we could make that dish again. She looked around, then asked, You don't have many warriors here, do you? Aren't you afraid of the insect tribe? Voon answered comfortably, not really afraid. They've all gone. Even the walls are cracked and dry, proving they haven't returned for a long time. We're quite lucky. Then Jen came forward and said, I don't think so. I talked to the craftsman, and the vehicle was cut 1/0. It naturally broke down, and Jack agreed and added, Think about who could do that. Voon tried to give a guess. The workers didn't want to pull the vehicle anymore. He seriously pondered maybe, or someone wanted us to get stuck behind. He stood with crossed arms, wondering, asking Tumo why. He still doubted after hearing this. Jack said, since Oscar White died, he hasn't done anything else. He answered with an annoyed tone. He is Virgil's son. He wouldn't attack head on. Gunn saw everyone tense and hesitated to suggest, how about we add more guards beside the tunnels? Vaughn immediately accepted. Good idea. Gunn, you join the rear guard team. He raised his hand to volunteer. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. There was a strange noise under Gunn's feet. He curiously looked down. What is it? Gunn picked up a strange blue stone and asked, Why is this here? A strong wind blew inside the cave. Along with strange noises echoing, Jack, Vaughn, Vara, Jem, and Gunn quickly looked over and were on high alert. Everyone shared the same thought. The guard team. Vaughn glanced at Jack in surprise, wondering what it was. He looked toward the sound and shouted, Trouble! Then Gunn felt extremely tense. Everyone, I think we have a problem. Vara was curious and asked, What is it? He raised the blue stone he picked up. The stone was wriggling continuously, and Vaughn carefully observed the stone Gunn was holding, then made a judgment. This is the scent trail of the insect tribe. He frowned, his expression serious, and asked in a low voice, Where did you find it, Gunn? He pointed in another direction and nervously recounted, It was right at the path, along with a pile of rubble. I think someone hid it here to lure the insect tribe. Vaughn immediately realized what that meant, and Jem also understood the problem and added, It's a trap. Rack asked about the rear guard situation. How far are they? Hun pointed behind and replied, About 50 kilometers at the left fork. He expressed his opinion that if we go now, we can still escape. Vara agreed with Hun's idea and suggested, Yes, we need to leave this vehicle and run away. Before they arrive here, it's the only way. Vaughn stood silently without responding. Vaughn and Jack looked at each other wide-eyed after hearing that. She felt confused and asked, So what about him? He rubbed his neck awkwardly and explained, The thing is, if we return without the minerals, they will execute us for failing the mission. Hun was annoyed and said, Whatever the plan is, we must do it quickly. They have caught the guard team already. Then next will be us. Vaughn agreed and shouted decisively, He's right. We have to go. Those who can fight will go to stop them. If we're lucky, they might just be explorers, and we can easily confront them. The others will stay here to finish repairs and load the cargo. He ordered him, Gun, take that thing as far away from here as possible, then throw it into some hole. Gunn covered his nose with one hand and held the stone with the other, replying, Got it. Jack said, Anyway, this thing smells bad. As everyone began to leave, Vaughn suddenly spoke up to stop them. Wait, he nervously expressed an idea. The cave has many tall rocks, and dust is spreading in the air. Gunn hid behind a tall rock and asked skeptically, Will this work? Vaughn looked at the situation and replied, If they follow the scent, they will enter this cave instead of going to the vehicle. The blue stone was placed right at the path. Gunn asked Vaughn, So why don't we just leave this here and go? He explained the plan more clearly. After they see this, they will search the whole area, and we will have to face them. Better to prepare the plan in advance. Vaughn then looked attentively in another direction, and Ra stood hiding far away, continuously waving and smiling warmly at him. Vaughn blushed and shyly smiled, raising his hand to greet back happily. Gunn found it confusing and asked, Why don't you express your feelings to her? Vaughn pouted disappointedly and replied, She will leave as soon as we reach the surface. Ra also said, It's meaningless. He sighed helplessly and said, Well, let's try. What's the harm, right? Hey, buddy, you don't lose anything. Vaughn reluctantly replied, Yeah, let me think about it. Suddenly, many loud noises were getting closer and clearer. X focused on assessing the situation. Something was approaching. He and Gun hid behind a tall rock. Staring at the source of the noise, he was startled and scared. That's not the scout team. A giant monster appeared. It walked while emitting ear-piercing and terrifying sounds. The large monster looked toward the group of people. Vaughn trembled before its appearance. It was a warrior of the insect tribe. Gun was extremely terrified, losing all willpower. Oh Lord, what should we do now? Vaughn noticed something unusual. Wait, is something wrong? Look, it's coming here alone. He observed the monster and said, I guess it has no AI support. June heard this, but still didn't understand the issue. June asked curiously, then what? Without other units transmitting orders to them, they will be more easily confused. We can take advantage of this, Vaughn agreed with him, tense, telling Jack, that's right, Gun. This is our best chance. He quickly grabbed his weapon and moved to change position. Vaughn had figured out a plan. We will attack its antennae from two sides. Immediately understanding, they knew its vision would become worse, and it would almost have no ability to defend itself without antennae. Jack was quick-witted, and Vara put on her helmet, speaking in a deep voice. Stand behind me. I have more combat experience. He immediately spoke up. We will do it together. She glanced at Vaughn and smiled gently. All right, let's finish this. Then I'll warm up anything you want. Hearing that, he blushed, his mind racing with imagination, responding awkwardly. Okay. Vaughn shouted loudly. It's here! It's huge! Vara charged forward bravely, leading the attack. Let's go, Vaughn. She used tall rocks as a springboard to jump and move quickly. Rax wielded his axe and charged along with Vara, surrounding the monster. In the blink of an eye, its horns were chopped in half. The monster startled and screamed in pain. We did it! It's blind now. Let's push it toward the stone spikes. Jem and Vaughn pressed it against the cave ceiling with sharp stakes, so the stone spikes above would pierce the monster. He saw many large rocks falling. Tense, he realized the cave was about to collapse. Vaughn hurriedly shouted a warning for everyone to duck. Suddenly, something hit him. Vaughn was pushed down, dizzy, holding his head as he sat up. He looked ahead, eyes wide in shock. Vaughn panicked and screamed, Vara, no! She was pinned under the rocks, motionless. He rushed over, trying to remove the stones from her mouth, repeatedly begging, Please don't die! Please don't die! Gun, seeing this from afar, shouted a warning. Vaughn stood up. We don't have time for this. That thing is still alive, and more insect tribe members are coming. Vaughn was shocked upon hearing this. He turned his head to look back. This time, two giant monsters appeared. Darkness surrounded them. Game was confused, not understanding the situation or where they were. Farran's voice echoed, Leonard Aaron van der Steeg, I've been waiting for you a long time. At the satellite station, a fierce battle was taking place. Red-armored soldiers continuously attacked forward. The blue-armored soldiers were all injured and collapsed. The system announced, neutral zone between the Euphoria Technocracy and the United States Empire. The 13th assault on Trench 42A of the Empire. Blue-armored soldiers lay fallen everywhere. The system provided specific numbers, 132 wounded in this assault. A sergeant stirred his fingers, then mustered all his strength to sit up. The sergeant raised his hand and clenched his mask. He threw the mask off, causing a loud, ear-piercing noise. Then he coughed painfully. The sergeant lifted his head, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the silent space. The sergeant quickly turned toward the sound. A figure dressed like him was approaching through the fire. The sergeant took a defensive stance, holding his gun, and asked, Who are you? Show your ID. The approaching person was Vaughn. I'm from Unit 2406. Sorry to startle you. The sergeant relaxed slightly. 2406. You're in the 3rd guard post? Thank God. Where are the others from your unit? Vaughn, still masked, approached. I'm the only one, the sergeant confirmed. What about the rest of your team? He gritted his teeth and whispered, They're all dead, Sergeant. You're the only one I found. This information shocked him. He immediately denied it, uncertain. There must be others alive. We need to find them. Vaughn tried to reassure the sergeant. We can't move too much. It's too dangerous. However, the sergeant was determined. We need to act now. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. He wondered what the sound was. Before understanding, he quickly pushed the sergeant forward. Immediately after, a terrible explosion occurred where they stood. He lay on the ground, worried, calling out, 2406, Private, where are you? Vaughn replied, Here. He approached to check. Are you okay, Sergeant? The sergeant turned painfully, clutching his legs. Vaughn carefully examined his wound. The bullet fragment had pierced through to the thigh bone. I'll stop the bleeding, the sergeant gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain. Do it. He looked around and said, We can't do this here. Then they moved to a nearby tank. Inside, Vaughn examined his wound. All right, Sergeant. I need you to lie down and let me give first aid. But the sergeant said, no painkillers needed, just stop the bleeding. Are you sure? It will hurt a lot. He collapsed down, confirming, I can't let my mind go fuzzy. Stop the bleeding quickly. Vaughn accepted the sergeant's request. Up to you. Meanwhile, he checked the tracking device on his arm. Is there any way to contact headquarters in the neutral zone? I think my MCSCO system is malfunctioning, he explained to the sergeant. Sorry, Lieutenant. The connection is lost. Still no contact. He sighed in frustration. What about the mission? Vaughn was busy removing the fragment. We didn't get close enough, Sergeant. It's still on him. The sergeant gritted his teeth and continued talking. So they died for nothing. He used tweezers to remove the largest fragment. You just arrived in the neutral zone, right, Sergeant? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to endure. I'm a reserve mobilized in the 4th Regiment of the Defense Force. Second year. Vaughn kept talking to distract the sergeant. So you're a reserve mobilized. Is this your first or second rotation? He slightly lifted his head to answer. Second. So what? He responded calmly. I've never left the unit. First time I came was in the 10th year. These answers surprised the sergeant. 10 years, huh? Vaughn's face was still hidden behind the mask. Expression unclear. I just do what I need to do, he said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Right. I told my wife the same when I was discharged. She said I was crazy, but I can't live with limited citizenship. I have to have all 10 stars, he added. He was removing the last fragments. Not many options for an orphan, sergeant, especially those who want to become citizens. The last fragment was taken out. Then, Vaughn grabbed a disinfectant spray. The sergeant looked up at him. You love this country, right? This question made Vaughn laugh. No, he didn't answer, just sprayed medicine on the wound. The sergeant was annoyed at being ignored. Did I say something ridiculous? Vaughn's mouth twitched slightly. No, Sergeant. Not exactly. I'm done. Sit still and wait for the medicine to take effect. He struggled to sit up. I thought I wouldn't be able to run anymore. Suddenly, he said, if we wait a bit longer, I think we can sneak back without running. Vaughn's suggestion confused the sergeant. Go back? No, we can't go back. It's not time yet. He revealed his plan. Private, that sensor machine needs to be destroyed. You and I will complete this mission one way or another. Vaughn nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Sergeant, with all due respect, you're crazy. That sensor machine is guarded by 4 guns and dozens of soldiers, a big machine with 2 solar panels in the middle, surrounded by 4 robots. We've lost 3 fleets trying to get it. 2 people can't do it. He stood facing him and mocked. Besides, Sergeant, you can't even stand now, and I have no intention of rushing into that meat grinder again. Vaughn took off his helmet and placed it beside him. He looked up slightly and spoke his mind. I want to wait for the chance to return. The sergeant's eyebrows raised as if reacting to something. I can give you orders, Private. Vaughn squinted and retorted firmly. You can, Sergeant, but I'd rather be court-martialed than stand in front of those guns. His eyes showed clear discomfort, as if suppressing anger. The sergeant bowed his head and sighed heavily. All right, I can't force you. I'll try my luck when the time comes. Vaughn frowned, his face showing rising frustration. His expression briefly changed, curiosity clear in his eyes. Sergeant, do you know who owned the stronghold we occupied a year ago? Of course, the enemy, the sergeant replied with a tired look, squinting. Vaughn seriously recounted everything. I was the one fighting there. A year ago, the enemy occupied that place, and a year before that, it was ours. Year after year, battle after battle, nothing really changes. A year ago, the enemy occupied that place, and a year before that, it was ours. Year after year, this war after war, nothing really changes. The war drags on. This is not war. This is a massacre. Both sides are wiping out their own population. The poor, the refugees, the homeless. They say they will give us citizenship after 15 fights, and no one lasts 6 months. All naive. The storyteller just finished. The sergeant's face showed undeniable shock. We are only defending ourselves. His eyes clearly reflected his inner thoughts. I'm sure the leader on their side said the same. Sergeant, everyone thinks they are good people, although they are not. The sergeant gritted his teeth, eyes wide with horror. Has he been defeated? He glanced away, then calmly answered, No, I'm just stating the truth. I have witnessed more wars than you, Sergeant, enough to know that if you go out there and try to get the sensor, you will die and it means nothing. Life goes on. War goes on and your wife will be alone until the day she can't bear it and moves on. Sergeant was stunned, his eyes gradually covered with confusion and worry. His eyes suddenly drooped as if the weight of memories rushed back. I told her to move on. Vaughn leaned lightly against the wall behind, eyes gazing into the void in front. So what? His voice deepened. Each word carried an undeniable sadness. I told her to move on. I don't want her to wait for someone who may never return. I came here to die 2406. Sir, I hope you can understand that. I will complete the mission without opening my eyes, Vaughn replied coldly. Then it's up to you, though his eyes revealed obvious unease. The sergeant's face showed determination. We will complete the mission, and a bomb explosion echoed amid violent shaking. Vaughn tried to maintain artillery posture. He wondered, turning to them to find us. Then what? Both cautiously glanced through the gap, looking outside. Seeing the people outside, both silently rejoiced. They are ours. They attacked the trench again, suddenly clenched the hat. We have to go out there. We can take advantage of this distraction to attack the sensor. Not far, maybe 150 meters. Sergeant slowly put on his hat. Face still showing hard to hide. Unease, his reassuring words sounded warm and sincere. Sergeant, trust me. You can't do it. He looked tense, as if struggling with himself. But this is our chance. His eyes flickered with doubt, mixed with a frown chance for what Sergeant gritted his teeth. Eyes showed firmness, unshakable to be remembered to do something meaningful for them. To die for some reason, both stood facing each other. Eyes met in silence. Vaughn wondered who dies without hesitation. He answered decisively, my people, those I must lead, those who trust, I will bring them back. Those I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. The giant moon hung suspended, casting a faint light over the fluffy white clouds. Both helped each other walk, not knowing if this time, we have won. Yet, reinforcements are coming, so that's enough to win. Despite the pain, clear on his face, the sergeant's eyes still showed curiosity. I don't know how you can stay calm like that, Private. I want to be strong and brave, but it's really hard. As soon as he finished, Vaughn immediately replied without hesitation. I have something that helps me always go the right way. That's all. He glanced sideways, then timidly asked what makes you want to sacrifice your life. So Vaughn answered indifferently, just assume so, Sergeant. Sergeant's eyes wandered, lost in confusion. As if searching for answers, he seriously instructed, Eric, call me Eric. Vaughn quickly raised his hand, signaling teammates. All right, Eric. Teammates call me Lep, he frowned coldly. And Eric, you're wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference. By living, those who die can't change the world. Only the living can. Sergeant tightly grasped his teammate's hand. So now is not my time. So a smile briefly appeared on Vaughn's lips. I don't think so, but I have no right to say that Vaughn's fleeting look was full of meaning. And Eric, you're wrong. We don't make a difference by dying. We make a difference by living. Those who die can't change the world. Only the living can emit the brilliant blue light. The young man's face appeared clearly. Sincere words, indeed true. Before that scene, Farhan couldn't help but sigh. Right, your past shows you are quite an interesting creature. Leonard Arn, Vandersteel said. Every question sounded full of pressure. What do you want from me? Why am I here? His eyes were empty, as if seeing through everything around. Game's face tensed, arms crossed as if trying to control anger. He bowed his head and spoke slowly. My grandmother always said I'm long-winded. Maybe to just show you. Game's eyes revealed unease as if facing something. What do you intend? A sudden snap sounded like a signal to start something before reacting. Game was sucked into the dark mist. He was gradually stepping into a place even he did not. Where can I call this place? Game suddenly turned his head, eyes full of caution, as if guarding against a fleeting panic, making his whole body step back. Wait, what? Unable to keep balance, Game fell down and sat on the floor. He stood there, frozen, eyes wide open, mouth agape, watching the retreating figure. Huh? He's coming forward with a calm demeanor, the master's eyes full of hope, silently following Farhan. Quickly, tell me some good news. He bowed down respectfully. I convey the message from Graham, Master. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes briefly showed an expression of surprise that was hard to hide. He has resolved the Corrigan issue already? I'll go crazy if I find more of my mines destroyed. He raised his hand to his chest, every movement solemn. Do not worry, Master. His army is currently fighting against the threat from Tusk, and that cursed army is up north. A hearty laugh echoed, full of delight. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Game's eyes deep, as if sinking into silent thoughts. Corrigan. Tusk? According to Game's memory, they had been wiped out after reporting to Farhan. He quietly turned his back and walked away, leaving a lingering silence. His face showed astonishment, as if discovering something at the end of the era of gods. This is a memory from centuries ago. Rand suddenly paused, then spoke in a deep voice. Sir, you know where to call me. I have reported everything you need to proceed to the next step. He stood motionless as if time had stopped right after that sentence. Ace? That person is Ace? The monster who united species and conquered the world? He doesn't resemble anything in the cave paintings at all. The master spoke simply but with weight. Thank you, Farhan. I hope I can trust Graham's words for our benefit. With a solemn look, he raised his hand to his chest and bowed, showing sincerity. Do not worry, master. He will never disappoint you, and today is no different. After speaking, Farhan stood tall and left. Everyone watched his retreating figure as he departed. No one said another word. Each person quietly left the place. The last person stepped over the threshold, and the door slammed shut immediately. Game's eyes still held confusion, his mind trapped among countless thoughts. But why? His face clearly showed bewilderment. He glanced back. Why? Why did Graham act so late? He's against me. Why isn't Graham loyal? But loyal to whom? A painful scream echoed. Game clutched his head. That was SH's thought. Have I gone too far? No, I can't lose. I can't stop it. Too many things to do. Too many things to do. The pain suddenly vanished. Game stood still, turned back and said, "It's easier to just say it, right?" He clenched his fists, his eyes firm. Then he accepted. "I obey SH. SH is his strategist." Farhan's voice rang steadily but coldly. "If it could be said so. I obey one of SH's guardians and the empire you established from the beginning to its decline." Folding his arms across his chest, he silently admired. "Not bad at all," Farhan began explaining clearly. "One thing at a time. I am what you call the predecessor, but I am not a god. There are things beyond my power. There is rise and fall and rise again. I want to restore the empire to its golden age. And to do that, I need a worthy emperor." Game said nothing, just stood with arms crossed, his face showing simmering frustration inside. Farhan spread his arms as if welcoming. "I have waited for Leonard. I have waited for you for a long time." The other raised his eyebrows and replied curtly, "You're mistaken. I am Reborn Boggy, the lowest of the low. I have nothing to give you." He pointed at his brain. "You underestimate yourself. Your body is a boggy but resembles an SH. The foreigner's mind has swallowed the original soul inside." He squinted as if swallowing, like game. The other nodded, saying, "Yes, swallowed like a big fish swallowing a small fish. I understand. Your body's name is Game, right? Strange. Your memories are full of monologues. Your interactions are also unusual." Just as Farhan raised his hand, "I need to check you properly." Jen raised his hand to block and shouted, "Enough!" As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce light appeared. The master's cold face became more interested, then stepped back a bit. "Seems I went too far. I almost lost myself out of curiosity. I apologize." He also didn't recognize that light. "What is that?" The master's hand, though praising, still spoke in a calm, steady voice. "Very good, excellent. Even here, your mind is gradually adapting to the new world and beginning to control it." At this moment, Game couldn't help but be annoyed. "So, you're here. Now get out of my head and talk." He is AI, not a role or an individual. He took the mask. Inside the mask was a void of space, nothing at all. Jealous, but not too surprised. Clearly, he must be something. He put on the mask and replied it was only temporary. "If I don't find a successor soon, the void will continue to expand. I live off the devout who believe in the master and his people, especially those who worship me. Without that, I starve, and this place will devour me." He squinted and said, "So that's why you want to restore that empire. You need followers to prevent yourself from disappearing." Farhan did not deny it. "The more people believe in my master, the more I will revive. So come here, let me grant you the power of SH. So we can restore the world together." Jealous immediately refused. "I refuse." He was quite stunned. "What? I've read enough history to know that power never comes free. There's always a price to pay." Not only that, he didn't even bother to tell me what's inside. Clearly a red flag. "So I refuse. Now, if you take me back, I will pray you find the next person." Even Farhan emitted a strong, pungent aura. "I can crush you like a bug." Despite the threat, he remained calm, arms crossed. "You can, but I don't think you have enough energy left to do that. If you do, you'll need more than just to impress me." He froze, then smiled smugly and continued speaking. "Really? Based on what I see, I think I can escape here without your help. Let's try." He closed his eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them wide. The arrogant kid cursed silently. Farhan placed his hand on his forehead mockingly and left. "It's not as easy as building a fence, Leonard. As you said, my power has limits, and the only way I can regain the energy to send you back is if you become my partner." Game was annoyed. "I don't like being threatened." He tried to lure him further. "Threaten me all you want, this is just a fair exchange. I will give you the energy you need to leave here and gain a place in society, and you will help me with some matters." His attitude softened a bit. "One thing you need to help with is releasing my people to take revenge on my enemies. Only someone like you can accomplish that. My people are sealed like me. Whether you sign a contract with me or not, sooner or later my enemies will be yours." Jealous asked curiously, "Who are those people?" They were masked individuals, standing around Elsa's throne. The other explained, "Yes, I need their obedience, and so do you." Leonard, accept it. You are ready for the challenges ahead. I promise the power to free you lies in your hands. All I need is for you to use that power to grant me freedom. Come with me. I promise I won't lead you astray. Already pressing his face close. Link up then, free us both. Jealous gave up. Fine, let's do it. Hearing that, Farhan clapped his hands. Excellent, you won't regret it. Then he placed both palms beside his head. All right, we must. A surge of power entered his brain, smoke emanating from his entire body. What the hell? What did you just do? Game fainted. The image of Farhan became blurry. Everything will become clear soon, Leonard. I look forward to our cooperation being wonderful. Game opened his eyes wide, then sat up. Where is this? Rafa startled, eyes wide open, then blinked awake. VG smiled confidently. See? He's alive, and I didn't kill him. He asked, confused. How long was I out? The other replied, about 2 hours. Do you know what happened to you? He answered vaguely, not really. Everything's still blurry. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Everyone focused on the sound. A door covered in masks appeared, a crack opening. Look, it's opening, VG asked Game slyly. What a coincidence, he said normally. The door gradually opened wide. Ava asked curiously, I wonder where it leads. San replied, there's only one way to find out. Everyone went deeper inside. Game's hand reached out, touching some branches. Rafa exclaimed, a small, old castle, more like a shrine. Virg warned, we must be careful. There might be a beehive nearby. The young man squinted and pointed in one direction. I don't think so. Look, a stone-eating beehive. If there were a hive here, this place would have eroded long ago. Rafa praised, these buildings are beautiful. He agreed, yes, whoever built them must be an architect. Rem pointed in one direction. That thing doesn't look very old. 2 statues that looked like they were made of gold appeared. How can SAO be so brand new? Maybe there's an invisible barrier protecting it. Is this AI? Next to it, there's a smaller statue. She pointed her hand toward another statue. He stared at the ancient words on it, which said someone betrayed her people out of affection for a monster. That's interesting. Then OVA surprisingly asked if he could read those words. SAOVG calmly replied that AI going to school can read them too. Ain Sadion. Rasha sighed in frustration. Ain Sadion. Everything that fell here is some kind of Ain Sadion. SAOVG annoyedly reminded Rasha, it's Ain Sadion, not Insadion. You are the most famous leader of the goblins. So many things are named after you. He twirled his hand, uninterested, saying he didn't care what it's called, only what can be taken from here. The game was quietly sitting on the wall when someone came to start a conversation. What's up? SAO felt like they were drifting apart. The guy casually replied, nothing, I just made a deal with a monster, that's all. Hearing this, the other person froze. You made a deal? You mean… SAO rubbed his chin. The man said he would solve their problem. Although I doubt his strength is enough to help others, you worriedly asked if he might be using you. SAO calmly said, that's true. He wants me to become a puppet king like SH. Hearing this, the other guy was even more confused. What? Why did you agree to be criticized? The game felt a bit uneasy. I can handle him. Don't worry, you smiled, hoping you knew what you were doing. Rafa approached, confused, asking if you were talking to yourself. SAO didn't avoid and replied, sometimes I do that. Found anything yet? The girl sitting next to him said no. He, SAO, jealously raised an old gun. An old weapon that looked like a magic wand. The girl curiously asked if it still worked. His voice was steady. If you want to commit suicide, just look at that gun. Rafa commented it looked very rusty. The game cut off their conversation. The land around the temple was empty. We found an exit and collected 10 weapons. The game sat up and said, not bad. When OVA returns, we'll see what's out there. What's going on? Seo placed the weapon down and answered curiously. It says our hero. The one who cleansed his father's sins from us. We don't know if it's AI. From afar, someone called out, hey everyone. Ava happily raised her hand and waved. Look what I found hidden. VG frowned and asked if she could read it. She closed her eyes, touched the man, and playfully said no, but he could. VG's whole body radiated anger. Why do I have to do this? The girl made a cute face, trying to act spoiled because she was adorable, but it had the opposite effect. Then OVA smirked. And you need my magic to sew up death. VG annoyed. Damn it. Let me think. Jealous put on a hat. Everyone's back. Let's go. We need to see if there's a better choice than staying one more night in this abandoned temple. Rafa curiously asked what he thought they'd find outside. The other side wasn't very sure either. I don't know. Let's hope it's a better place than here. An old town located in a vast land surrounded by forests and mountains. Hem and the others entered the deserted old town to scout the situation. The sun was blazing. The long abandoned houses were covered in moss. Where are you going? He suddenly ran ahead. The maid shouted annoyed. Where are you going? Jealous looked around, confused, and wondered. Is this city AIs? He looked around for a moment and replied, not AIs. This place is from ancient times, and unlike anywhere I've seen before, Rasa said. After hearing that, he replied, I don't know either. Virgo approached the mage OVA. Do you know anything about these architectures? I've never seen this architectural style before. I know there are many relics of the Great Awakening across many layers, but this area is very different. She pondered a bit, then answered, no, doesn't this place have a familiar scent? I can't explain it, but it feels like I've been here before. He sat down, touched the ground. Interesting. I feel an energy flowing through this place. Virgil focused, sensing through his fingertips. Even after all this time, I believe something here is still alive. SAO looked around and said, maybe it's a border city of the moon. Or maybe a mining plantation. The game agreed. Could be. He looked out after thinking, like a historical relic back home. Like AI tried to build a city on Earth here. Rafa spoke gently. Found something you want to take back? She pointed at a statue, criticizing, why does AI build things like this? The girl didn't feel that way. They're beautiful. It reminds me of those wall paintings we've seen before. Not annoying, just pointing in another direction, mocking and other things. Really a waste. All are different gold pieces on those stone tablets. Before, the houses all had tall stone tablets engraved with strange and hard-to-understand lines. Virgo approached to observe the stone tablet and then spoke. Maybe it's not a waste, unless we know the purpose. We can't judge whether it's useful or not. Gen agreed with Virgo's opinion. That's right, something happened here. Looking at the energy flow through this place, a faint white smoke is drifting around the stone tablet. He made a guess that someone once painstakingly built this place, and they constructed it near the crystal cave network. The smoke must be related. Or give up, no more arguing, you suggested. Okay, they're not too wasteful, but at least we should steal a few things. Google glanced at you and replied, of course, but we have to find the source of the vibrations first. I want to know if this place still has an owner. Everyone began moving deeper into the neighborhood. Game walked while guiding. They all seemed to head toward the city center. Rafa looked at him curiously. What's there? Game expressed hope that it would be the answer. The dazzling sunlight shone down on the tall buildings. The architecture was carefully designed, looking very beautiful and magnificent. The stone tablets were placed in front of each house. The mage's eyes widened in amazement. VG beside him couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment as a giant black orb appeared before everyone. Game excitedly shouted, it's so big! He was completely captivated by the black and beautiful orb. Gem raised his hand to touch the orb, marveling at how wonderful it was. Seeing that, Rafa quickly punched him hard on the head. Gem held his head in pain and gradually regained consciousness, thanking her. Rafa was still drawn to the orb. The black orb attracted him. He moved closer to touch it. Beautiful. Hen's hand almost reached the orb. Game quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Hen was startled and snapped back to alertness. He seriously warned, it's best not to touch it. Burger was also hit on the head by San. Game looked back, intrigued. It seems like it only affects the Grey tribe. Rafa felt tense. Do you think it's a trap? Gen guessed. We have to touch it to know, and I don't think we should do that. The girl pondered and found it reasonable. Right, only fools would touch something suspicious like that. And Sackby sensed something through Rafa's words. The girl was puzzled and asked, why? Game answered quietly, look around. What's missing here? Rafa still didn't understand his words and shrugged, guessing, I don't know, maybe birds? Gen looked around and suggested, not just birds, earth, stones, trash. This city must be hundreds of years old, yet the roads are spotless. Hearing that, Rafa gradually realized something was unusual. So who is maintaining this city? Suddenly, countless arrows appeared from nowhere, flying toward VG. He shouted loudly to warn, enemies incoming. The two games quickly used shields to block in time. An arrow pierced through even his shield, making Game extremely tense. He looked up. A group of people were holding bows aimed at Game. He realized, it seems we just found the answer. Rafa looked at the enemies and wondered, do you think we can communicate with them? They keep saying strange things. Suddenly, one of them was struck down. Rafa shouted angrily, shut up! Gen looked at him helplessly. I was about to say no. An put on a serious face, got ready, and gave the order. All right, everyone get ready. We probably have to fight. The masked enemies jumped down from above, weapons in hand. The masked monsters charged to attack. Hen grabbed his weapon. I'm really tired of fighting. Game got into a ready stance. So are we, VG added. All three of us are like that. The mage didn't back down, her eyes showing determination. We're all tired of this. Rafa hid behind me, my team. Getting ready, the masked monsters approached closely. Both sides charged and fought fiercely. You and the others powerfully knocked the enemies away. Many arrows flew toward Game. He quickly ducked low, agilely dodging all the arrows. Game glanced back with sharp eyes. He dodged an attack aimed at the blind spot of a masked man. Game looked at him, then sarcastically said, "Good aim." He counterattacked directly on the black masked man's body, but it wasn't enough. The man clutched his stomach in pain, staggering unsteadily, and kept saying something in an incomprehensible language. Gen listened but couldn't understand, silently analyzing. What language are they speaking? It's not human language, not Insadion, nor local dialect. After a while, the black masked man collapsed to the ground. The others, seeing this, anxiously looked at him as he tried to tremble and say something to his comrades. The one wearing the blue mask responded in a language only they understood. The hand of the man wearing the black mask gradually disintegrated into dust. The tense Game looked towards everyone. Hem and Grasa were fighting with all their might. Fighting against the Vogger masked men, focusing intensely, continuously shooting arrows. Many enemies were hit by his arrows, while the remaining comrades kept charging forward. The mage and San were in defensive stances, ready to counterattack. Game observed the battle situation and made a judgment that he had to attract their attention. To make things easier for everyone else, they were few but not to be underestimated. The blue masked man raised his hand, signaling, and said something in a strange language. He noticed that with some surprise. All the remaining masked men gradually retreated towards the blue masked man. Game stepped back cautiously. Are they surrendering? No, surely they want me to fight this short guy. The blue masked man advanced alone, rushing forward to attack him. Game carefully observed the opponent's features. The mask color of this one was different, huh? He blocked the attack while smirking sarcastically. You're not very good, huh? The blue masked man stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. He uttered incomprehensible words while rushing to attack quickly. Gen coldly stomped the tip of the blue masked man's spear firmly into the ground, startling him. Game lost patience. He immediately kicked the blue masked man hard. I don't have time to play with training dummies like you. The man in pain clutched his chest. The blue masked man sat up and pointed at Game, then continuously shouted incomprehensible things loudly. Game, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, fought seriously. Probably no more time for play. Suddenly a loud scream was heard. Dodge! Gen was startled, turning around with a surprised look. Damn it, he hurriedly bent his legs and ran away, looking very panicked. Let me through! The masked men were dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Standing frozen as a giant fireball rapidly flew toward them. They were instantly burned, only able to scream in despair. One of them managed to escape quickly. He was running but got hit by VA. Hem looked at the masked man with a fierce gaze. Where do you think you're going? The blue masked man, seeing the scene, helplessly knelt down. He was stunned, uttering words no one understood. A sharp arrow was flying at very high speed. The arrow hit a comrade who was burning right behind him. The blue masked man was surprised, looking at his comrade who turned to dust in seconds. The mask fell, rolling on the ground. Hen went to help Gen stand up. He smiled happily and said, "Finally saw you after waiting so long," you sneered. "You're fine, but I have to help others first." He glanced at the mage with a clearly annoyed look. "Next time, give a warning, okay?" She embarrassedly tapped her head lightly. "Sorry." It was a bit louder. The blue-masked man lay on the ground, continuously whining. At VG's feet, Hen went over wondering who they were. Game gave his judgment. "I think they are disciples of Graham, one of SH's tacticians." He reached down to grab the blue-masked man, and this one would give us the necessary information. As Game touched him, the blue-masked man immediately disappeared, leaving only his mask and clothes, making him astonished, huh? And VG Deung-kung shouted loudly, warning of an archer. He shot arrows at the enemy, but the arrows hit a stone target and broke in half. Seeing this, Gen laughed loudly, teasingly. "I thought you were a sharpshooter." VG irritably told him to be quiet. He turned to look at everyone and asked if they were okay. Rafa nervously made a suggestion. "We're fine, but a few escaped. The sun is setting. We should return to the cave," he agreed. "A bad plan. We don't know what might have followed us from the abyss." Gen stood up, untangling. "In this situation, Sao, we should take a house on the city outskirts and fortify it before nightfall." Hen felt a bit uneasy. Is that safe enough? He couldn't guarantee. We have to try to know. Footsteps of two people running hurriedly. Rosa with a woman carrying a small child. Running very fast as if fleeing someone. She ran while shouting loudly. "Don't stop. We're almost there." She anxiously looked back. "Where's Dad?" The woman reassured. "Groza, Dad is luring them away. Keep running." She and the child hurriedly ran toward a cave ahead. Suddenly, the silhouette of a monster appeared. The woman and Groza were startled and stopped abruptly. She clenched her teeth, not daring to speak. her eyes showing extreme tension. The woman stared intently at the cave, not daring to let her guard down for even a second. She turned her head to look back, observing the woman and noticing a hiding spot. Small enough to temporarily hide inside the cave, she placed the game into the small crevice of the cave, then instructed little Rosa, "Mom needs you to lead your sibling deep into the mountain crevice. The deeper, the better." He panicked, reaching out to hold the woman. "Mom, no," she seriously instructed Rosa in the game. "Mom has to go distract them, and I need you two to stay quiet in there. When there's no one here anymore, come out and run to the gate to call for help." She was extremely worried and tense. "But Mom, the woman cut Rosa off sternly. "This is the only way. Mom is sorry for making you do this alone, but I need you in the game to be safe. Will you help me?" She tried to explain, but the woman didn't listen and firmly instructed Rosa, "Mom needs you to take care of your sibling." She closed her eyes tightly, unwilling to listen further. The woman felt reassured and gave a gentle smile. "That's my daughter." Suddenly, a sound echoed. She panicked and looked over. "It's coming! Hurry into the crevice, Rosa!" She quickly turned her back, pulling the game and urging, "Come on, hurry!" The woman smiled gently before leaving. "Mom loves you too." Only the game and Rosa remained, sitting obediently in the mountain crevice as their mother instructed. A huge monster rushed past the cave crevice. He was so scared he burst into tears. She quickly covered the game's mouth and signaled for silence. Outside, it was very quiet. No sign of the monster running by anymore. He gradually calmed down. The game and Rosa were extremely tense, constantly looking outside. Suddenly, a large claw of the monster hooked into the cave crevice. Its large claw snagged the game's pants, causing him to panic and scream. The game was terrified, continuously crying out, "Rosa, save me!" In the blink of an eye, he was pulled out by the monster. She tried to reach out but couldn't. The game and Rosa were in extreme panic, searching and calling loudly, "Game, where are you?" Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoed, "Where's your sibling, Goza?" She was startled and cautious. The blurry figures of her mother and father appeared, looking very frightening. The horrifying voice kept rising. "We told you to watch it. How could you let it die?" Rosa's mother was scared and cried loudly, hurriedly explaining, "Mom, I didn't. I tried. I really tried." The bloody footsteps approached. Suddenly, two terrifying monsters appeared and attacked. She was scared, closing her eyes tightly and instinctively raising her hands to shield herself. Suddenly, Rosa woke up, sweating profusely all over. She sat up tiredly and told herself, "Another nightmare." Rosa gently touched her forehead, bowed her head, and cried bitterly. She brushed her hair with swollen eyes and a sad mood. Rosa ate alone. As she was about to open the door to leave, a voice stopped her. She paled. Rosa was startled and looked over. "Ah, good morning, Toast." He leaned against the wall and asked, "Another dream?" She sadly nodded and replied, "Yes. When we lost our parents, Toast cared for us. You should rest, so I can inform them." Rosa leaned against the wall and gave a faint smile. "No, there aren't enough people to run the mushroom farm, and too many have been transferred to the mine. If you don't do it, no one will have food." He sighed helplessly. "I understand, but don't push yourself too hard, okay?" She obediently replied, "Okay. Any news about the expedition?" Toast shook his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry." He gestured with his hands, trying to explain and reassure Rosa that they just left a few months ago, so surely something will happen. "Your brother is fine. I'm sure he's still okay." She feels hopeful, strong, but the game Rosa stands up straight and sighs deeply, then tries to calm herself. She smiles gently and speaks, "You're right, Toxic. You need to be optimistic." Rosa tiptoes, shyly kisses Toxic lightly on the cheek. "Yeah." Rosa waves her hand with a bright smile. "Thanks for caring. See you tonight." He blushes deeply, touches his cheek, then shyly replies, "Yeah, see you." Lots of food is spread out on a big box. Rosa stands in front of a food stall, stretches, looks at her plate, then mutters, "Cheese again? They treat us well." Huh. Rosa looks at the water cup beside her, thinking, also beer and mushrooms. Still can't wake up for a while. Then she picks up a sandwich. Surely they're worried. There might be another rebellion because there's still too much to do. Rosa eats while pondering, "Whatever, not my problem." Suddenly, there's chatter that startles her. She turns around. "Hey, did you hear about that attack?" 64. Rosa wipes her mouth unconsciously, paying attention to the conversation at the next table. "Hey, have you heard about the fight?" One of the three female elves is Lore, babbling about overhearing a goblin trying to approach an elf girl. So the elves ganged up and beat him up. Riza bites her spoon, glances over. "Really? Again?" Abalacta vaguely doubts again. "What?" The girl reveals, "Wasn't that just last week?" Hey, Lord frowns, recalling. She continues. That's right. Goblins always do those nasty things. Abalacta suddenly stands up, clenches her fist at her throat like shouting fire. Those stinky goblins. I want to wipe them out. A green-skinned guy hears the shout and turns around. Lord grits her teeth, whispers a signal. Abalacta, quiet. You want us to be discovered? She calmly points behind her. Who? No one would report us. The only one who can hear is that weird girl over there. All three automatically look. Following Abalacta's pointing finger, the weird girl is Rosa, harmlessly sitting on a rock. She looks confused, eyes darting. Sorry, Lord. Quickly turns back to remind Abalacta, you're causing trouble. Riza also frowns, pleading. Come on. You're scaring the girl. She suddenly acts interested. Hey, does she want to join our group? Rosa becomes confused. Really? Lori smirks slightly. Don't worry, we don't bite, she recalls the past teasing, but Abalacta might. She's embarrassed, pretends to be harsh, just once, only once, and you'll never forget it. Lord points and introduces each one. By the way, here's me, Lord, this is Riza, and that's Abalacta. She only pleaded because she's worried about her sister. She's a bit cautious. I'm Goza. Your sister is in the expedition too? My sister as well. Abalacta crosses her arms, thinking and frowning. That idiot went with her. Some dumb gang leader, and then went to fight. Goza drops all defenses, same attitude as her when thinking about the game. My sister, too. The gang leader's sister. She speaks softly, Abalacta. That's why we were transferred to this farm. She's angry. Punched the overseer. Her brother. She's wide-eyed, stunned for a moment, really. Abalacta rolls up her sleeves, showing bulging muscles. He deserved that. Riza interrupts with a few words. That's why no man wants to approach her. You're worse than any man, she grins, monkey-like. I have a boyfriend. Many, actually. The girl remembers the times the goblin guys were choked and dragged away by Abelarda like a pig. They're victims, not boyfriends. She's offended, purses her lips. Riza with two big hands. How dare you? Rosa wanders, then hears Kui calling her from behind. Glad to see you. She sighs. Uncle Kui, don't make a joke out of me. He leans against the wooden door, grinning. Just teasing, kid lost? Rosa closes her eyes, enjoying the peaceful air. No, I'm just walking to relax my mind. Uncle Kui seems to see through her. Remembers the game, huh? If you feel lonely, just drop by my shop. Here I don't have many customers and I want company too. Rosa looks into the shop full of wood items and machines. Everyone has gone on the expedition, sir. He doesn't intend to hide from her or enter the mine, but things will change soon. Rosa curiously asks if he heard any news. Kui suddenly shrinks back, worried. I overheard that a new messenger arrived this morning. She wants to know the truth. The messenger from the expedition? What did they say? He glanced away. No AI knew that the Blue Lamb group was holding a council meeting and not letting any AI in. Rosa's wrinkled face gradually showed worry. Did she think they were okay? Just in case. She placed her hand on her shoulder. Goza, don't try to find bad news unless you really want it. Goza hesitated. You're right, he said, slightly bowing his head. Showing a calm demeanor on the surface, of course. Who wouldn't be worried? She dragged the saw blade, splitting a large mushroom in half. Suddenly, a voice echoed to Goza. Riza urgently reported, Goza, you need to escape. Rosa calmly asked why. Escape? Why? The girl wiped sweat from her forehead. A foreman was looking for her. Huger was holding him back, but he wouldn't be stopped for long. She vaguely sensed a familiar person. Why are they waiting? Riza asked. What does he look like? Riza rubbed his chin, recalling the foreman. Skinny, tense, quite handsome. Weird eyebrows, Rosa thought. Already sure it was AI. She hurried to check. Huger nearby lost his temper and threw a flurry of punches. Toast! I won't let you abuse the girls. He dodged, but didn't counterattack, just raised his hands in surrender. I'm trying to warn you. He seemed not to hear a word. You always try to take them away. Toast realized the situation was getting tense. His mind was like a stretched string about to snap. Listen to me, okay? Another punch came. He blocked it just in time in his arms. The situation reversed in the blink of an eye. Next moment, Toast successfully knocked Huger down. Rosa ran over in panic. Stop, don't hurt him. She reluctantly had to mediate. Thank you for caring about me. I'm sorry, but he's my friend. Rosa strode over to Toast. He's with SAO. You can't just barge into the farm like this. Toast sighed. Goza struggled to say a word. The expedition was ambushed and jealous. She felt like the sky was falling. No mental shield could withstand it. Rosa was supported into Toast's arms, unwilling to face reality at this moment. A new day began. The sky outside was blue and full of sunshine at some abandoned house. Fiji stood by the window, eyes alert, watching outside. Turning back, he saw Game and Rafa awake and teased them. The lovebirds are awake. The girl, annoyed, interrupted. Be quiet, Viva. He went to the kitchen where Hem was cooking. I didn't expect you to know how to cook, Hem answered frankly. Where I live, you either cook yourself or starve. VG focused, watching outside, teasing. Starving seems better than eating your food? Hem angrily retorted. No one's forcing you to eat. Their noise woke the mage, who rubbed his eyes. Hey, you two, shut up. I couldn't sleep last night because of this old carpet. He glanced at her disdainfully. Shut up, Missy. You say you're not snoring, but it's loud. The mage stood up angrily. What did you say? He, also annoyed, warned, silence is golden, girl. Learn to be quiet or I'll teach you myself. She wasn't scared but provoked him. Go ahead and try. While the tension rose, Hem brought food. Enough, you guys. Breakfast is ready. The mage grumpily looked at him. Hem, you too? Hem confidently said, If you want to burn me, go ahead, but there won't be any dessert. She turned around happily. Dessert is ready? Did you really make it? Give me some. Hem was helpless with the mage. You said you wanted something sweet, right? I'll call Grasa and Sandy. They're at the front hall. She immediately agreed and chirped as she went out. Rafa curiously looked at him. So now you make sweets for OVA? Hem stammered. That's her, yes. Soon everyone gathered at the dining table. Grasa ate while praising, This is really delicious. Hem and Game asked him. Where did you get the meat and vegetables? Hem asked. He thought, then answered, I caught some animals and found some plots to grow vegetables. There were broken fences at some houses. He heard and spat food while feeding Grasa, who choked. Worried, Han asked, Are you okay, Grasa? He wiped sweat and looked at him. Wait, you really don't know what a farm is? Hem crossed his arms, annoyed. What do you mean? I've seen mushroom farms before. Virgo sat opposite and added, But he doesn't know what a farm on the surface looks like? Rosa was surprised, looking at him. Really? Virgo explained. Sadly, yes. Very few elves have ever seen the surface world, and those who come up to hunt are heavily taxed. He showed an incredulous expression. How do people tolerate that? I'd go crazy if I couldn't see the sky. He seriously looked at Grasa. We won't be like that. Soon, Bungo's arrogance will lead to a rebellion, and he'll try to suppress it. Then the uprising will break out. He showed doubt, but his leader would agree, right? VG calmly explained. In the past? Probably yes. But now Jira has isolated neighboring countries, and the uprisings have already broken out, and soon the goblins will have to spread their forces too thin. He turned to ask Game, Did you notice the price of food changing? He immediately nodded in response. VG continued. They are using slave labor to develop instead of farming, so the food supply is running out. Gen looked up at him to probe. And you are waiting for the right moment to act, huh? VG bowed his head and smiled lightly. I won't deny that. His eyes held calculation. Chaos breeds opportunity, and I intend to seize that opportunity to become the new clan leader. Everyone at the dining table was stunned and shouted in unison, What? San turned to look at VG and questioned, saying so openly, Don't you know who the mercenaries work for? We will be handsomely rewarded if we hand you over. He smiled mockingly. Come on, San. After so many of your men have been sacrificed, don't pretend you don't hate him like we do. He glanced at Grasa, who cautiously avoided San's gaze and tried to refute. I don't know what you're talking about. VG took a pouch from his body. Of course, as long as I know you will help the entire elf tribe if you keep silent about me. He confidently tossed the small pouch onto the table. And we're all friends here, right? San suspiciously opened the pouch. Inside were 6 blue stones. He calmly sat down to put the treasure in his own pouch. We really are friends, huh? Grasa, after dividing his share, threw his to Grasa, who quickly caught it. Definitely the closest friend. The mage, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. What about me? What do I get? VG rubbed his chin, thinking about her. She would be free and have access to the elf clan leader's entire magic rune collection and his followers. She gave a thumbs up, locking her arms without a care. You don't need to give me anything. I'm not involved in this, and he didn't seem surprised. Of course not. I anticipated that much. I just need you not to interfere for the sake of the people. He turned to look at Rafa and Game, and Rafa nodded in agreement. He tapped the table, calculating. I admit I'm not sure what to give you, Rafa. I suspect your goal is similar to mine. He smiled at Virg. I think my goal is a bit higher than yours. He laughed slyly. You really think I only intend to sit as the elf clan leader? That's just the foundation for bigger things. Game guessed. A king? Virg chuckled. An emperor, someone who can rival Isaac himself. Hen spoke excitedly. Amazing. This guy wants to become another Gelma. He crossed his arms and bluntly commented. Gelma had ambition, but lacked vision. He brought defeat upon himself, and I won't make that mistake again, and neither will you, right? Rafa calmly refuted Virg's words. No, there have been many great kingdoms and empires throughout history. Vigra, and there will be many more, but sooner or later they all fall. Mine will last longer than yours, he hesitated, guessing. So you want immortality? Game immediately denied. No, a legacy. A legacy that will last forever. Both seriously looked into each other's eyes as if trying to read each other's thoughts. Virgil laughed out loud. All right, then my proposal will remain open. We'll see who reaches the peak first, right? Hem spoke, breaking the atmosphere. If you two are done talking, I'll continue eating before my stew gets cold. The mage hurriedly urged, Hurry up, I want dessert. Suddenly a hand was raised. Wait, Hem, while everyone is gathered here, there's something important I want to discuss with everyone. Deep within countless majestic mountain ranges, an abandoned ancient house covered in green moss, sunlight filtering through the dusty vaulted ceiling. Large and small stones were thrown hard against the wall. Now Rafa squatted on the ground, fiddling with something, and spoke. What reason do we have to keep exploring these damn ruins? Meanwhile, Game on the other side crossed his arms and commented, This building is really special. It's different from the others. At that moment, Rafa suddenly threw a huge stone and asked, So, that doesn't mean we need to risk our lives to find out what's inside anymore. If you keep asking me like that, it's really a waste of time. Another person immediately responded, There's no AI that would make your jaw drop. Suddenly, the mage held his staff seriously and asked, Don't you want to return to the other DKs, Rafa? Hearing this, Rafa was carrying another stone on his shoulder, silently not saying anything. After a while, he gently pressed his cheek against it and whispered, No, both you and Gojak are fine, but the others among them might die in the pit, as far as I know. As soon as the words ended, Game immediately questioned, No AI is special, so why do you want to return to SAO? Hearing this, Rafa threw the stone he had just held up and approached. You have to remind me, I thought I had found one. But before we left, I returned home and saw her dealing with another guy. Then he couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh loudly. Seeing that, Game immediately broke into a cold sweat. I guess that's the reaction from the pain. At this moment, Rafa continued. Don't worry about that. She helped me with something. I always hated that guy, and I challenged him to a duel because of what he did. Suddenly, the mage leaned forward, asking the 7 gods, What's going on? Meanwhile, Rafa slightly frowned, judging, she might have him, but she won't be able to have children with him. This statement made everyone present fall silent. Not knowing what to say after a while, the distant mage calmly asked, Sir, do you not have parents? Hearing this, Rafa slightly bowed his head and replied calmly, Maybe I do, but I was raised by a gang somewhere, until I was old enough to go out on my own. As soon as the words ended, the mage unconsciously touched his cheek, pondering, I think life on the surface would be easier, but it seems like it's not much different. At this moment, Sand dragged a large branch and coldly said, It depends on where you live. Some places allow a better life, others don't. A VG sitting on a high rock turned around in astonishment. No matter where you live, your life is just what you create. You control your life, or others control you. Rafa did what he had to do, like all of us. Rafa stared at the newcomer and whispered, You speak some wise things, Reborn. Hearing this, Vogel sarcastically said, The truth is, it's not wise, it's just like that. Below, Rafa glanced at the man and clicked his tongue. The unwise thing is staying outside much longer. They will notice this whole group is missing. At this moment, 3 very strange objects appeared underground. The heavy door gradually opened. Gen held a shield and walked behind, warning, Be careful. We don't know what we're going to find in here. At the same time, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Game then spoke up, admitting, This is not what I expected. Vogel and Ham also widened their eyes in admiration. It's spectacular. This time, I agree with Raphael nearby. Sand broke out in a cold sweat, curious. Which AI could build such a huge place, and why is it here in SAO? Is that the audience hall? But where is the throne? Then they slowly proceeded deeper inside. Gen once again looked up and commented, This is definitely the throne nose we saw from outside. Suddenly, a bright beam of light shot out in front. Sand slightly leaned back to avoid it. Seems like it. And what do you intend to do with these solutions? A mage furrowed his brows thoughtfully. They look like connectors on the shrines in the cave. His long ears perked up. Those are probably the engraved paths to connect different worms together to perform certain functions, so there must be a controlling worm here. While rubbing the symbols on the stone, a voice beside spoke up. Found it! A purple smoke appeared along the inscription in front. Seeing this, the mage panicked and quickly denied. It wasn't me. I just wiped a bit. I didn't use mana on it. Far away, the stone pillars showed the same phenomenon. At this moment, Ham, Rafa, and Game became more excited. Surely they're activating. What should we do? Just wait. Suddenly, a blue illusion appeared, saying, Welcome, raising both arms. Continuing the welcome to Paris City, one of the newest border cities established by the great SH and his followers, dedicated to Graham. Hearing this, Game immediately showed a confused expression. Graham is indeed wise. After hearing the words from the person in front, Game asked again, "Please tell me how I can assist," dedicated to Graham. "Does that mean you are not Graham?" Immediately it seriously replied, "I am the artificial manager of this city, produced at Crom K35. My mission is to keep communications active until Cram returns." It was inevitable. As soon as the words ended, Rafa raised his long sword and asked, "Ra, what is that thing?" However, the manager remained strangely calm and reassured him. "Don't be afraid, young friend. I will not harm any living beings. I exist only to serve the city and my master." Game couldn't help but sweat nervously. "I didn't think that would hurt us, even if it's a system awakening, but not right now." Hearing this, the manager calmly agreed, "That's right, citizen. However, I don't know your name. Please tell me your name so I can input it into my system." At this, Gen stared intently at the person in front and replied, "Lep is my name." As soon as the words ended, the manager responded, "Thank you. That's right, Citizen Lep. I will not harm you or any of your companions nearby." VG was already holding a bow and arrow. "Are you the leader of this group?" The two of them acted out a short conversation. "You are Citizen VG? If a chieftain or king is defined as the leader of this city, then that is incorrect." "Citizen VG, I am merely the manager of this city," Game commented once again. "He seems more like the chief administrator," Gen said immediately, getting straight to the point. That was a reasonable similarity. "Citizen Lep, how can I assist you now?" Game also didn't hesitate to respond. "We want to see your archive." The manager immediately raised his hand. "All right." The heavy door gradually opened. "You will find my archive at the end of the corridor. Now, if you'll excuse me, I will return to my duties." Suddenly, Game had another question. "Wait. If we need your help again, then what?" The manager gradually disappeared, leaving behind a sentence. "When you possess the administrator key, there are very few things I can do that you cannot, Citizen Lep. You shouldn't need further assistance. Have a good day." After hearing this, Rafa was very confused. Looking at Game, "The administrator key?" He said that. "So what does it mean, Lep?" VG right there continued, "That's right, Lep. What he said is true." The manager gradually disappeared, saying, "Have a good day." At this, Rafa was a bit curious. "The administrator key?" Game slightly avoided the question. He said that. "So what does it mean, Lep?" "I'm not sure." Suddenly, Rasa ran up from behind, shouting loudly, "We're in trouble! There's a group of masked monsters standing outside the building." As soon as the words ended, Hem frowned and shouted loudly, "Nonsense! Could it be that guy K35 has betrayed us?" He looked toward the door and added, "If he did that, then the path he opened for us is a trap. We should find another way." At this, San was extremely angry, clenching his teeth. "Do we have enough time for that?" But VG was indecisive. "No, I'm not sure." Game also broke out in a cold sweat. "Then we don't have many options." He raised the shield in his hand and ordered, "Push that tower near the door to block it. That will hold them off for a bit. Follow us." When everyone finished hearing this, they all shouted in unison, "All right." Game looked back and called the others. "Let's go." The four of them, 2 men and 2 women, ran swiftly forward. After a while, Game pointed to a wall covered with countless lines of writing. "VG, what does this mean?" Virgo quickly raised his hand to his chin, thinking, "I need some time." Meanwhile, Zafa approached Game and asked, "I guess this isn't a trap," but Game didn't want to hear anything else and said, "Just say it when we're all outside." Suddenly, Hem ran over and reported, "All right, we've blocked the door, but..." Hearing this, Game was a bit helpless and asked, "But what?" Hem immediately spoke. "Do you remember when Grasa said there was a group of creatures like that?" This made Game a bit curious. System awakening? Also, Hem remembers that huge army. Hanboy added, "We can't get through." "It's a gang, like a real army." After hearing this, Game quickly turned to the silver-haired man. "So we need to leave here." VG immediately nodded and replied, "All right, all right. I think I understand now. It seems this building is arranged by floors and rooms, and this is the list of those locations. On the wall above were countless lines arranged like a historical flow of different eras." Gen stared intently and said, "So, this is the building's directory. I see. Does it list any escape routes?" However, VG ignored this. "No, but I think there is a room that could be very useful to us right now." As soon as the words ended, Game asked without hesitation, "Which room?" So Virgo answered, "The city's armory." Hen looked to the side, sweating profusely, and said to me, "This is not a drill. They're all made of iron, right?" On the other side, Grasa holds up a metal hammer and comments, "No, it's even better than that steel." At the same time, Game waves his hand coldly and orders to check all the rooms. and find weapons suitable for yourselves. We will need the best weapons we have. He looks at the silver-haired man and VG. Unable to hide his curiosity, SAO asks, why? Game suddenly lowers his voice. I know you just want a weapon for yourself, but thank you for pointing out this place. Upon hearing this, VG immediately raises his hand. Don't pity me. Equipping everyone will only increase their own chances of survival. At this moment, Game places both hands on his hips, his tone full of excitement. That's right, that's right. He observes the weapons laid out on the table. Look at that guy. Game frankly comments, it's not practical. It looks like a weapon meant for a commander. He wonders as his hand moves closer to a long sword. But Game suddenly pulls his hand back, clenching his fist tightly, frowning. It doesn't suit me. Maybe I'll leave it for San. However, his gaze suddenly stops at another weapon. Wait, why is there no dust on it? His eyes look further away. All the other weapons seem covered in dust, sweat dripping down his face, but this one is not. Why is that? He tightly grips the weapon in front of him. I guess there's only one way to find out. He turns to look and says, it has great weight and is very well balanced. Not bad. At the same time, a notification appears. New user authorization granted. Begin calibration immediately. Suddenly, a tremor occurs, leaving Game confused. What is this? After a moment, the system reports, synchronization complete. Game lowers his gaze, full of confusion. What's happening? 6 years of data gradually completing, physical foundation established. A dazzling light emits from the weapon as it begins optimizing the user. Game screams in pain. He clenches his teeth tightly. After a while, Game blinks, his eyes open, the pain has disappeared. He raises the weapon in his hand, feeling it lighter than before. Then Game hears Rafa and the mage arguing. They say this room is a special project workshop. I'm not sure we should go in. It might be very dangerous. On the other side, VG also speaks up, then can you wait outside? We'll go in. When we hear them talking on the other side of the room, it's as if they're right next to us. At this moment, the system once again provides information. This has upgraded your current form for optimal combat performance. Upgrades include enhanced senses. Suddenly, Game looks up at its head and asks, wait, you can talk? Instantly, a line of information appears. I can perform many enhanced functions. What can I do for you, Master? Game is extremely confused, huh? At the same time, the system software issues a red alert. Alert, alert, enemies approaching. Heretics are approaching ahead. Countless shadows are running fast. Hem is a bit shocked. What do you think these are? In another scene, VG picks up a sword and comments on the sign outside, saying this is the special project workshop of the armory. Looking at the condition and quality of these weapons, I want to say this is where they develop and store many unique items. As soon as he finishes, Hem is curious. What? Even the mage is trembling and speaking, Sir? Thinking this is where they keep truly excellent things, but this place makes me feel scared. She closes her eyes slightly, drifting into her subconscious. I can feel it from all of them. That AI used mist to create new weapons by mixing it with metal. Meanwhile, Hem keeps sweating. Sir, can you do that? After hearing this, VG slowly explains the matter. Our friend was challenged, I must obey. The female companion with us is neither a mage nor a blacksmith. The mage also touches his chin thoughtfully. The mage's talisman we use to cast magic is made from mist crystals. It certainly can, but the AI wants to make weapons that only mages can use. We are not exactly skilled warriors. At this moment, Virgil pulls a board full of weapons out and says, unless they were not made for mages but for others. Hearing this, Hem becomes very curious. Unless they were not made for mages to use but for others. Hearing this, Hen became extremely curious. You mean there's only one way left to find out? Virg calmly turned back to explain. We found some completed weapons that have been stored somewhere, his two eyebrows furrowed like this. At the same time, it seemed the game sensed something. Rafa immediately realized and asked Lep what was going on. The game quickly got straight to the point. Where are the others? As soon as the words ended, Rafa and San quickly widened their eyes and replied, they were just here a minute ago. What's the problem? Immediately, the game glanced left and right and ordered Rafa, we need to leave immediately. Before finishing, a very loud sound was heard. The leader of the group wearing bird masks pointed at them. Seeing this, Rafa grabbed the golden axe. Damn it. San nearby was extremely tense and asked, is there any other way out, Rafa? At this time, the face was blocked. There's only the window, and they all have bars. Unlike the game, who was extremely calm. Then I guess we have to fight. Rafa stood behind San. At the same time, someone suddenly jumped in front of San. VG mercilessly swung the axe into his back. The game quickly raised his weapon, ready to test how strong he was, and stabbed directly into the head of another guy. Are they always this slow, or is this brought by the system? A notification appeared, this sword group will serve you. Master, please use me to defeat those enemies. Kill them, kill them. Then came a slash that took down 2 of them. Rafa stood while on the ground only cloaks and masks lay scattered. Gen looked at the small but sharp weapon blade. Not bad. His eyes glanced to the side. Gen bowed and left. Follow me. We need to close those doors before they arrive. After hearing this, Grasa immediately slammed the body of a bird-masked enemy to the ground. The 2 entered a room and gently closed the door. The game didn't hesitate and ordered to lock it immediately before being hit. Why do I suddenly feel weaker? But then he realized something was wrong. That enhancement effect only worked when he held it. What? Meanwhile, Grasa kept urging, "Hurry up, Grayskin! There are still many outside." Gen could only plead, "All right, I'm sorry." Elsewhere, San kept pounding on the door to prevent Rafa. Countless weapons blocked the door and were thrown around. San said seriously, "I'm not sure it will hold for long." Hem still seemed unaware. "Damn it, what did we miss?" The game, standing opposite, said, "It seems that AI just went shopping." Immediately, Hen picked up a shining weapon and praised, "Awesome. We found a place with a pile of strange weapons behind." VG also raised his sword. It seems like a workshop. Most weapons were incomplete, but these 2 seemed finished. Rafa stood opposite the mage and asked, "Is there nothing else?" The mage immediately sighed. "I already have my staff." Meanwhile, the game was still examining other weapons. "Looks like steel, huh?" Hen commented. "It's even better than steel," OVA said. "It contains mist crystals." After hearing this, the game was a bit curious. Would that make the weapon more brittle? As soon as he finished speaking, VG glanced at the weapon of the other person. "It seems these weapons are designed to use mana in some way, although I still don't know how." Hearing this, the game glanced to the side at the sword. "Are these weapons like you?" Immediately, the system provided information. "They are creations of a great master, but your companions are primitive people. They cannot unlock their potential." At this time, Hen broke out in a cold sweat. "You mean we can't go out? We just need to create an escape route." He slowly turned his head elsewhere. Hen placed his hand on the wall. "All right, let's do it." He stood ready to swing his weapon. An explosion immediately occurred. Smoke and dust gradually cleared, creating an escape hole. The game looked up at the sky. "Are you serious, system?" The system again announced, "This means they will not be able to unlock the full potential of that weapon. It's only a small part of what they are capable of." Despite the game's praise, useful information. Tell me more about them. Well done. Hem, the other guy, kept kissing his weapon. "This is my new baby, right?" "Baby." Rafa peeked from behind the wall. "Looks great." Hen urged, "Let's go, everyone. The baby is equipped to smash things." After going outside, Virgil sarcastically said, "We shouldn't let him have anything," but the game stopped him. "Don't ruin it. He's happy." After hearing this, Virgil could only sigh as if he couldn't stand it. After a while, the game raised his weapon and asked, "Are there enemies nearby?" The system notified, "Enemies have been attracted by the noise. But I can guide you, sir. I will lead your group to safety." Upon hearing this, game quickly notified, "My weapon said there are many enemies coming. We better move," which made VG a bit confused. "Your weapon can talk?" However, the game ignored it, waving his hand and saying, "I will explain later. Let's go, the 4 of us." Game hid behind the wall, observing the masked crowd. The other 3 were extremely tense and spoke one after another. "There are too many of them. What should we do now?" "That's right, they are everywhere. The best way is to run away. Get out of the city as soon as possible." "Right, but which direction should we run?" At this moment, the system announced, "Attention! A group of losers is approaching from the south. Please go to the nearest teleport shrine for evacuation." After hearing this, Game was very calm and said, "All right, then I guess they are coming from the south. Where is the nearest shrine?" Suddenly, the system abruptly stopped him. "Wait a moment. Searching for the city's teleport shrine, it is to the north from our current location. Hurry and get to the gate immediately." "Sir, the current survival rate is not in your favor." After a moment, Game waved his hand, signaling to act. "We can't leave these people alone." "What? How many do we have to kill before they find out here? Do they care if they die?" Meanwhile, the system kept providing information. "They are the 7 failed experiments of the Creator, abandoned and left in their own devices. Putting them out of their misery is an act of mercy." Game ran while exchanging information. "What about K35? What? Something tells me he is not just a manager." Immediately, the system recreated the illusion of Manager K3535, who played an important role as assistant to a founder. He was the sole observer of the founder's final great experiment. As soon as the words ended, Game immediately guessed. "I understand now. And what did that great experiment require?" the system explained. "Trying to raise citizens without using the creator's power. The eldest child of SH tried to grant power to servants, like how his father did." At this, Game's eyebrows furrowed. "This creator with the power to enhance others, is that SH?" Immediately, the system replied, I have no records of SH's presence. In the last experiment, Game glanced left and right. Of course not. That would have made things easier. The system boldly guessed from your position you can see the nearest shrine over there. Suddenly, Game ordered to stop. This made VG a bit puzzled. What? As soon as the words ended, Game quickly answered, we can see a shrine from here. Does AI detect it? No. But VG was still very confused. Why are you looking for a shrine and how do you know you can see it from here? After hearing this, Game looked left and right. I remember seeing one before we arrived at the city. If it is like those on the lower floors, it can teleport us out of here. VG agreed. That would be convenient if that's true. Suddenly, the mage holding the staff pointed forward. It's over there, see? Sun answered with a slight tremble. It's just outside the north gate on top of the hill. It's something yellow. Rafa immediately looked at Game and asked, is that right? Lep, but you don't seem very happy. Maybe, maybe not. Then Game ordered another person. OVA. It really is a teleport shrine. How long will it take to get us out of here? Immediately the mage rested his chin on his hand. I can't say for sure, but it will take some time. As soon as the words ended, Game tilted his head. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Rafa was sweating and asked, what? Immediately Game explained, the hill looks quite exposed. As soon as we get up there, they will discover us, especially with OVA when casting spells. He furrowed his brows. Should we wait until nightfall? However, the mage slapped the opponent and mocked, idiot. It's even worse. The ritual will create a lot of light, but VG remained very calm. Maybe we need to distract them, Game seriously demanded. I don't think we can take them all. Some will run up the hill if they see something happening. As soon as the words ended, VG frowned and continued. However, it can still buy us some time. Some of us will light fires in the south to distract them, while others would protect the hill. After hearing this, Game just silently thought. Suddenly, Game raised his hand to wave. All right. Any volunteers? VG furrowed his brows and said softly, I am the fastest runner here. Then I will be the one to go. After hearing this, Game immediately agreed. All right then, that's good, but you shouldn't go alone. Hem, go with him. As soon as the words ended, Hem was a bit angry. Me? With him? Seeing that, Game quickly stopped him. You are the second fastest runner here, and you have a new axe, right? Just don't let it be buried in VG, okay? If he deserves it, we need him. So Hem could only sigh. All right, but you'd better wait for me before leaving. Then Game loudly said, we will start moving as soon as we see smoke. Go there immediately. At this time, Hen was pulling a board with something on it. He used his hand to pile everything into a high heap. This is all I could find from that house. Most of these things are flammable when rotten. Add them in. I couldn't find much either, but these things are enough to attract their attention. Then Hen angrily threatened, can you help? You know already? VG always has hands and feet. I'm helping here. This will help us stay away before the fire starts, increasing our chances of survival. After hearing this, Hem immediately squinted one eye. Yes, I know. Good thinking. After a while, VG raised the tightened rope. You're feeling the opposite, right? To praise me? However, Hem showed a careless face. That's right. Don't care. As soon as the words ended, VG slightly bowed his head. I won't. I suspect I will need your kind. Always dying in battle too young. But Hem still questioned. What do you mean by that? After hearing, VG calmly said, exactly, in my opinion, all emotions and lack of restraint, if not for me. Vac or Lep, you would have died long ago. As soon as the words ended, Hen reminded, I'm not the one constantly losing my center. Authority. Although I must admit Jelma has a nice axe. VG couldn't help but grit his teeth, extremely angry. But Hem also has the fighting spirit. In the end, you revealed your true nature, right? All right, fight each other. VG shouted loudly. Fool, your foolishness brought them here. We are surrounded. In another development, Game and the system were conversing in the subconscious. Are there any creatures around the temple? No. The losers are currently gathering in the city. He closed his eyes and praised. Well done. Behind, Vit put both hands on his hips and said, I don't think this is a good idea. Suddenly, the system alerted. Warning, stranger detected. At the same time, Vet continued, sorry, Game, I think this is the best way for us to escape here. He pointed to the sharp tip of the weapon. I'm not talking about your plan, I'm talking to her. Vet was very curious. The sword bearer is female? Vet slowly examined. There is a girl's soul inside, but it feels off. You shouldn't trust her. Ignoring the system's warning, you're in the way, you're obstructing my master, you keep judging. She felt distorted and broken. The system immediately refuted. That's a lie, this is all. Ready to eliminate sin from the world for the glory of SH, for the glory of the Empire. Then Vet stood with arms crossed behind. Got it? That's crazy. Lep has a reason for being left behind. Meanwhile, the system kept sending distress signals to the master. This is distracting you, sir. It will be purified. This only needs your command. Two voices kept echoing in the ear. Game, eliminate her, purify him. He could only sit in despair, doing nothing. A self-satisfied, foolish, mindless stake. After a while, he couldn't help but signal both to be quiet. One AI was purified or left behind, end. Suddenly, Rafa unexpectedly pointed forward and said, Lep, is that a signal? Countless masked bird guards stood in the yard, one of them sitting idly looking into the distance. In the sky, a white bird suddenly flew over. He immediately took a bow and prepared to shoot. The sharp arrow pointed straight at the bird perched, but behind that person something obstructed. The newcomer whistled. Hey, bird guy. Then comrades elsewhere only saw his figure flying in midair, swinging the sword down too loudly. Rasa thought it was a surprise attack, but that was not surprising at all. Now Ra also gave another guy a blow. He seemed surprised, quickly joining everyone else. It didn't matter. Ending them quickly before seeing that, a masked birdman hurriedly blew a horn to signal. Game was a bit bored, not bothering to speak. He raised his spear, ready to throw. A hit landed right on the opponent's body. Game showed a very scary expression. Then he touched his hair with his hand. I forgot what would happen when losing connection with her. No wonder she was left in the warehouse. At the same time, a sneak attacker appeared from behind, but he was kicked down by an AI's foot. Rafa appeared in time, asking if he was okay. Hearing that, Game immediately stabbed the sharp spear tip into the enemy's body. Just need a little time. Then Rafa gently reminded, just a little carelessness and they will take the chance to kill. Be careful. After hearing that, Game quickly replied, got it. At the same time, the mage asked about everyone. Here they are. SAO immediately. Grasa and San responded, seems so. As for that whistle, SAO, then Game slung his weapon over his shoulder, saying, what else can we do about what happened? Our job is to move quickly, he urged everyone. Let's go. After a while, the group was standing in the lush green grass. Grasa pointed forward, saying, there it is. In front was a long-abandoned palace, then everyone went inside together. Game ordered OVA to quickly get us out of here. Everyone else find a place and keep watch. The mage placed one foot on a higher step, replied, I know. She looked at the giant symbol on the ground, admiring, amazing. Never seen one this big before. Suddenly, something made the mage freeze. Seeing that, Game quickly asked what's wrong, SAO, but the mage found it very hard to explain. No, it's just a bit different from the others I've had. When Game was about to say more, she was stopped by a voice. Rafa pointed down, reporting seeing them. Seeing that, Game calmly replied, they must have heard the whistle, only a few, but enough to be bad. If VG and Hem weren't here, far away were some masked birdmen. Game began planning. We need to buy time for OVA. Rafa, stay here and watch her. He bowed his head slightly and said in a low voice, San and Grasa, follow me. At this time, Rafa gently touched her injured arm. Damn it, I should be beside them. Something behind caught her attention. Rafa looked at the girl trembling non-stop, calling OVA. She worriedly asked if she was okay. However, the mage seemed to have no strength left. Ask to ask again when I can feel my fingers. This made Rafa very confused. Is the shrine broken? SAO immediately, the mage replied no. The lack of power is the problem. At this time, sweat began to drip on Rafa's face. She meant SAO. After finishing speaking, the mage quickly replied, I realized I have to put my staff into one of the holes on the pedestal to connect with it, but I don't know which one. She knelt on the ground. When I put it in wrong, energy would reflect back, almost killing me. Hearing this, Rafa widened her eyes, guessing, but there are still 4 holes left. That means at the same time, sweat poured down the mage's face. If I choose wrong again, I could die. She OVA widened her eyes, sweat falling like rain. Fear surged in her mind. If I choose wrong, I might die. Her eyes full of horror. She breathed heavily. Ava raised her hand to cover half her face. Tears fell from the corner of her eyes. She fearfully said, I can't do it. Can't do it. She tightly gripped the staff, turned her head trembling, looking at Rafa, voice urgent. Rafa, you have to tell Lep we have to run. Rafa was startled, amazed, looking at OVA. She pursed her lips, eyes showing disapproval. She calmly explained, OVA, this is their territory. If we try to escape, just one day, we will die. Sitting in the shrine is the only way we can escape. OVA sobbed, eyes full of fear. She kept shaking her head, but I can't do it. I can't. She kept shaking her head, but I can't do it. I just can't. Rafa was silent for a long time. She put her hand on her chin thoughtfully, then stood up and pointed to the ancient characters at her feet, looking at OVA and asked, can you read these writings? OVA raised her sleeve to wipe her tears. Her voice choked, just a little. A few of my master's books were written in the Ainsdale language, but I've only just learned how to read it, my master said. Only great grand mages are allowed to touch them. Rafa smiled and encouraged OVA, but you can still read a little, right? Let's try together. Maybe we can find the location of her staff. OVA calmed down, looked at Rafa, slightly bowed her head and reluctantly said, okay. Meanwhile, a goblin was fiercely striking the opponent with a spear, tears of jealousy looking in one direction. On top of the hill, countless goblins were shouting and cheering. He was startled, glanced back as if he discovered something. He exclaimed in surprise, Grasa! San looked at him worriedly. Are you still okay? Gen pointed at Grasa, asking, Am I okay? Is it deep? He glanced at the wound on his waist, calmly said, It's just a scratch. As for the kid, San took off his hat. It seems they have moved already. The three looked toward the distant hilltop. Game looked a bit worried. Maybe they're preparing to target us again. San curiously asked, Any news from the temple yet? Game shook his head. Not yet, still handling it. Sang closed his eyes, sighed softly. My people have suffered a lot because men wait for women. Seems like that's our fate. Game took off his hat. Pursed lips, face full of surprise. There's even a song about that. Oh, Rasa frowned, unhappy. Same here on our side. San started waving his hand, singing softly, Maybe if we survive this, I'll write a poem about this day. I'll call it The Grace of OVA. I already have the first lines ready. Oh, OVA, the deep abyss, we have wholeheartedly hoped and waited for you. Because perhaps your true soul has made us wait, but we did so. Knowing that the one we always waited for was you. Game broke into a sweat after hearing this, whispered, If she can help us escape this, then he wants to write as many poems as he wants. S.A. closed his eyes, tilted his chin, extremely arrogant. Rasa was moved to tears. Such beautiful poetry. How is your writing so smooth? Game looked annoyed, staring at the two idiots in front of him. San smiled confidently. Poetry is already in my blood. If we get out of this, just rely on me. I'll teach you how to write poems. Game's tears showed disdain. Really? He actually thinks it's good? Gen pouted, looking annoyed, silently thinking, OVA, hurry up already. Rasa and San, without hesitation, started excitedly discussing, Have you heard of the Master Ocean Ode poem by Ma Hin Kao? Never. Tell me, a clear voice echoed inside the ruined temple. Ova pointed at a line of writing on the ground. At least I think that's how it's pronounced, Rafa whispered. Interesting. OVA looked at her suspiciously. What is it? Rafa worriedly explained. Ruined in my region's language means pain or danger. So maybe the hole in this area is the danger? OVA looked at Rafa in amazement. Oh, you're right. For us, it means the same. Rafa calmly said, All right, there are 3 such areas, and they all have the same type of marking. She tensely pointed in one direction. This is where I placed the staff. The sunlight shone on 2 spots with ancient characters on the ground. A voice echoed. Then one of these 2 must be the right one. Rafa curiously asked, Can you read the letters next to them? OVA looked at her and replied, No. Rafa glanced at the 2 spots again, disappointed. Looks like we'll just pick one and hope for the best. The 3 stood on the high hill looking down. Grasa looked at the ancient city below. Something's up. They never rest. Game replied. Exactly. He frowned worriedly. Asked Live. Do you know what's going on? A map appeared in his mind. A voice echoed. More heretics have arrived. Enduring the wrath of the Lord, Master. Gen frowned, speculating. Maybe they're waiting for reinforcements. San asked in shock. How many? Countless monsters with spears advanced toward the hill. Game's voice rang out. Seems like all of them. Ava held her staff, pointing at a spot. Rafa glanced at her tensely. Are you sure? Ava replied. Not completely. But we have to try something, the girl anxiously suggested. Maybe we can tie a rope to the staff and pull it in. Ava raised her staff seriously. No, that won't work. Step back and let me do it. She closed her eyes tightly, anxiously praying. Please, Jom, let this be the right one. She slowly lowered the staff to a spot. A hand slowly reached out, grabbed her staff. Rafa's eyes widened in horror. OVA looked up in surprise. Now Game appeared before 2 monsters. A shadow fell from the sky. He was startled, shouted, Huh? Hen landed on the ground, smiling. I told you I'd handle the bloodshed. Game smiled calmly. This one's all yours. He gave a wicked smile and gritted his teeth, saying it wouldn't be a bother if I did. He raised the axe resting on his shoulder and said, Let's do it. VG grabbed the staff and said, Don't do that. I don't want to die today, he said, looking at the two positions and softly explaining. The hole where she intended to lower the staff was labeled as strength. The other was marked as control. He frowned, seriously. I won't pretend to know how this temple operates, but I'm sure your choice is a mistake. Ava was so happy, her face flushed red. She rushed to hug him, speaking rapidly. Thank you, sir, thank you, Rafa asked suspiciously. Where have you been? He raised his hand, pulling Ava away from himself, and explained. On the way, that fool and I were attacked and had to fight. Fortunately, on the way here, I realized this temple might be more complicated than others, and maybe I can help you, she exclaimed in amazement. It's not because you want to use it to escape, is it? VG frowned with an annoyed expression, speaking irritably. You're hurting me. I won't do that now. If we let Ava do her job. Ava held the staff seriously and closed her eyes. When the blue light emitted from the staff, she said solemnly, I've connected with the temple. It will take us to a distant place. He glanced at her and ordered, There must be a temple nearby. Find it and take us there first. She opened her eyes. The blue light flashed in her big round eyes. She stammered, It will take some time. Virgo raised his sword confidently. Go ahead, I'll hold them off. Sansa swung her sword with a shout. This is the final part of the high-level group. Grassa glanced at him seriously. Just in time, the rest were approaching quickly, and they looked quite angry. The monster leader holding a cleaver rushed at Genser, who raised his weapon high and shouted, Everyone return to the temple! Game turned around, going the opposite way from everyone else. Hem asked suspiciously, What are you going to do? He glanced at him seriously. I'll stick right behind you. I'll try to fight the leader one-on-one. Maybe they have a problem with one-on-one fights. I'll buy some time. Hem blocked Game with an axe and said aggressively, Hey, one-on-one fighting is my job, not yours. Get out there and gather with the others. He disagreed. Hem, with this weapon, I can, he interrupted. My new axe can handle one-on-one. The red-skinned man pointed urgently. Shoot, stop arguing and move. Hem ran into the temple suspiciously. Looks like the one-on-one fight is settled, huh? Hem shouted angrily, Shut up, and ran off. Hem exclaimed in surprise, I thought you only had one axe. Hem smiled slyly, speaking casually. That's right, neat, huh? He hugged the worn axe affectionately, saying, I love this thing so much. Hem replied indifferently, whatever. He hid behind the temple wall, dodging a rain of incoming attacks, his face tense, speaking urgently. How much longer do we need to hold out? VG turned his back to them, saying, She's almost done. Just a little more. He stepped onto the altar hastily, forming a circle around Ava. Protect her at all costs. Everyone readied their weapons, waiting to strike as soon as the monsters approached. The monster leader stepped into the temple, gritting his teeth and speaking firmly. I have to stop them, Game shouted in horror. Wait! The leader reached into the temple, emitting a 7-colored light where Ava stood. She widened her eyes, tilted her head back, and screamed as she jumped. The tribespeople were transporting supplies back. In front of them was a large rock crevice, and behind it, a chief's door. The chief stood seriously watching. Bungu sat proudly on a palanquin carried by tribespeople, his feet touching the ground. The chief respectfully clasped his hands and placed them on his left chest, saying, Greetings, Bungu. Welcome back. He looked at him in surprise. Our settlement, he ordered. Bring out the wine and fresh food. I'm starving. Bodobert looked worried at the chief's annoyed expression and said, Sir, chief. The chief raised his eyebrows and said, Bodobert was glad he had returned successfully. The chief approached him and asked quietly, Is everything as bad as in the letter? He frowned worriedly and replied, I'm afraid so. We've lost nearly 2/3 of the expedition. The chief smiled slightly. With a contemptuous expression, he said, Yes. Several in the gray-skinned tribe died tragically. Did you protect the treasure? He frowned with some tension but still spoke confidently. Losing 7 like that isn't easy. But we hid the treasure inside the ore transport ship. The goblins won't find it. The chief smiled with satisfaction. Good, very good. The spirit tribe has left, so I will have a plan to take advantage of them. Bardo furrowed his brows with a serious expression. Rengar, there is something you need to know. 2 tribe members are standing far away, watching the 2 of you. Yes. Ami looked shocked and said, The elf tribe leader? Ruin crossed his arms with a disdainful tone. Yes, don't worry about him. He's utterly weak. He even sold some of his own daughters to Bungu's older brother to get this position, Ami said angrily, glaring at him with frustration. Pathetic scum. She turned her head to look at Juin with suspicion. Commander, where are you planning to go? She asked. She replied, I'm going to check the sentry post. Please keep an eye out for me. A tribe member covering his face trembled all over, his voice choked with emotion. Sorry, he didn't make it. The tribe member opposite was an old man, sorrowful, kneeling to the ground, trembling all over, whispering, "No, no." He walked around and saw some tribe members crying sadly, while others were happily hugging each other. He passed by a group sitting on the ground, looking exhausted. He called out, trembling, "Hey, what happened?" The young man sighed and said, "You saw it yourself." Vaughn touched the cart with a sad expression. He looked at her irritably. "Do you want to say something?" She looked at him with frustration. "Vaughn, I told you, it's safer if she goes with you," he insisted. "I can't take her with me." A severely injured girl lay unconscious on the cart. His voice echoed. "If Bungu finds out she's still alive, she won't survive the night," he said through clenched teeth, his face full of pain, stammering. "But her condition is getting worse every day." She gently patted his shoulder and suggested, "Why don't you ask one of them to help her?" A voice rang out. Vaughn turned his head to look at two people behind him. "Gun, look," Gun said. "Vaughn, you need to talk to those people." He hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'm coming." He looked at her suspiciously and called out, "Ruin, Vaughn, calm down." "Grateful," he said. "Thank you for helping me. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to bring her back here." Ruin linked arms with her and smiled softly. "Don't mention it. When Rafa got lost, she helped me a lot, so I owe her. That's all," he said shyly. "By the way, may God bless you." She raised her hand and said to the two people behind, "And you too, Grey Wolf." Both replied, "Yes, yes," with tense expressions. Gun asked, "What should I say now?" After hearing this, Gun scratched his head, a bit confused, and said, "I don't know. Just do what Lep tells you." He bowed his head weakly, his voice trembling. "But I'm not Lep, I can't talk like him. Maybe I should ask Jem to do it." Gun frowned and comforted him. "Now you're the leader. You connected us all. You can do it." Vaughn stood up straight, looking determined. "I won't give up. I can do this," he said with a trembling voice. "Well, we've done everything and succeeded in returning. Thanks, everyone." The tribe members below looked worried and whispered, "It's terrible that not everyone could come back with us. Or worse, they were eaten." He frowned tensely and tried to shout but was interrupted by someone's voice. "But I'm proud," he said. Vaughn asked suspiciously, "When will we get paid?" "Huh? Paid?" Gunn stood beside him, eyes wide and tense, frowning with irritation, urging, "Yes, we don't care about anything else." "When will we receive our rewards for the expedition?" he said calmly. "I will pay everyone as soon as I receive it from the Green Tribe." Gunn pressed his lips tensely, glancing at him. The people opposite immediately cheered happily. Worried, he said, "All right, guys, let's have a proper meal." He breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That went smoothly." Gunn replied. Ruan looked suspiciously in one direction. She gasped, grabbed Ami's hand, and asked, "Why? Why are you running?" She panicked and shouted, "I'm here to catch you. We're going back to the surface. Bungu is calling for war." She widened her eyes in horror. "War? War against who?" Bodo frowned worriedly and said, "We're ready to explore in 3 weeks. Bungu has declared war on the Hiplings and intends to destroy them." An angry man slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily, "That's stupid! We don't have enough manpower." "Are they sending the entire goblin army?" The chief frowned irritably. "No, no additional goblins or mercenaries." "They intend to send the entire goblin army?" The chief frowned with an annoyed tone. "No, no additional goblins or mercenaries." "He wants us to handle this." Another man sitting at the table shouted in panic. "That's crazy. What if the game riots, chief?" "You have to help him calm down." Bo wiped sweat pouring down like rain with a worried voice. "That's right, tell him." The chief crossed his arms with a disappointed look. "It won't help much. Bung is betting everything on this expedition. And if he goes home now without bringing the treasure as promised, his father will execute him immediately. He is desperate." The frightened man shouted, "But we can't." The chief insisted. "We must do something." Bodobot coughed lightly. "Chief," he asked softly, "do you have any ideas?" Bodobot frowned worriedly, clearly visible on his face. "Calling it an idea might be a stretch, but I do have a thought about something." He raised his hand and began to explain. "What we need is time. I propose we implement a total mobilization plan. At the same time, I will try to persuade Bungu's advisors to change their minds. It will be costly, but I'm afraid we have no other choice." "What do you mean?" The chief fell silent for a long moment. A severely injured girl lay on the hospital bed. A man held a cup, drinking in one gulp. The person opposite said, "The dish is made from mushrooms." After drinking, he wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth and said, "You can't do anything to help her?" "Hello," Jobvon said worriedly and disappointedly. "I'm not an OVA. You need to find someone who can use not just herbs and moss." He turned his head. waving his hand casually, but most of them died on the expedition already. As I said, she's mushroom food. Vac looked at him and then introduced himself. Thanks for the beer, Vac replied. Bon, he whispered firmly. No, I won't give up. He frowned and said an obvious truth. We only need to find Heller, right? Yes, but as you said, most of them are dead, he replied irritably. And those who are alive are exhausted. He clenched his fists helplessly and left. Dak looked worriedly at his back. The boy's face darkened. He lay unconscious on the bed, Gorak looking worriedly, constantly comforting himself. Not sure, not Vaughn, he shouted, losing his temper. But on the ground you have Heller, right? He frowned hesitantly. Yes, kid, we do, Ban continued. What he means is, Bon, we are already in danger from the goblins. Go, Jack said. If they find out we're secretly bringing your stuff to the AI camp, do you know what will happen? He persisted. You can't abandon her. Ban, we fought together. Then if I can gather enough spirit stones, will you do it? You guys are mercenaries, right? The two hesitated for a long moment. Ban said disappointedly, Sorry, Vaughn, but Gojak quickly interrupted. Wait, we will do it. He shouted happily. Really? Ban looked at him in surprise. He frowned seriously. We will do it, but it won't be cheap. Vac was startled. Looking at Vaughn, he started, Vac, can I talk to you? He gave money to the others to leave. Yeah, go ahead, he anxiously asked. Is it feasible? Bon shouted angrily. I need your help. The DK group agreed to bring Vara to the surface when they leave, but they want to be paid in smoke crystals. He lowered his head disappointedly and said, And you have nothing? He replied, We'll be paid soon. I'll give you whatever you want. Vac frowned seriously. Whatever I want? Are you aware of what you're saying? He shouted, That doesn't matter. He frowned worriedly. Bon, I want to help you too, but it's not that easy. He looked at him in surprise. Why? I thought you wanted to help her. He spoke solemnly. That's right, but unlike you, I have responsibilities. What we are paid is not ours. It belongs to those who returned and the families of those who couldn't come back. He looked surprised, stammering, Families? He glanced at him with a face as if regretting. That's why Jem always complains about you, Vaughn. You know you have to pay tribute to the families of those who died on the expedition, right? He frowned, lowered his head, and sighed. He glanced at him seriously and asked again, Yeah, I think so. After paying, I think you won't have much left unless you can bury some spirit stones. Can you do that? He shook his head repeatedly, biting his lip. Too busy. Vac looked at him irritably with a disappointed tone. This is what happened, and you didn't think carefully at all. Look, Bon, I want to help you too, but I still have personal debts. He placed his hand on Vaughn's shoulder and comforted softly. Stay with her. Use the time you have left. The image of the girl lying on the hospital bed appeared before his eyes. He said she would want someone by her side when she leaves. Vaughn sadly bowed his head and sat beside her hospital bed. A voice sounded behind him. Vaughn, he said. What's up? Vaughn scratched his head and quickly replied, Nothing, then waved his hand with a slightly worried expression looking at him. But still comforting, Vaughn said, It's nothing important. Let me tell Jem then, Vaughn calmly replied. Don't tell me. He raised his eyebrows and touched his head with a suspicious tone. Suddenly a message was sent to Jack. They requested someone to escort the tribute they sent to Bun. He looked up at the ground and calmly said, Yeah, just let Jem know. Whoever wants to go, just go. He lifted the curtain and stepped outside with a tense expression. Okay, no problem. Sorry to bother you. Vaughn was annoyed and snorted. He turned his head and shouted, Bun, wait. In the morning, in a vast forest, the Grey tribe was escorting a carriage along the road. Vaughn looked humorously at the sky. Gawa, did you see that? Was that a bird just now? Gunn exclaimed in surprise. Look at the sky. It's huge. He smiled and asked Vaughn, Is this your first time going outside? Vaughn replied, Yeah, he happily answered. Me too. That's great. Thanks for asking me to come. Vaughn frowned with a serious expression and worried tone. It's nothing, but remember to be careful. Anything could be out there. Demons in the sky, fierce wolves, or even moose. He turned pale after hearing that and looked around anxiously. Really? Moose too? Are they real? A giant aggressive moose appeared in Vaughn's mind, his voice trembling. My father said so. He said they are giants with huge antlers just like goblins. Gu was scared and curled up. He whispered, Oh God, I think this idea is really not good. We should turn back. Vaughn gently comforted his teammate. It'll be fine. Gon is leading us. He is the war god of the arena from the western tunnel. Hun glanced at him with a curious expression. What do you think is inside there? Vaughn shook his head with a careless expression. I don't care. I only care about how much they pay us. Spirit stones, that's all. Hun slightly lifted the curtain with a doubtful tone. But you don't wonder? The curtain parted slightly. A yellow eye stared at him. Hun exclaimed, "Huh?" He panicked and shouted loudly, "There!" A voice sounded, "Hey, you two." The owners of those eyes spoke to calm the two. "Please keep order, okay? It's bad enough here." Vaughn hurriedly covered Gun's mouth. He was embarrassed. "Sorry. Sorry to bother you, I will keep him in order." She suspiciously asked, "Are we almost there?" Vaughn calmly replied, "Sorry. I've never been outside before. I don't know who you are." She looked at the two with gentle eyes. "I am Lena." She turned aside to reveal the girls inside with a sad voice. "We were sent to serve." Bun frowned and widened his eyes in surprise. "You girls are slaves?" A man with a purple headband sitting in front of the carriage. He turned around and shouted, "Hey, you guys!" His face was angry and his voice grumbled, "Stay away from the carriage." Vaughn's face turned pale. He quickly smiled to make peace. "Sorry, we didn't mean anything." Hun frowned with a displeased expression. They sent women to Bun's place. Goo. Vaughn was sweating coldly and whispered, "That's none of our business. All we know is they volunteered." The two looked displeased and spoke softly. "But how many of our friends have died because of the Grey tribe?" They remembered the scene of a little girl buried under a pile of rocks, whispering curses. "Just ignore it. Because of them, Vara got hurt. They should have rotted away already." Hun wanted to say something but was cut off by Vaughn. "I'm focusing on the job." The group was about to pass through the big gate and enter. Hun looked around. A soldier led Vaughn's group into a room, then ordered to put down weapons and wait here. "We will bring some water and food for you." Goblins swarmed on the fortress walls. They whispered, "Do you see how big this fortress is? There must be hundreds of goblins here. Do you see the armor they're wearing? I wonder if we'll really be eaten." Vaughn suspiciously looked at Gun, who had been silent until now. "You're so quiet." Gun turned pale with a worried voice. "Do you think they will eat us?" He shook his head. "I'm pretty sure goblins don't." Ruin waved at them from behind a wall. Vaughn saw and said, "I have to pee." Gun was trembling with fear and still hadn't noticed Ruin's presence. He also wanted to come along with me. Ruin asked in panic, "What are you doing here?" Vaughn looked suspiciously at her and said, "We're escorting tribute for Bun." Goo, what? She pressed her lips with a trembling voice. "Tell your supervisor to leave here immediately." Vaughn asked in surprise. "Why? Is something wrong, Ruin?" "Yes." She frowned, her voice serious, sensing something strange was happening. She widened her eyes in panic and shouted, "Assassin! The goblin assassin has killed Bungu!" Gun and Vaughn jumped in shock, both pale as they looked at each other and shouted in unison, "Oh my God!" Scene shifts to another place. Ava, tired, sat down and looked up at him, asking, "So what do we do now?" He replied, "We will follow the traces left behind. It will be the fastest path through this floor and will lead us to other floors." Countless footprints stretched along the dark dirt road. The game voice echoed, "It will take quite a while to get home, but at least, it will be faster than us just exploring around here." VG frowned with a serious expression before setting off. "Lep, I need to discuss something privately with you." Hem suddenly appeared, standing in front of him with a dangerous look, saying, "What do you want to say to him?" His eyes full of contempt. "People like you wouldn't understand." Hem looked confused, making his face darken. "Is that so? Let's see then." He gently stroked the sword hanging at his side. He lowered his voice threateningly. "You shouldn't provoke me, kid. But if you want to know, I need to make sure that Lep and his comrades won't stab me in the back the moment we join forces with the main army." Gen held Hem's hand to reassure him. "It's okay. He's wise enough to know not to kill me now." He reached out, making a gesture invitingly. "So now, shall we go somewhere else to discuss? You two come with me to a darker place." He turned back, saying, "I think this place is fine." He glanced at him, guessing, "It's not just about the future or factions, right?" He smiled slightly. "You're still sharp, huh?" He exhaled deeply, gathering courage. "You want to know about my spear and the key that K35 mentioned?" Lep glanced at him, starting to analyze. "Almost right. But to get straight to the point, what I care about is not the key, but the true owner of it. Who are you, Lep? I know your past, the one who was once called Game." Gen frowned, looking worried. His voice continued, "So, how could a weak, useless person like you suddenly change so quickly?" His eyes sharpened, his tone arrogant. "You changed your name, gathered forces, and became a deadly warrior." "I'm not stupid, Lep." He pointed at Game, affirming, "There is only one explanation. You are the chosen one." Gen, looking annoyed, pointed at his head. "Are you crazy or what?" VG frowned, looking irritated. He continued analyzing, "I'm not crazy. This kid trained useless miners, timid ones, into a disciplined military unit. Remember that powerful army?" His voice full of amazement. "And you used that ragtag group to snatch victory from one of my most fearsome subordinates." He recalled Game's truce with Jack and Go Jack. Between them was a friendship he never thought would happen. He said, Not to mention your subtle political moves, game. Your power has surpassed any AI in our clan. Virg frowned suspiciously. But there is one thing I still don't understand. He squinted, asking, "What is it?" Virg looked doubtful at him. Despite countless dangers, you've never used your special skill. Even when death was near, Game casually raised his hand, saying, AI would know, probably because I'm not the chosen one. Yes, VG said cheerfully. Maybe you're just a lost soul. Game raised his eyebrows, incredulous. A lost soul? After everything you said about me. Why would you call me a lost soul? He smiled brightly, arrogantly, not bragging, but you should know gods wouldn't let someone as outstanding as me roam freely. They would choose me immediately. And G frowned angrily, his eyes full of hatred. You overestimate our gods. They're blind, petty, and foolish. This world is drowned in blood and chaos, yet they stand still, doing nothing. Gen dropped his shield to the ground calmly. Are you sure you want to say that? Won't you be struck by lightning or something? He snorted and then laughed madly. Virg spat on the ground, his faith shattered like broken glass. He challenged to see what they could do. In all these years, his faith was like shattered glass. He challenged to see what they could do to him after all these years. He concluded that only two possibilities should be trusted. Either they don't care or they don't exist. And he remembered the divine rituals that took place. He said he believed in the second option, that the gods were merely a ridiculous story created by humans to explain the unexplainable. The image of mighty beings standing atop a mountain of corpses appeared in his mind. He said either those called the chosen created gods to elevate themselves above others, smirking confidently and asking back, "Are you really serious about this?" And VG widened his eyes, crazily shouted, "What's the worst thing they can do? Hurt me? Yeah, Jita cursed me, I said so. What I live by. My own truth, not theirs." Facing VG's eyes full of darkness, he calmly said, "Don't misunderstand me. I truly agree with you, but what if your truth leads you to destruction? So what if your desires and emotions make you do things you later regret? So what? How can you be so sure of your truth?" And VG disagreed, he retorted. "I'd rather hold on to a truth I created myself than accept something passed down from thousands of others. I will follow my own path. And if everything I think is wrong, then that's my fault for not thinking it through." Game raised both hands calmly. "I've said all I need to say." VG frowned and asked, "Is that all so little?" Game tilted his head in surprise. "You think I'll tell you the details of my plan?" He smiled and replied, "Really? But there are still two things I want to know," he corrected. "I'm not a lost soul or chosen one or anything." UVG laughed scornfully. "Here it is, the kind of deception I'm used to from you. A lie. But it leads to the truth that you really have memories of another life in that life. You also failed to achieve your goal, so you lost hope and gave up." Huh, he sneered and frowned. He closed his eyes, annoyed, and replied, "I didn't and won't be like that," he continued, asking good answer. And it led me to conclusion. Number 2, the key is so what, and so what? Did you get it? He shouted angrily. "That's a long story. I don't want to talk about it, Virgin here. Consider it the price for our future cooperation." Game was silent for a long time with an annoyed expression as if recalling a terrible memory. He exhaled and replied, "I can tell." He began talking about the monster holding the sword in his hand. At that time, that key was a relic from the dead city where failed experiments were buried and magical creations had worn down, he said casually. "As for how I got it, that doesn't matter." Game turned and walked away, saying, "Take this weapon for example. It bonds with me, and only I can use it with any other AI. It's completely useless." Gamer sword on shoulder continued. "You could say, I cut off the head of a giant insect," he said calmly. "The key is me." He guarded the sword threateningly. "So if you want to access the city and the treasure there, you'd better make sure nothing bad happens to me." He frowned, almost saying, "Is this enough for us to understand each other?" And G frowned thoughtfully, then smiled and bowed. "Seems I was wrong." Game looked at him in surprise. He smirked mockingly. "Maybe the god of deception really exists?" "Yes." VG raised his hand confidently. "Then shall we really fight? Threatening people only makes things worse. We need to cooperate to control the coming chaos." He raised his hand to grab the other's hand. He replied, "Exactly." Sunlight shone on the rocky mountain shaped like an open palm in midair. A straight wooden fence appeared before the forest. Two soldiers hurriedly ran over the sword in hand, slammed hard on the ground. The soldier turned pale with a fearful face, said, "Report the goblins are moving, carrying axes on their shoulders," glanced toward MOT. He nodded and asked, "Did you hear that?" Khan and Vaughn turned back and replied, "Yeah, Jack, I heard." Jack frowned and shouted, "Everyone get ready, let's see how well goblins fight." A voice rang out, "We're lost." "These pests gritted their teeth," Annoyed said. "What the hell is this Grasa?" Worried replied, "I don't know either." He looked at the corpses angrily, dozens of bodies scattered here. Finally, the corpse, made of a giant insect with spikes on its body. Ava covered her mouth fearfully, her voice trembling. What happened here? Did Hip Lin attack this place? A game turned around, looking around with a slightly worried face. Said maybe, but that still doesn't explain why most of the dead are civilians. Checked a nearby corpse. VG agreed. I agree with that opinion. Nobles would never send their private guards to level 2 for people like this. He turned his head, glanced at them, and said in a deep voice, very interesting. This woman was pierced by a spear, not bitten. Hen gritted her teeth angrily, shouted a spear. What? OVA widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait, that means she was attacked by guards. Raged at SAO. At SAO they did that, and VG stood up sadly, said I don't know either. We will check the others. A voice called out, everyone come here and look. OVA, holding a staff, hurried over. She sat down. Suddenly a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind her. A figure holding a spear rushed in her horrified eyes. Ava swung the staff and shouted, the staff hit that guy's head. She fearfully added a blow to his groin. She licked her lips with a wicked look, raised the staff high to strike again. Then Hem rushed over, shouting, wait, hun, grabbed his groin with both hands, trembling, non-stop sweat pouring like rain. A voice called out, hun, is that you, SAO? He sat up, saw Game, and respectfully said, sir, you are really alive. Unbelievable. It's a miracle. On the other side, Hem hurriedly stopped the raging female mage. Calm down. Game frowned suspiciously. What's going on? So, SAO, you attacked over, huh? An old voice sounded. He is trying to protect us. Gen looked at him in surprise. Sir, you are a healer. SAO. Bloodstains covered his cloak and beard. The people behind him looked shabby too, he explained. He thought you were an ally or worse. A goblin, Gen frowned, asked goblins. What are goblins doing here? What's going on? Gun widened, his eyes fearfully, shouted, we are at war, sir. Bungu has been killed, and now goblins are attacking this settlement. VG's voice sounded, this cannot be explained to the guards. Or the insect tribe. Hun looked at him in shock. Sir Virgil, he frowned angrily. Anger filled his eyes. Explain quickly, kid. He remembered the hurried evacuation after the Goblin declaration. Nobles forced everyone to fight, even women and children. Jack and Vaughn knew of a place with a level 2, where people could hide, so they sent us down to avoid the war, he interrupted Gun. That still doesn't explain what happened here. Vok annoyed looked at him. Let the kid finish. The image of the insect and civilians' confrontation appeared in his mind, Gun said sadly. Nobles discovered that place and sent guards to capture us, so we tried to escape. Then the insect tribe appeared. I thought they were on an exploration path. Gen frowned, annoyed, he said. Did the insect tribe come to this settlement too? No, sir. They stayed a while, then returned and left. Hen looked up thoughtfully. We didn't see any insect tribe at all. Over touched his chin, guessing. They must have gone another way. Game, holding his hat, turned to them calmly, said, I see. Game turned to Gun. Asked, what about my sister, SAO? Didn't she come with you? SAO, Gun stammered. Hun turned pale, his voice trembling. Sir, I. Game widened his eyes, expressionless. He said, Hun, tell me. Hun turned his head, glanced at Game with a disappointed face, whispered, accusing, no, sir, she didn't come with us. We tried to bring her here, but she didn't leave Toast. She stayed in the settlement. Hem asked in surprise, tossed that overseer Sao. Game sighed, relieved. His worry eased a bit. He calmly replied, he must have confessed to her. Hem's voice sounded, is your sister involved with that? Overseer Sao. Game raised his hand with a disappointed tone. Young love? What can I say now? He looked at them loudly, ordered, all right, we need to go to the settlement and find out what's going on. A voice called out, ah, Lep, Sao said. Sorry, kid, but this is where we part ways. Rasa looked at him, agreeing, yes, this is not our war if we advance. We will join your battle. Rafa bowed, looking at his injured arm. Sadly, I can't use this arm much either, so I will stay here and look for more survivors. Ava hugged Rafa's hand and said, I would stay with her in case the insect tribe. Ollie returns to Game, looking at the two, reluctantly said, okay, we will send AI down to let the two know to handle the game tiers. Looking at the two behind Viraga. Hem, are you ready? Hem raised his hand to support the excited voice. Ready, VG calmly said. I have many questions that need answers. Hem waved his hand towards the people on the hilltop. Hem's eyes full of determination said, then let's go. Bodo softened his angry face, questioning, what are you doing? Chief, pointing his hand, giving orders, everyone working. He raised his eyebrows disdainfully, looking, don't you know? He suspiciously looked at him, saying, it looks like you are preparing to leave. Then he smirked, glanced at him with a disappointed tone. Of course I am preparing to leave. You should do the same, he shouted angrily. But Chief, the battle has just begun, he smirked with a cunning voice. This battle is merely a stalling action. The goblins will crush our army when they come with full force. I have no intention of staying here when that happens. he angrily questioned. Sir, you are the one who led the council to call for total mobilization. Instead of accepting the sacrifice of our children as chief, this entire settlement is counting on your leadership. And now you intend to leave, do you remember the passionate eyes of those nobles? He said calmly. The unbreakable clan and other nobles have resolved to fight. He crossed his arms, raised his eyebrows, smiled happily when the unfortunate cannot be stopped. I only agreed so that. Suddenly he noticed something angry, shouted, Don't drop it, you bastard, Bodo. Bird frowned. He tensely said, I know exactly what you want to do. The chief's face returned serious, his eyes full of affection looking at Bodo Bird. He lowered his voice, advising, If you are smart enough, you should follow me, Bodo. Bird, remember my words. He squinted his eyes and said gravely, This area is about to perish. Bodo. Bird stepped outside and closed the door. A voice rang out, startling him. The chief is inside. A noble stood before him. He gently asked, Girl, Win here to report. Girl Win saluted military style. Seriously looking at him, Yes, sir. The council sent me to report the latest news. His face annoyed, he answered in a low voice, I'm afraid our chief cannot be seen now. His voice rose, But if you don't mind, just tell me. I will pass on your message. Gwen touched her head reluctantly. I understand then, so be it. Gotham remembered the raggedly dressed people standing in the military line with a serious face. We have completed the total mobilization, organizing all slaves capable of fighting into units to protect the settlement. Gotham simply described the detailed layout plan to him. All small entrances have been blocked. Defense stations have been set up at main entrances. Bogart and his supervisors are guarding the west gate while the forces of Tumo hold the east gate. Jack and Vaughn, along with countless other soldiers, are at the front line. Gowie said Jack's troops at the main gate have dug trenches and built fortifications before Jira's main army arrived. Currently, they are facing the enemy. Bodobear tensely asked, Really, how is the situation now? Gowan smiled slightly, quite satisfied with this result. The goblins have repeatedly attacked, but Jack's troops have repelled them. He frowned and continued asking, What about our messenger to the mercenary camp in the distant valley? Have they returned yet? Gowan remembered. Jack waved, refusing when his men came to ask. They have returned, sir. The mercenaries declared neutrality. They said they would not fight with us. Unless the goblins pay in advance for this expedition. Then Bo Dauberts cheerfully showed a calm face with Bunghu's death. They will probably have to wait a long time. Gowan looked at him, worried, Yes, sir. But at the same time, they also said they are still bound by old contracts, so they will not help us. He frowned seriously again. That's enough. No more demands. We must be ready to protect ourselves. Are the reserves prepared? Yet Gowan remembered the weak women and children. He spoke a little, then stopped. Yes, we are training them, but the border boss's voice rang out. But how Gowan remembered those who fled not long ago. Many working-class and lower-class families disappeared after the general mobilization order was issued. We think they fled to the lower caves or other hiding places. He frowned with a displeased look. I understand. Have you sent people to find them today, Gowan? Remembering the guards who went down to the deeper levels to search for the overseers were all busy training the defense. So we sent some guards to find the deserters. He squinted, with an angry face, shouting, wasting manpower. If the goblin troops break into the cave, a few children and old people won't change anything, Gwen, a bit tense, hurriedly explained. I know, sir, but the council still wants to find them. He seriously looked at Gwen and said, All right, tell your father, Lord Albrecht, that the abbot will be informed about this. Please send praise to him for his efforts in coordinating the war. Gwen respectfully replied, I will do so. Sir Bodo Bert turned and left, saying as he walked, Excuse me, I need to go to the Temple of Zeus. Gowan asked suspiciously. The Temple of Zeus? Are you praying for our victory? Yes, he thought about their battle with the goblins and couldn't help but worry. No, I am praying for our survival at the front line. Their troops and the goblins are confronting each other. Goblins stood outside the fence holding shields and sharp swords. A goblin ran over shouting, Come here quickly, we can charge now. They rushed to a broken section of the fence, screaming wildly. Die, you bastards. A goblin cut down a soldier in the trench, speaking excitedly. Watch what I have for you. The crazy soldiers fled. One goblin leader raised a blood-stained sword high. He opened his mouth and shouted, Scatter and kill all the AIs you find. A goblin widened his eyes in surprise, looking at something. Jack's sharp axe swung down. He smirked cruelly. I think so too. He turned to his soldiers in a deep voice. Only one of us will survive. Let's leave this battlefield, he shouted, then charged into the goblins and, of course, not you. At this moment, the distance between them and the goblins was very close. Just a few more steps, and they could see each other through the thick grass dust. The goblins had no intention of retreating. They stubbornly hid in the shadows like predators waiting for a chance. On this side, Jack and Vaughn's group were not idle either. They whispered plans, and Vaughn turned with a low, worried voice. Jack, it seems they haven't retreated yet. Jack nodded in response. I know, they're just fainting. A few tried to sneak into the distant trench, but I stopped that, and Vaughn felt somewhat relieved but still asked. Thank you. How many are injured? Vac said bluntly. 3. They have replacements, but still, they suffered heavier losses. He continued, we need to reinforce the front line with a few more layers to prevent their return. Hearing this, Vaughn almost went mad because the situation was too difficult. If we had more people, things would be easier. Vac advised not to be too stubborn. They belong to Lep, not to me. You bring more than 20 people plus my men. That's over 60 enough. No need for Jem's group. Vaughn still didn't want to give up, but I can still keep them. Lep is the one who can make them obey. Jack sighed softly and said slowly, Lep isn't here. You decide, then I'm glad to have your support. Before he could say more, a soldier hurriedly ran over. Out of breath, he reported Jack. The goblins just got reinforcements. Both looked at each other silently, but their eyes were full of worry. They understood if this situation dragged on, the defense line would be hard to hold. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark bunker, Borderlands was walking through a narrow, cold hallway. At the end, a cloaked person extended a hand to show the way to Kataga. Welcome. Borobudur. Long time no see. Mrs. Bodoberts didn't want to beat around the bush, her voice hoarse. Kataga. I came to talk. She nodded. I know about Rengar, right? He nodded slightly. You have eyes everywhere. Kataga said I just had a vision. Do you want to hear it? Bodaberth was a bit surprised. Vision means seeing an omen. Hopefully it's good news. Kataga closed her eyes slightly, her voice deepening. I have seen the future of our tribe, where everyone lives under the sun, walking in the light. Jaja bless. Don't worry. Flattering. But after hearing this, Bodabert felt even heavier-hearted. It's because of hearing that I'm even more worried. Kataga looked up. Why? He replied. Because as long as Ringard is still the leader, we are still chained. He has no vision nor the courage to lead our tribe further. Kataga was silent for a moment, then said, Then let me suggest something. When the father becomes unreasonable, perhaps it's time to talk to the son. Bodabert frowned slightly. His son died last year. Kataga shook his head. Not that one. It's the other one outside. The goblins are preparing weapons, one by one. The one tied to the bowstring tiptoed stealthily between the shadows of the trees. From afar, Jack and Vaughn observed them quietly, exchanging whispers. Vaughn said, What the hell is that? Jack replied, Looks like a bow, maybe a magic type. Rosa heard and stepped forward eagerly. Let me take a look. Vaughn was startled. Hey, what are you planning? Rosa smiled. I just want to see more clearly, don't worry. They can't shoot us from that far. Vac still intended to stop her, but Groza ignored him. Taking a few more steps forward, just a moment later, the wind whistled as an arrow shot out, lightning fast. It pierced straight through Groza's body. Vaughn shouted loudly, No, you! Lau caught the collapsing body. Vac shouted, Everyone duck down! Arrows flew everywhere, hitting the ground and rocks scattering. Vaughn held Rosa, shouting, We must get him to the healer immediately. Vac gritted his teeth, ordering, Hold the line. Don't let your head peek out. At this moment, Vaughn looked at Vac from afar, his face anxious. They just stood there. Why? Vac responded. I don't understand either. Maybe they're waiting for something, Vaughn said helplessly. If they wanted to deploy troops, they would have done it already. Holding like this only wastes the arrows. Vac sighed. It's pointless. They aren't advancing. And we can't move either. Suddenly, Vaughn squinted, looking toward the goblins, his voice urgent. Wait, I see something. Vac immediately asked, Where? Vaughn pointed. They're holding a small bottle, pouring something strange on the ground. Therefore, Vaughn hurriedly pointed to the far side where the goblins acted strangely, near some rocks, and also over there. He squinted to look carefully, seeing them crawling low on the ground, wondering why they moved so close to the earth. The more Vaughn observed, the more uneasy he felt. Could there be another squad with them? But Jack saw no one. Seeing the goblins getting closer, he immediately took a defensive stance, his voice firm. What are they plotting? If they dare approach, my rock-throwing squad will send them to the sky. Suddenly Vaughn shouted, No, no, no! The scream tore through the air, startling everyone. He trembled, biting his hand, panic in his eyes. What do we do now? Turning back, Vac saw that worried look and asked confusedly, Gone, what's wrong with you? He recalled the chilling scene. When the goblins prepared to throw oil bombs into the trenches, not only that, they had another plan if we interfered. They would use crossbows to shoot us all down, wanting to burn the trenches into a sea of fire. Hearing that, Jack turned pale, gritting his teeth. No way. Vaughn didn't wait, urgently urging, Retreat to the rear trenches. Reinforce the front line. Quickly inform everyone. But Jack shouted, There's no more time. He was still hastily trying to speak. Seeing him like that, more confused. Inform everyone. What are you doing? He stood up decisively. doing what I do best. Before Vaughn could react, Jack jumped away, and Vaughn could only call out, Jack, Lao, hide behind that rock and observe. Then Rosa ran over, worried. What is he doing? Vaughn shook his head. I don't know. Over there? Jack kept his gaze fixed, scrutinizing every enemy movement like a predator stalking prey. Suddenly he shouted, Got it! Like a hunter, Lao and Vac rushed out from hiding. Arrows whizzed by but were all blocked by his shield. He threw all his strength into charging forward. Seeing that, Vaughn worriedly shouted, He's going to die! But before he finished, Jack roared, attacking with all his might. Upon finding his target, he leapt high like a monster, catching the goblin off guard. No words needed. Jack struck down the prey decisively. The others witnessing this were terrified. They screamed and fled in chaos, but Jack didn't relent, continuing the chase as fast as lightning. Another goblin screamed, grabbing him, Bastards, kill him now! The rest trembled, pointing toward the trouble. A figure radiating killing intent charged like a storm. They tried to flee but were struck by arrows. One was lifted and thrown into the air. He spun and hurled his heavy shield forward. The shield flew like thunder, hitting a goblin directly, making it scream pitifully. The others panicked, shouting, Retreat! Retreat! Quickly! Seeing this, the leader refused to accept defeat, grabbed his soldier's collar, and roared in despair. Vaughn was still happy and shouted loudly, He did it! They were retreating. He ran over, his voice excited. Jack was unbelievable. Jack himself couldn't believe it and chuckled proudly. That's right, I'll tell this story to my descendants someday. He paused for a moment, then stood up seriously and said, No need to thank me, but I'm still not safe. Look over there. The leader over there refused to accept defeat. His eyes flashed with resentment, but unexpectedly, he then smiled wickedly. As if he just thought of something, he slightly waved his hand to signal someone. Immediately, another army appeared from behind. They had a completely different spirit and demeanor. Vaughn trembled and stepped back. It can't be like this, Jack said urgently. You must quickly return to the cave. Inform them that we need all AI who can fight right now. He assigned the task to him. Vaughn gathered the soldiers. Let's go. We have to hold them off as long as possible, Vaughn asked worriedly. But Jack, how can we fight that? There are too many of them. We can't win, he interrupted. But Vaughn was resolute. That's what I taught you. How can you give up before fighting? Hearing that, Vaughn held him back. Then he saw everyone returning. Unbelievable, sir! You're still alive! Vaughn was so happy he almost cried. Sir, I'm fine. Game stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder warmly. Vaughn, I'm also very glad to see you again. But let's save the chatting for later. He pointed behind where a few people just arrived. I found some warriors who can help us. Kem and Vaughn looked at each other, their eyes full of probing. Each kept their own thoughts, but then Vaughn smiled, shook hands, and thanked him for coming back. Kem grabbed and patted his shoulder. I heard Kem separated from you guys, but that's a story for later. For now, he took out a small object and gave it to Vaughn. I'm giving you this. Who knows? It might bring you luck. Vaughn accepted it and put it on immediately. Yes, sir. Right after, Game spoke seriously. Tell me everything. We have to win this battle. Vaughn quickly handed Game a map. Here is the battlefield map, Master. You seem a bit different, he asked. Sir, what are you doing? Game thought for a moment, then said, Thanks, Live. I'm planning the operation. After thinking everything through, he stood up and said his plan. All right, everyone, listen up. We will act as follows. Without hesitation, he ordered Mon, lead a group to collect all the fuel and then set fire here and here. That will help us concentrate the enemy into a defensive line. At the same time, the smoke and fire will limit the archer's vision. Mon obeyed immediately. Understood. After assigning the task, he continued with the others. We will split into 3 attack points. Each person will command a wing. It won't be easy, but I need you all to hold out as long as possible. Everyone there understood the plan and responded clearly. Yes, sir. However, Jack had some doubts. So while we fight, what will the two of you do? The two smiled wickedly, making Vaughn in the middle unable to swallow his saliva. They made the enemy crazy, then rushed to fight each other, using every ultimate skill. The battle scene was extremely chaotic. Among the two sides, Champion stepped out and looked at the scene, asking, Are these the ones who blocked your way? The other cut in, Don't underestimate them, Champion. They are well-trained and disciplined. Hearing that, he was a bit interested and asked, Is that what you will report to General Bara when you have to explain why you need reinforcements? He didn't want to listen and waved it off. There shouldn't have been a need for guards. If the mercenaries did their job, Champion wouldn't want to argue. He sighed. Yes, just blame the mercenaries. You changed the contract and refused to pay them. What do you expect them to do? He still spoke words he felt were right. I only said I would pay after they suppressed the rebellion and even promised a bonus. He heard that and adjusted his tone. The Goblin rebellion that they had to fight shoulder to shoulder for many months during the expedition. You're truly a fool. No, worse than a fool. Mukdung was insulted, making him angry and retort, how dare you say that to me? Do you know my father is AI? But Champion was not to be outdone and stepped closer to threaten. I'm here under General's orders to clean up your mess. Watch your mouth, or you'll become a pile of goo on the battlefield over there. Got it? He was scolded and didn't dare to talk back, obediently replying, yes, Vaughn. Over there, they were still giving orders to soldiers aiming straight at them. Seeing that, they raised their shields again, making the soldiers worried, saying it's useless, but he still responded firmly. I know, but we need to keep using spears when they get close, though they still didn't believe and asked respectfully, sir. Can we really do it? The question made Cho unsure how to answer properly. He recalled Vaughn once asked Game SAO if he could always stay calm before each battle of ours. Is that so? Every time I see the insect tribe, my body curls up, he calmly replied. That's only natural, Vaughn. If the commander shows fear, how can SAO soldiers trust? And Game also explained this issue. Victory or defeat is always clear. Even before we start the battle, morale is the strongest weapon we have, and he also gave some advice to him. A commander has two tasks. First, to kindle hope and make soldiers believe in victory. After thinking, Vaughn took a deep breath to prepare to speak. He smiled and told everyone, of course we can do it. We once defeated the insect warriors. Everyone was a bit surprised and amazed after hearing, and replied, that's right, Vaughn. Still not stopping, they asked further if these guys are as big as insects or as tough as bugs. The soldiers regained their spirit and shouted loudly, no, they're tiny. Then everyone seemed to gain fierce strength and confidently said exactly, we will crush them. Come on, let them come, charge. Vaughn was still tense and worried, but after seeing everything resolved, he silently said thank you. A soldier came over, worried, and shouted, they're coming. Then both sides continued to charge, continuing to fight each other once again. The champion over there saw this and commented that they fight very well. The opposing leader was very confident and said when praised, see, I told you, they're not disorganized miners. The expedition has forged them into warriors, unexpectedly, he said, but still, they will lose. My soldiers will handle that. That guy didn't believe and asked if it's that easy. SAO, why don't you come to the front line with the soldiers? The champion angrily stepped forward and asked, do you think I'm a coward, SAO? When he was about to do something, suddenly something happened. There were many soldiers around here on alert. Recalling at this moment, Vaughn once asked Game, sir, you said a commander has two tasks, so what's the second task? He strongly charged forward with the words ringing in his head. The second task is to turn belief into victory. Meanwhile, in the main room, a subordinate was reporting to the superior, Sir Chief Bara, you summoned me. He sat there, giving orders. Champion, lead the troops to the criminal ravine and help suppress the Goblin rebellion. Champion looked a bit panicked and hurriedly reported, Sir Chief, my soldiers just returned from a border raid against the Car. They need rest. Bara seemed indifferent and continued speaking. My goblin brother was killed by those scum, and his advisors only know how to cry like helpless children. Doing nothing, Bara pointed at the one kneeling, Kia, you have earned the warrior title. Thanks to your battlefield talent, now I summon you to serve the tribe once again. Champion had to agree with his superior. Yes, sir, we will deploy tonight and crush them, leaving no one standing. The next day at the enemy's gathering place, Gen and Hem slowly entered inside. Gen looked at the person beside him, puzzled. He didn't understand what ambush meant. Sao Hem quickly pursed his lips. Suddenly, the soldier among them pointed at them and shouted loudly, You're AI, identify yourself. Champion immediately stood to block the soldier and said, You don't recognize Sao? They came for you, idiot. Game then spoke up. We came to challenge. Your strongest warriors. Champion stood there, dropping his defensive look and laughed out loud. Dare to face me, Sao brat? He stepped forward to him. If you dare, I'm ready. Hem seemed excited, about to step forward, but was stopped by Hem. Wait. Hem felt a bit disappointed, but submissive. Game's eyes were wary looking at the opponent. This battle is not just a fight. Moreover, I have a sword group. I'll be fine. Hem's voice was a bit sad. I don't like this. Game turned to comfort him a bit. Just protect my back. Then you step forward one step. I'll do that. The smile on Champion's face grew bigger. His eyes looked at him like prey. He said, You two. Both your heads will soon be stuck on spear tips before the day ends. Game quickly stepped back a few steps and took a defensive stance. I only have one request. No AI interference, but Champion doesn't seem to care much. He hurriedly pulled out a small dagger and, taking advantage of the momentum, prepared to throw it at the opponent. I don't need AI. Then the dagger spun in the air, moving straight towards him. His sword suddenly warned its owner. He took the initiative to attack, preparing to counterattack. The gamer's eyes suddenly sharpened. No need for me to handle the sword personally. Now it obeys orders. Yes, master. Then he used his strong power to push the dagger away from Champion, then quickly dashed toward the gamer like an arrow. His steps were strong and swift. Closing the distance with the opponent, he was like a demon wielding a large sword, leaping up and rushing fiercely toward him. At that moment, the gamer nimbly jumped off the ground, successfully dodging the strike, then both charged at each other like two warriors. Because of weak arm strength, the gamer got kicked in the stomach and was thrown back about 10 meters. Then he rolled several times, using his hands to push himself up. The gamer's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, and Champion once again swung down hard. Causing the gamer to instinctively step back, the soldiers on the other side suddenly shouted loudly, "Report, sir!" Tumo looked stunned at the scene before them. Ahead was the sight of two people fighting, and the gamer seemed at a disadvantage. He tightly gripped his sword, continuously retreating. As if gritting his teeth to endure the pain, Tumo suddenly shouted loudly, "Support him! He's fighting for us! Let's not disappoint him!" Then the soldiers began to charge at the opponent. He said, "That's right, everyone, the Liberator is on our side." 2. Mo was a bit worried for the gamer. "You can do it. I believe in you." On this side, Champion tried hard to brainwash the opponent. "Surrender. I will end this quickly." The gamer suddenly smiled weirdly. "That's enough." Then a flash of light shone from his sword, forcing the opponent to retreat a bit. Then he fell to the ground in pain, his face covered with surprise. The gamer's eyes looked at the opponent with killing intent. He stepped closer and continuously slashed his sword down. "Sorry, I'm just putting on a little show to boost the soldiers' morale," his voice full of confidence. "And now it's time for a spectacular finale." Champion was struck repeatedly, very surprised. How did he do that? Then he stepped back a few steps and clutched his wound. The enemy soldiers seemed panicked, hurriedly ordering their subordinates, "You there! Report to the others! If the champion falls, attack that guy." He hesitated a bit, then pointed at the commander, "Me." At that moment, he turned and met Hem's sharp gaze, then startled and stepped back. That soldier quickly withdrew and hid behind his subordinate. Meanwhile, on this side, the gamer's sword glowed with a faint aura. He pointed his weapon at the opponent and said, "Surrender." A large flame lit up the night. The gamer's eyes were extremely determined. Suddenly, a strange noise made him turn around. People from afar began approaching. The gamer saw an ally and greeted, "Welcome back." He hurriedly asked Jack, "The remnants, are they alive?" Jack crossed his arms. "The survivors won't be back anytime soon." Hearing that, the gamer sighed in relief. "That's good to hear, thanks." Then quickly looked around and asked, "How's the situation here?" The gamer spoke. After the main group was eliminated, "The goblins causing trouble at other entrances have also dispersed. I sent people to hunt them down, but now they're no longer a threat." Vac bowed, seeming relieved. "So, it's over. Did you say you surrounded them?" "Yes, I interrogated the goblin commander. We destroyed the only reinforcement squad they could send. The next army won't arrive for several weeks. So we have time to prepare," Vac continued. "Then the blue-clad group will be very happy." The gamer's expression was somewhat indifferent. "We'll see. I have a meeting with the council soon," Jack asked curiously. "They summoned you?" "Makes sense. Should have expected it," Gen suddenly said. "I requested that meeting myself." Jack looked surprised. "Are you kidding?" Gen said as if it was obvious. "I hate wasting time. Let's go now. I know you're tired, but can you watch over the pyre?" Vac looked at the big fire beside the pyre. "I thought this was a signal fire for us to find our way back." The gamer said, "Obviously. Anyway, the bodies need burning, so might as well kill two birds with one stone." Vac asked curiously, "Do you know goblins consider burning bodies an insult to their gods?" The gamer turned his head, waving his hand at him, and said, "Angering the gods is my specialty." Game then led the team to a large door, Vaughn feeling a bit anxious and uneasy. "Sir, are you sure this is a good idea?" "You should have brought more people, Game," standing nearby, also advised the kid. "That's right, Lep." Game seemed unconcerned. "It's fine," he said. Then Jem continued, "That's girl win on break, kid a mage. His father is one of the council elders." Jem quickly interrupted the man's words. "Thank you, Jem." Suddenly, someone stepped forward and asked, "Are you Lep the Liberator?" Jem stood there, slightly surprised, but answered seriously, "I am. Is the council ready to meet me?" The other person replied, then suddenly looked at the person beside him. "Are you the one who brought my sister back?" Vaughn didn't hesitate to report, "Yes, sir." The man looked somewhat pleased. "She's fine, thanks to you. I'm glad to see you're well." Jem suddenly leaned close to his ear and asked if he wanted to explain anything. Vaughn, a bit embarrassed, replied, "I will explain later, sir." Then the man said firmly, "If you come with me, Lep, your people and weapons must stay outside." The two men were very dissatisfied and shouted, "You can't do that." Jem didn't care much, handed the weapons back to Vaughn, and said, "It's fine. Take care of her for me, okay?" Vaughn stood there dazed, muttering, "Her? Jem is a bit tired now." He then sat down with the person beside him, waiting. "Game inside is probably waiting for me," Vaughn said with a bit of sarcasm. "So now you're willing to wait, huh?" "Yeah." He sounded like AI was overreacting. "We all thought you were dead." Vaughn was very annoyed. "You guys didn't even give him a chance to come back." Jem, sitting next to him, explained, "That's called a miracle, kid. Being kidnapped by the hip links and still surviving is rare. Usually, not even bones are found. And before you say some nonsense about loyalty or faith, let me remind you, those things don't put food on the table, nor do they keep my family alive till now." Vaughn was a bit surprised. "You have a family?" The man pointed directly at him. "See? That's why I left. What do you know about your people, Vaughn? You're the deputy commander of lab, but you don't even know the most basic things about your subordinates." Vaughn pursed his lips. "I know their names, okay?" He continued. "If you plan to lead troops into battle, you have to know more than just names. You have to know who they are and what drives them. Yeah, I know. The boss treats us like cannon fodder for his plans, and I accept that, but a deputy commander must manage his people." Vaughn got a bit angry and shouted, "Lep, don't treat us like that." Rem's voice softened. "Calm down, kid. I'm not insulting your hero. He really is like that, and we both know it." Vaughn was a bit confused and asked again, "If you think so, then why did you come back?" Then Jem continued, "I once served under Dak Ga, and I under Jack. They were all good commanders, but no AI compares to Lep. That guy has something special. I don't know exactly what, but he has the luck of the gods behind him. He's the one who always survives, and he's heading to great places. I know if I follow him, I'll get there too. And that's why I should be his right hand. He needs an experienced commander supporting him from behind." Vaughn asked again, "You think that person should be you?" Jem nodded confidently. "Who else? There's no shame in admitting someone else does better than you. Kid, step back and learn. Maybe one day you'll be ready." Vaughn was determined. "I won't give up. Lep is counting on me." Jem, while cleaning his dagger, said, "All right, you'll realize it eventually. And when that time comes, I'll be ready to step up." Then both fell silent for a while. Vaughn glanced nervously at the door ahead. Inside, Game was facing people who would give him tough challenges. "Lep, Liberator, today you are summoned here to witness." Game was a bit annoyed. "Wrong. The chief should be me. I'm the one who invited you." The person opposite shouted angrily, pointing directly at him. "You're rude!" Someone beside him spoke calmly. "Sir Unbreakable," he said impatiently, "but Border Bird." "What? That brat? How dare he act like that to us?" Borderbird spoke more gently. "Sir Unbreakable, listen to him present first. What do we have to lose?" Then he turned to others and asked, "Isn't that right, Chief?" At this moment, he crossed his arms and said, "Listen to him, please." Gwen appeared confident and replied, "Thank you, Chief. First, I want to make it clear that I have no intention of overthrowing you." Albrecht grew a bit impatient and slammed his hand on the table. "What? You think you can overthrow us? A gray-skinned tribe like you?" Gwen quickly explained. "You yourselves sent your most loyal guards down to the underworld, only for them to be wiped out while chasing the deserter mercenaries." He clenched his fists firmly and said resolutely, "If it weren't for your orders, those people would have fought back. But I have the support of the entire army behind me, from commoners to the gods in the high heavens. Do you still have confidence, Albrecht?" Growing more impatient, he shouted loudly, "Where are the soldiers? Bring them here." Hearing this, a group of soldiers began rushing in towards him, his gaze filled with killing intent. "Sorry, I cannot disobey my father's orders." Gwen seemed somewhat sympathetic. The chief then spoke up. "Hold on." Brake looked a bit confused by this action. "Chief, but this kid," Borderbird also spoke. "This kid defeated an entire goblin army. Are you sure you can do the same, Unbreakable?" Hearing this, he had no rebuttal. Unbreakable gritted his teeth in frustration, then sat down and rubbed his hand once. "Gwen, for now, step back." The chief cleared his throat and said, "If you have no intention of overthrowing us, then what do you want?" Gwen began to explain. "In times of crisis, the Empire grants full power to the great Emperor, a supreme ruler with authority to use all resources to repel enemies." His eyes flashed with depth, understanding that only the command of the strongest can bring victory to the entire kingdom. Then Gwen made a proposal. "I want the council to appoint me as commander. With power in my hands, I will protect this place. Instead of interfering, we will support each other." The chief was a bit surprised. "Is that all?" Gwen continued. "I want the right to do everything according to my calculations, the right to select residents and use all resources to achieve the goals." The chief was a bit angry. "Do you think we are puppets?" Gwen shrugged, showing little concern. Besides military matters, you still hold all the power. This is the optimal plan. Hearing this explanation, the chief seemed to agree. Makes sense. But we could also choose Jack or VG. Like you, Virgo just returned from the dead, and he also has an army behind him. Gwen smiled slyly. Make your move with me. And what about Virgo? Are you going to appoint the one who killed his own parents to hold military power? Are you sure? The three people opposite showed unease at his words. Gwen's sharp gaze appeared again. All right, smart one, he confidently said. What do you mean? Outside, Vaughn was asking if he had children. He replied yes, and Vaughn asked how many. You seem a bit impatient, Vaughn asked again. Do you have children? Why do you risk your life in battle? Don't you love your children? His eyes flashed sharply as he looked at him and asked back, Vaughn, you make pottery, right? Vaughn was a bit embarrassed and answered, yes. Gwen then said bluntly, let me give you some life skills. Never ask that question, especially to people with families. Those people aren't lucky enough to live peacefully and earn a living like you. Vaughn was a bit startled. Sorry, I didn't mean that. All right, I don't blame you. Gwen turned and walked away. But if you keep going like this, you'll make enemies everywhere. You're good, and I don't want to be harsh with you. Don't think I or others don't want to survive or take care of our families. Those words made Vaughn clench his mouth shut, not daring to say a word. Then he waved his hand. It's really not like that. Gwen suddenly interrupted. All right, Commander, it's been a long time. Vaughn looked towards the other door. You can't just live peacefully and earn a living like you, Vaughn. At this moment, he was a bit startled. Sorry, I didn't mean that at all. All right, I don't blame you. Then he turned away. No, I was just saying, but if you keep going like this, you'll definitely make enemies everywhere. You're good. I don't want to be harsh with you. Don't think I or others don't want to survive. Or take care of family. Those words made Vaughn clamp his mouth shut, not daring to say a word. Then he waved his hand. No, it's really not like that. Jen suddenly interrupted. All right, Commander. It's been a while, right? And Vaughn turned to look at the other door. Is something wrong with him? Jem's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. You two, go get some more people. The door suddenly opened. Vaughn's voice came from afar. When he saw him step out from the door, he asked rapidly, How's everything going, sir? Jem was beside him too. Still smooth, right? Yes, Commander. The game hurriedly stepped forward. Everything's fine. The Council has accepted me as their general commander. Now I have the responsibility to protect this place. Vaughn was a bit surprised and somewhat happy. Great. Everything is fine. The Council has accepted me as their commander-in-chief. Now I have the responsibility to protect this place. Vaughn was a bit surprised and somewhat happy. Wonderful. Jen was a little puzzled. They changed so quickly? SAO turned to speak to him, saying they hoped I would lead the battle on the SA field when fighting the goblins, but now they recognize me as the ideal person, yet their eyes still show caution. We will protect you from the assassins. They won't leave you alone, he said with clear determination. But they will hardly succeed. Besides, I said I know where the treasure is hidden. Their greed is greater than their desire to see me dead. Speaking of that treasure, I need your help. Meanwhile, he just pointed to himself in confusion. Me? Sir, I don't know anything about that treasure, Game explained. I need to meet the person in charge of crafting the leaves for us. You mentioned that person once, right? The mysterious craftsman who remains anonymous? Vaughn seemed to recall that figure was that person. Jen continued, It's time for him to reveal himself. I have a plan that needs his help. The loser suddenly ran inside, shouting loudly to Bolo, Dad's here! Dad has returned! At that moment, at the main table in the center, Virgil was sitting there. Hello, loser, he said, very excited that his father had returned. Outside, people were gossiping about the vlogger, who quickly interrupted, It seems I was recognized on the way back. Loser was a bit puzzled. Dad, how could he have survived? Where have you been all this time? The vlogger was a bit hesitant to talk about it. When the time comes, I will tell you in detail. But Bolo told me about all the incidents that happened while I was away, which startled Loser. He stammered, Haimo Oswan, those guys? Virgil's eyes focused intently on the two people in front of him, saying nothing. Then he got up from his chair. The fault is mine, not yours. I should have prepared you better before leaving. Especially when going to war. You both tried your best, and I cannot blame you, but one thing is very clear. You both must take responsibility for many things. On the other side, at the East Gate, one of the entrances to the Bogi settlement, you both approached the two others and asked, Did you hear anything? Zen said confidently, The rumors are true. Loser has returned and defeated the Jira army outside the main gate. He is now joining the council. You both looked surprised. What? Could that really happen? Jen continued. I'm not sure, sir. It's just information brought back by subordinates. You both were extremely angry, unable to believe that someone who was once a prisoner of the insect tribe could have survived and returned, Jen said as if it were obvious. He was blessed by Jaga, so anything is possible. Shouldn't we be happy? The goblins surrounding the gate will probably retreat soon, and no more blood will be spilled. You both reconsidered. Your voice seemed quieter than before. That makes sense. Suddenly, someone ran over to report. Sir, the messenger has arrived. Jen stood there, whispering to them, a bit puzzled. What could be the matter? Vaughn's eyes seemed lifeless. Dad has returned. Jem was a bit startled. Virgil is still alive? He turned to the person beside him. You both. Oscar's situation is not your fault. Please go see him and ask for forgiveness. You both were a bit confused. Forgiveness? He was extremely scared. Belga said, I am the one who attacked the son he loved most. Do you think he will forgive us? Sao looked a bit confused. But your eyes now were full of despair, right? We, you, me, and everyone on my side, after Oscar's death, he will come back to take everything, even our lives. I was very confused by the other's words. You are not sure, you both quickly pulled back. Bangris. He is the Rat King. Do you really think we don't share the same fate with Gelma and his subordinates? You both were even more panicked now. Thank goodness for Maga. What should we do? You both were trying every way to escape this disaster. At this moment, Virgo led a fierce group approaching. They were getting closer. And with them, even more people. They marched straight inside. No one dared to block him. At this moment, he looked a bit smug. Everyone was present. Commander, upon hearing that Dad returned, they immediately came to him, and the person beside him also followed. Right, but you both probably guessed we were coming. Google suddenly spoke up. He has known for a long time. He ordered someone to look around. Willie Ban. Don't you see? Why is he a bit confused? What do you mean by commanding the gaze of those around? It seems something is not quite right. Their eyes reveal vigilance. You said Tumo is my best student. He already knew I would land at the east gate and gathered the locals to respond. Surely he convinced them I would massacre everyone after the battle. After the fight, he seems a bit confused. What should we do now? The person beside me, Cha, could he be ambushing us? VG, continue. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Issue orders for strict guard duty. But I think they are not desperate enough, nor well compensated, to dare face us head-on, risking their lives. Perhaps they are just blocking my retreat route in case of defeat. That would be what I'd do if I were in his position. Loser asked again, Cha, shouldn't we wait for the messenger to arrive? Rak and Lep replied, then act. If they have them, Tumo will definitely retreat. Google quickly opposed that idea. No, the more hesitation, the harder it is to turn things around. No element of surprise left, so we must act quickly. Besides, I don't want my son to wait long. Ahead now stands Tumo with a strong army, he said with admiration. Surely he has prepared a warm welcome for us. Two fierce groups face each other. It looks like a big battle is about to happen. Over there, Tumo is very alert, looking toward his Cha. VG here is a bit angry. Unbelievable that Tumo would do that. The people behind suddenly whisper quietly. They see the boss has returned. What are those 50 people doing over there? Now biting his lip, he said surely Tumo told them that if they don't follow him, Cha will punish them. And Virgo now stepped in, plus he probably promised them a bonus. A fat reward if they fight for him. Those behind are a bit doubtful, but he doesn't have that kind of money, right? Virgo stepped forward with a firm tone. The dead don't need payment. Then Tumo and Virgo met right in the middle of the battlefield. Tumo said sarcastically, Welcome back, Cha. Even the spirit rapers can't stand you, VG gently responded. Tumo ended this nonsense. I have 3 times your troops and you're at a disadvantage. Tumo then smiled lightly. Really? How so? Then he raised a bag. Suddenly, a horn blared loudly throughout the cave. Those here were a bit confused. What the hell is he talking about? The person beside shouted, Look at the gate. Over there, the big gate suddenly opened. Virgo's eyes were filled with killing intent. What have you done? Tumo said confidently. The bogey have no future, Cha. Even if Lep has won, the Jiro will come and crush us. So I did what was necessary to secure the future for our people. They will help me wipe out the rot in our settlement. A squad of armed soldiers entered through the gate. He continued to explain. The bogey will walk again under the sun. Virgo gritted his teeth and said like a slave. Tumo suddenly shouted like free men under the sky. He pointed straight at his Cha, near his voice. Something you promised, but all you did was empty words. Virgo felt uneasy and turned away. Hool of Tumo pointed behind where the whole army stood. I will fulfill my promise. I will free our people from the green and blue skins, and even from Cha. I will do what is necessary to become the true leader our people need. VG's gaze grew more distant. Tumo said excitedly, So, now you will accept Cha's surrender? Don't worry, unlike Cha. I will be merciful. I won't make Cha suffer like Gelma did. Ambition burned in his eyes. What do you think, Cha? Now Cha had nothing more to say to Tumo. He decisively turned away. On this side, his son was furious. That bastard. Unbelievable. He allied with the goblins under Tumo. He seemed a bit anxious. Boss, I thought we'd keep the goblins as a last resort. Now they're involved. Who knows what will happen? Tumo was quite pleased with his choice. Don't worry, the goblins need us. Lep already defeated their main force. And this group can't return empty-handed. Besides, Cha is no fool. He watched his Cha's back. He knows what he's facing and when he's lost. We just need to wait for him to accept defeat. And swallowed the subordinate's pride with a bit of worry. Yeah, I understand him better than you do. Tumo quickly pointed in that direction and confidently said, Look at his men. They are ready to run away at any moment. With that grim expression, as soon as one falls, the whole group will scatter like carrion eaters. And he can't do anything to stop that. On this side, Bolo seemed confused, not knowing what his father would do next. Father, what should we do? Seeing VG at this moment, he immediately raised his bow high, then shouted loudly with a strong spirit, Everyone listen to me. Today we come here to demand justice. But now we stand here to fight for survival. Haimo has brought the Jira into our home, and we are the only ones standing between them and our loved ones. You never thought today you would have to protect your people, but the gods have called your names, so you stand up to protect friends, family, and home from these invaders. Think of them when you fight today, and know that if we fall before the Jira, there will be nowhere left to run. If we unite, we can win, but that requires all of us to stand up. Loser was extremely excited at this moment. Tell them, father. VG's voice grew even more powerful. Who will stand with me today? Will you fight by my side? Everyone seemed awakened at this moment. All enthusiastically shouted in unison, We will crush them! Charge! I follow you, boss! On this side, Tumo and the subordinates were watching the enemy carefully. Oh my god! VG has already led the command here. Everyone started charging forward to attack. The chaotic battle was fierce and relentless. Both sides kept attacking. Every move was a killing blow, aiming to take the opponent's life immediately. VG powerfully raised his bow and shot an arrow. Right between the enemy's eyes, he quickly turned his head cautiously. Behind him, on the other side, someone was raising a crossbow ready to take him down. At this moment, a barrage of arrows flew toward VG. A shadow from afar rushed in. Bolo used his shield to block the incoming arrows and shouted, Found, father! VG attacked while calmly asking how the fighting was going at the rear line. He reported that the goblins were better equipped, but our troops were more numerous and still holding on. At this moment, he raised his bow and asked, What about now? He quickly replied, He is chasing Tumo. Then at this moment, on another side, a tall man said, My younger brother is also coming here. Another fierce battle begins. Tumo tensely spoke up. This fight is really evenly matched. We must finish it before their reinforcements arrive. He put his hand into the pouch at his waist, took out a bottle of liquid medicine, then asked him to take it and deal with the enemy. He gritted his teeth to take the bottle and reminded, Sir, remember to keep your promise to reward me. He drank the entire bottle. At this moment, Lut Geo swept the enemies everywhere with his spear, but he was suddenly attacked by someone like a ghost, who rushed forward and punched him, but unexpectedly that punch sent him flying. His hand stuck to his chest wall right where he was punched as if it wanted to cave in. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted at the center of the battle, dust spreading thickly so no one could see what was happening, causing everyone to panic and exclaim, What is that? After drinking that potion, he emitted a blue light. Then he screamed like a madman and continuously attacked with a power no one could withstand. Now Willy Ban shouted orders to capture him and protect Loser. Everyone surrounded him to attack. Willy Ban hurriedly knelt down to check on Loser. Wake up quickly! Are you still alive? But Loser only let out a groan. He turned his head to look at the scene unfolding. That guy had thrown all those surrounding him aside. He risked fighting and gritted his teeth, saying, Lucky this morning I still managed to say goodbye to my wife. Both sides charged at each other. That guy swung his sword down. Willy Ban hurriedly raised his weapon to block. He shouted, Die, you despicable vermin! At that moment, the guy grabbed his shoulder. The sound of cracking bones echoed. When the guy's blade was about to reach his neck, he laughed triumphantly, ready to strike, but suddenly the guy's eyes turned white. Completely lost focus, he screamed in pain as Loser stabbed through his heart with a spear. The guy lost focus and fell down. Loser was panting heavily, saying, Man, fighting is really exhausting. He turned to ask, Are you okay? Willy Ban waved his hand. Let me lie down and catch my breath a bit. He asked, I wish I could be like this too. What is happening on the Kia side? Your troops have made me too disappointed. We must end everything here. The guy next to him laughed. No problem, my main force has arrived, they said. Then the city gate opened. and a troop was advancing. Bolo and Virgil also paused. Willy Ban and Loser silently observed. "This is the end," someone shouted joyfully. "From today, a new order will be established." A voice rang out, "Hey, why did the city gate open again? And why are there so many goblins here?" Suddenly, a surprised voice shouted coldly, saying, "Luckily, Jack called me to help you." VG breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. The others were happy. Seeing the arrival of this troop, the enemy side was confused. "What is this? Where are all our people?" Someone scolded. "They were all wiped out, you fool," he shouted. "Tell your people to focus on Cha. If we kill him, the rest will fall." That guy looked at him and said, "Right, let our people ignore the others and eliminate that archer." Bolo turned to look at VG. Cha didn't seem very well liked. At that moment, they moved into an empty room. With an arrow stuck in his leg, as soon as he entered the room, Bolo screamed in pain and sat down heavily. VG hurriedly spoke up. "Bolo, I'm sorry," he replied. "Cha, no problem," he said. "I'm done for now. Let's rest a bit." Then he put down his bow. After that, he drew his sword and launched a deadly attack that killed several enemy soldiers. Quite good. Nearby, Hem was also fierce and skillful in defeating enemies. The battle was intense, with many people falling around the battlefield. Someone shouted to stop. "Wait! Stop!" The guy next to him also shouted, cursing the useless ones. "Your people have fled, Grayskin." That guy said to someone, "Our agreement ends here unless you have a way to atone for the farce just now." He stammered, I can." He tightly held a red potion in his trembling hand and affirmed, "I will do it." He glanced nervously ahead. A loud shout echoed, "You bastard!" He looked startled toward the shout. At that moment, Hem and Loser were rushing toward him. He hurriedly drank the potion. His eyes gradually lost focus. Someone shouted in pain. As Hem and Loser prepared to deliver a critical blow, he took off his hat, revealing two black pupils emitting two beams of red light. The energy inside him exploded, throwing both Hem and Loot far away. At that moment, Virgil lunged toward them. Someone laughed joyfully. "Cha is here." His hand emitted energy attacking Virgil, who quickly raised his sword to block. He was shocked to realize the sword in his hand was absorbing energy. He was amazed and exclaimed, "What?" He sternly ordered to stop immediately, silently marveling in his mind. The sword had absorbed part of the magic power. "Interesting," he shouted. "You can't stop now, Cha. You are the one who taught me to live true to myself until the end." Finally, he shouted with all his strength, "And I will never betray you." Virgil also rushed toward him. "I never taught you to betray the family," someone questioned. "Really? Then why did you let Gelma die? Why did you shake hands with his killer?" Virgil gritted his teeth and counterattacked. "He betrayed us, and I punished him. He used all his strength in the attack." At the same time shouting back, Dad pushed him to his death, so that bastard could kill him without doing anything. He dodged the attack while replying, "I did the best for everyone, too." Mo was angry at his words but kept attacking. "Everyone, or just good for Dad. We worship Dad. Call Dad Dad. Yet Dad only sees us as pawns." He raised the sword, trying to defend against Tumo's continuous deadly strikes. He poured out his heart with reproachful words. "Dad never loved us. Dad never loved me. The only one Dad loves is himself." "Yes," VG struggled to reply. "No, I always wish the best for you. I want you to survive in this harsh world, to stand by my side." Tumo smiled sinisterly. "Then Dad, your wish has come true. There will be one survivor too." Before he could finish the sentence, he noticed strange cracks appearing on his body. He screamed in horror. "What's happening?" He held his head in pain, screaming non-stop. He was a bit worried and called Tumo. A goblin from afar spoke, "It's about to explode. Wild magic will kill us all." And G gritted his teeth, then tiptoed and jumped, stabbing hard into his chest, and said goodbye. "My son," he only called Dad, then struggled to say each word. "Sorry, I don't know." He hugged him gently. "I know, rest in peace, my son." In front of the wooden house, two guards stood solemnly holding spears. Maintaining order and safety for everyone in the village was chatting and laughing together. The atmosphere was very cheerful and warm. Abalakta seemed to be looking for someone holding a bag of items. She stopped at a bed. Turns out she came to wake up Goza. "Hey Goza, wake up quickly. There's food," she called so loudly that Goza's ears hurt. He sat up. "Goza," wondered Abalakta, "I thought you were with Lord." She showed the bag and replied, "Yes. She sent me back with some stuff before she went to check something." Before the answer, Goza smiled faintly and looked away. "That little thief." Abalakwa sat beside Goza. She began opening the bag and spoke, "That little thief is helping us eat well. Jack's people are keeping us safe, but now food is scarce, along with the blue and green goblins hoarding it. If not for her skills, we would all have starved by now in that bag. There were only 3 items with very small quantities. Bread, cheese, and rice. Goza heard that, nodded slightly. The other kids were crying loudly, demanding their mothers to soothe them. Seeing the kids' faces, Goza suddenly asked, "Shouldn't we share?" Then Abalakta said, "Don't worry. I already brought food for the others. This is just our portion. Everyone is happy because everyone has their share." With a sigh, Goza was too worried. Good then changed the subject. Goza suddenly thought and asked, "Where is Reza? She can eat with us, right?" Suddenly she appeared right behind, saying, "Here." Reza's sudden appearance startled Goza. Reza quickly took a piece of food and put it in her mouth, enjoying it while saying, "I just dealt with a few guys. This brat, that cheese, looks delicious. The food is a bit dry, right?" Abalakta held the cheese and replied, "If you don't want it, give me your share. I don't bring food for complainers." Reza refused. No, it's fine." Seeing Goza quieter than usual, Reza and Abalakta both looked at her. Abalakta took the initiative. "Goza, what's wrong? Like you got hit in the heart." Goza was startled, turned around, embarrassed. "Sorry, it's nothing." It seemed Abalakta guessed she was thinking about her brother again. Reza lightly tapped her back as a reminder. "Of course she's thinking about him. Give her some space." "Okay." Holding a small piece of food, Goza sadly confided, "I'm sorry. It's just when I heard about Vonka's recent fight, it made me think of the game." "Okay, enough?" Riza crossed her arms, agreed. "Goza, it's okay. We understand. We all lost someone. I lost my cousin and Abel Akta lost her husband," she was told by Reza for information. Goza, shocked, immediately turned surprised, asked Abel, "Akta, you were married, really?" Startled Abel. Akta nodded. "Yes." She just shrugged, then told he went on an expedition before this trip and never returned. Feeling the story was too simple, Goza frowned. "I'm really sorry." Unaware Abel Akta didn't care. That was old news. We all have to move forward, right? B.A. Reza leaned in, laughing, but more importantly, we all understand how you feel. You don't have to be alone. Touched by those encouraging words, Goza hugged both of you tightly. You guys are the best. Abalakta shouted loudly, "Watch out! You're spilling food on me!" Suddenly, a voice called from somewhere, "Go Ra! Go Ra! Go Ra! Are you here?" Go Ra raised his hand in response to the call. "Here I am." Reza smiled secretly, teasing, "Oh look, the love-struck guy is here." Goza was annoyed. "She's sulking." "Shut up," those stormed fiercely toward Goza. "You seem to be in a hurry," Goza said. "I have news. This is the game, he's back." Surprised mixed with disbelief, Go Ra stood up and asked again. "What? Really?" Toast excitedly said. "Yes. Hurry up. I'll take you to meet him." So the two of them went together. Abalakta and Reza waved their hands. "Have fun, you two." "Yeah. Do what I would do." Abalakta reminded. "You and Lorena owe me a beer, and it has to be the real deal, not from straw mushrooms like last time." Riza found it annoying and frowned, then made a pouty face. "Oh, come on. It was just a joke. Who bets on whether your brother is dead or alive?" This time, Abalakta lowered his voice. "Stick to the deal or else. I'll tell everyone what you and Laura did with Goza in the room behind the mushroom farm." Riza thought to herself. "You know you have quite a foul mouth and a gambling addiction. One day, you'll regret it." Not caring, Reza said, "Go Ra." Abalakta laughed loudly. "How long do you want to bet? It will happen." Go Ra didn't respond, sounding indifferent. "No way. I won't bet with you anymore, that's enough." Abalakta was a bit annoyed. Meanwhile, Game was walking back with his teammates toward the village. While giving directions, he suddenly noticed Goza standing there, since when, her eyes wide open in surprise. He just smiled happily, looking at his sister. Goza ran quickly into the open arms, welcoming him of Game. The two siblings hugged tightly, the atmosphere truly happy. Go Ra looked at his brother, eyes pausing, not yet moved for a long time. She immediately grabbed Game's mouth tightly, leaned close to his face. Goza glared, her voice harsh and scary. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Not stopping there, Goza continued scolding Game. Everyone around laughed loudly, and Vaughn led Game to look around the village. He pointed, "Right over here, sir." Game looked around. "Your mysterious craftsman friend lives in quite an interesting place, huh?" Embarrassed by Game's words, Vaughn answered hesitantly, "Well, he's not exactly my friend, sir. It's just that my father helped him a few times." They were about to enter the door when Game asked, "Do you know why he lives all the way out here, if he's as good as his work?" Vaughn turned his head. "Ah, sir, he." Before finishing, someone shouted loudly. Vaughn's long-haired man spoke angrily. "You know what? I think I'll just go straight to hell, damn old man." Vaughn saw him and happily raised his hand to greet, "Oh, Bo. How are you?" But the man just angrily brushed past without responding, ignoring the call. Vaughn turned his head shyly. Game's father was also embarrassed. "He's a good guy. Do you know him?" Scratching his head, Vaughn replied, "Yeah, Bo is Goran's apprentice captain. the man we came to see. I think something must have happened. Suddenly, a voice said, "Is that you?" Vaughn was surprised to see who it was and happily introduced him to Game. "Sir, this is Go. He's one of Goran's apprentices." Game immediately shook hands to get acquainted with him. "Nice to meet you, Go," cheerfully. "You too," Vaughn said, then turned to ask Go, "What's going on? Does Bo have a problem?" "It's hard to say." Go just told him that he and the old man had another argument. "I've heard that fathers and sons often do that." Game added, "I've heard that fathers and sons often do that." Go shook his head tiredly. "That old man is not our father. He just simply raised us." Understanding the situation, Vaughn explained to Game. "It's like this, sir. After Goran got into trouble with the nobles, he went to the outskirts to live quietly alone. But Go, and the others kept following him." Go said happily, "We used to come here when we were young and played pranks on the old man, throwing stones, breaking things, trying to scare him, recalling the memory when all three were scolded by their father. Like this, sir. After Goran got into trouble with the nobles, he went to the outskirts to be alone peacefully. But Go, and the others kept following him. He said he was happy. We often came here when we were young and joked with the old man. Throwing stones to break him down, he tried to scare him, recalling the memory when all three of us were scolded by father. He gave it to Po, wanting him to fix things like that. One day, we were quite foolish and the master caught us red-handed. We accidentally destroyed his cart. He made us repair the damage caused, and father used forging techniques to fix all three of us. Those bright eyes, that was the first time any of us had seen a forge. Because he was so fascinated by it, Bo was the first to return there alone with the forge. Bo came back the next day and begged to become an apprentice, but Bo kept coming back repeatedly, and eventually the old man accepted him. We joined a little later, but recently it seems like all they do is simply argue with each other. The story seems quite complicated." Game asked Tay if he knew the reason why. Go shrugged and couldn't explain clearly. However, this happened after Vaughn returned from the expedition. Suddenly, his name was mentioned for no clear reason. Vaughn was startled and pointed at himself, protesting. "Me? What did I do?" Go began to tell the story. "Remember when you came to get more syringes just to shoot back at the goblins? Everyone was talking about how amazing you were for helping us fight back. Bo even said he wanted to join you." Go frowned. He and the old man had a big argument about that, and since then, they've been like that. Jealousy towards Cha, although that's quite interesting, but we're here to see your master. Is he here? Go scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Sorry, but you'll have to come back another time. He's in the back room." Game turned to ask Vaughn, "So what does that imply?" Vaughn replied, "It means he's drinking, sir. His door is closed. That seems to be why he doesn't have many friends. He's not very friendly when drunk." Recalling his drunken state, he was quite fierce. Sometimes he stays in there for weeks. The worst part is, the longer he stays in there, the less we ever know when he'll come out. Game was frustrated and said, "The problem now is we need him immediately. They were helpless before that request." Go shook his head. "Sorry, but I can't do anything." Vaughn suggested, "Maybe we should go somewhere else, sir. We can ask Kui, the one who takes care of him. He has a shop." Hearing that suggestion didn't seem to help much either. Kui looks more like a carpenter than Goran. He's the one we need to talk to. Vaughn was out of options. So what do we do now? Stones bounced rhythmically on the river. There was an AI throwing them away. It turned out to be Bo, sitting here with a sullen face. Someone called, "Brother Bo." Now Game and Vaughn have come here to see him. We need to talk. Still annoyed about earlier. Bo threw a stone hard. "Go away. Not interested." He turned to Vaughn. Game said, "Show him." Vaughn was shocked and surprised by that thing. Bo hesitated. "Is this Game?" He replied. "You want to impress the master, right? Help us with this, and I'm sure he'll be impressed." Noticing Bo's hesitation and contemplation, Game actively extended his hand. "So, will you join?" Without hesitation, Bo hadn't decided yet, but his heart was starting to waver. Then Bo shook hands firmly with Game. They officially cooperated, surprised at what they saw. Both Bo and Cha said, "What is this? Even the Jira don't have this, a design full of intricate drawings and descriptions. This is an advanced crossbow design with advantages, lighter, faster reload, and enhanced pulling force," Game seriously pointed. "And I want you to build it for me." Embarrassed by the tough request, he scratched his head and fidgeted, sweating profusely. "I've never seen a design like this before. Since I've worked for mercenaries, where did you get this? Did you steal it?" Not caring at all, Gen replied. "No, I made it myself." Unbelievable, he stared wide-eyed at the design. "I didn't think a demon with such talent existed." Shaking his head, Game asked again, "That's not important. What I need to know now is, can you keep it?" Faced with this difficult request, he hesitated, stroked his beard, and faltered. "I can, but..." Yet he still agreed firmly. "No, I won't help you." Then an AI intervened. It's okay. I'll do it myself. Shocked by those words from Bo, he turned sharply. What? Bo looked firmly at Game and said seriously, Let me try. I fixed the previous one so I can build this, he shouted wildly. That design is too advanced for you. It has many complex parts, Game agreed. Maybe so. Bo turned to him. But doesn't that depend on the master? If the master teaches us well, we'll find a way. Bo might not be ready yet, but with Go and Sam's help, we'll get pretty far. Hearing that, Game asked, Is that what families do for each other? Game's face didn't waver, making him cautious, supporting each other through life's difficulties. Because the Game's words were very accurate, he could only look away awkwardly. So they began the process of forging Bo together with others, heating it up. Bo discussed back and forth with Go about how to arrange it. Their hands carefully molded the shape. Bo truly had to devote himself to this. He frowned seriously. Halfway through the result, Bo was embarrassed. If I keep doing this, it will break. I don't know what to do. Jen replied. It seems we've hit a bit of a snag. You were probably right from the start. And Bon then turned to ask, Sir? But he turned away without caring, knowing that beforehand, Jen reminded him to leave. Bon Jen watched that back and thought silently. He was getting what he wanted. His face seemed to be deep in thought about something. With a distant gaze, Go tiredly said, If it breaks, start over. Maybe another piece will do better. Bo replied irritably, It's not the wood's fault. It's just that my skill isn't enough yet, he scowled. Annoyed to admit that old man was right, suddenly he slammed the toolkit down loudly and shouted, Is this how you repay me for teaching you? Why do you give up so easily? He picked up a tool with a serious expression and encouraging tone. Use this, you won't get far with that slow tool. Vaughn was startled and asked loudly, Sir, aren't those your personal sharpening tools? Gay smiled satisfied. I know, Vaughn, I can see it, and all three were moved by that gesture, each of them tearing up. He was handing the tools back to Bo. Bo swallowed his tears, touched by the gesture. Thank you, master. He shyly turned away. Stop whining. We have customers watching, encouraged Bo, eager to show off. He picked up the tool and smiled confidently. Understood. Jen stepped forward and said, You've done the right thing before, he replied. Then all three focused on their work. They were all diligently working every second with their utmost effort. 2 arrows were shot straight at the target. Thwack. Both arrows pierced through. Bon ran out, shouting in surprise. It went right through! Game patted his shoulder proudly. Well done, Bo pointed behind. It's not just me, it's everyone's effort. He also pointed to the old man, including Master. It's even harder than fixing the train carriage wheel. I still have a lot to learn. He threw his arm around Poe happily and proudly. Yes, keep calling me Master and I'll keep teaching you, you little bastard. Suddenly his voice turned serious. So how many finished products do you plan to make? It can't be just one, right? Jen smiled, satisfied. You get me. We'll need as many as possible, including armor. Hearing that, he was very surprised. I have to ask again to be sure, armor. How long do you think it takes to make? He began to explain. We won't start from scratch. Understanding his meaning, Jen just smiled and replied, We'll adjust the armor that the goblins donated to us. To fit our people, we'll need 45 sets as soon as possible. He shouted loudly, unable to believe his ears. 45, plus crossbows too? No way. Game added that. Of course, if we get help from other shops, feeling the request was unreasonable, he asked again. However, it will take a few months to finish them. Game patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Garen. Let me tell you about a man named Henry Ford who lived far away in a place called Detroit from the moment Farah lost consciousness and collapsed. At that moment, in the white tents among the tribe, suddenly there was a call. Vaughn was standing and talking. Hearing the sudden shout, he turned around. Vaughn smiled brightly, innocently asking, Ruan, you're still alive? And immediately the other replied, We escaped after Bungu was killed. A few of the tribe's guides, damn it, tried to throw us to the wolves. Then pausing, he just pointed back to the tent, actively offering, Do you want to visit Vara? She's resting inside. Teammate injured, Ruan refused, squeezing his hand. Really? Lep is back already? Is Rafa with him? Just arrived and being asked non-stop, he looked a bit pale and said, He's back. Said that she was helping take care of some low-level refugees. Saying no more, Vaughn waved and pulled back the curtain. Ruan, sorry, but I have to go now. Talk later. Receiving the good news, all three exclaimed, She's still alive. Get ready. We have to go to her. Somewhat, sending the rest of the group away. He stepped inside. Coincidentally, at this moment Vara gently held his head and sat up, asking what happened. Worried about the other person, he screamed so loudly that his eyes teared up. Hey, don't move. Why are you leaving the bed? You could have been killed. Seeing him still able to shout, Vara smiled with relief. You're not dead yet. Hearing that, Vaughn blushed shyly and stammered. That's not it, Vaughn said, unsure how to react. He turned his back and scratched his head nervously. Once calm, Vaughn peeked and looked very happy, holding a small leather bag in his hand. Thank you for helping me, and for this too. Vaughn sat with his legs closed beside the other's mattress, expressing, I wanted to encourage you to feel better, and tightly held the hand covering the bag. Vara was very grateful. I will always cherish what connects us. Seeing that expression, he smiled back, hoping it would be useful. Her eyes shining brightly, she exclaimed, This is the most delicate engagement gift ever. Really, Mrs. Tho. Vaughn couldn't believe it, mouth agape. An engagement gift? Vara and I hadn't even had time to clarify when someone hurriedly interrupted from outside. Vaughn was facing off against some mercenaries, making them stunned. Really? You have to be clear, Vaughn said, sounding annoyed. Go help that day, I will, and due to the urgent situation, Vara seriously replied, I'll go right now. Vaughn still refused, trying to stall, but I need to talk to you. No, you don't, Vara urged seriously. This is your mission, so go. His face fell, lips pouting regretfully, but for the greater cause. Vaughn stood up and exhaled deeply. All right, I'll be back as soon as possible. Seeing him obey, Vara was both touching and funny. The two of them rushed off. He anxiously asked, Where is His Excellency? The answer was, He's eating in the tent. Arriving right on time, Vaughn's face twisted in displeasure. It was all because Jock GA was challenging them. Really? You think you can beat us? Not afraid of anyone, Jack gruffly replied. Of course. That answer was enough to make Rockskin Ship's eyebrows knit as he stood with arms crossed. Don't act rashly, just a warning. You're finished, kid. Vaughn approached him puzzled. Sir, I thought you said we shouldn't cause trouble? That's not the case. We didn't do anything, didn't touch anyone. Don't laugh. We don't fight with them. It's simply a drinking contest. I bet I can beat both of them. That's tough, bro. He didn't dare believe the Lord's reaction. You're strong, so I'm still confident. Don't worry about that. I've done this many times. Vaughn, unable to see for himself, asked again, You've done it? Jack fully confirmed, Yes, you can't create power without drinking. Immediately, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. You know, the only time I drank was when I drank the grape wine Kui left behind. Like telepathy, Jack just thought, Not counting beer and mushrooms? Vaughn then stuck out his tongue to tease. No, that stuff tastes awful. Suddenly, Lao behind him spoke. Don't worry, master. I will expel that impurity from your body, like SH purifying the land of heretics, he said smugly, making them even more pleased. See? Jealous? Nothing to worry about. Hearing the noise, the old man lifted the curtain and looked inside. What's going on? Meeting the right person. Vaughn quickly tattled. Sir Ban Lep is about to have a drinking contest with those guys. All big, muscular men who probably drink whole barrels. The old man was also quite cautious, giving them a chance to back out. With these guys? Probably not. Lep, a reckless young horse, laughed confidently, I'll be fine. Let's start, hope I'm lucky. The fun wasn't over. The old man suddenly patted his shoulder. Wait, kid. Razamban pointed directly at the sword. You must leave your weapon with your best guard. No weapons allowed at the table. The rule made him freeze stiff, helplessly rubbing his face. Three big muscular men loudly shouted, Hey, Goblin, ready? He saw the situation was bad and screamed pitifully. No, master, you need me. But the stubborn one insisted on playing and said, Take care of her, Vaughn. Good luck. The stubborn one seemed a bit worn out, begging not to ruin his body, but who knows? He just laughed and said, Sorry, game. I can't promise what I can't do. Everyone was diligently carrying out their tasks, some suppressing enemies, while others busily carried and moved items. Nearby, Hem and Willibad stood with arms crossed, chatting. Hem sighed and said, This is really troublesome. So, Virgo, I told you to take responsibility for this mess and then leave, right? Willie Bart nodded. Yes, he was very distressed about the two. Although he didn't show it, I knew inside he felt very sad. Didn't you hear that? Then Willie Bart clicked his tongue and continued. That's why I always tell you to go to Jack's place, he said angrily. That bastard VG is no good at all. I realized that since I left his group many years ago, now Willie Bat hurriedly used a sign to stop him from continuing. He frowned and reminded, Be careful with your mouth. He glanced around, then cautiously spoke. There are many people here who worship VG, especially since he returned from the dead. Hearing Willie Bates's warning, he was more careful with his words, anxiously watching from the side. Then slowly turning to look at Willie Bates, he clicked his tongue and said, I also came back from the dead, so they can worship me if they want. Willie Bat raised his eyebrows and continued, If I leave, my wife will kill me, she thinks. Virgil will become the clan chief one day and wants me on the winning side, he said and laughed loudly. He sneered. VG clan chief? Dream on, then smirked and continued. Don't let Leo's wife boss you around anymore, my friend. Lep is already the battle commander, so he'll become clan chief eventually. Willy Bad shook his head in frustration and replied, a happy wife means a happy life. You don't meet her every day. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to the two, hastily reporting, Commander, there are goblins. Willy Bat frowned and asked, Goblins? Right now? Then he clicked his tongue and said, looks like I arrived just in time. Willy Bat and Hem quickly ran to the spot where the goblins were standing. The goblin leader saw the two approaching and pointed at his face, hurriedly asking, are you the commander? Let us through, Hem said, while carrying a sword on his shoulder, surprised. What is this? Bungu's bodyguards? Willy Badford ignored Hem's words and looked at the goblin, asking, what's going on? What do you want? The goblin girl immediately replied, please let us in. I want to go to the lower floors to rescue my friend. Hearing this, Willy Bad shook his head and responded, sorry, but... Suddenly, Hem standing beside her looked urgently at the goblin girl and loudly asked, wait, you said you have a friend on the lower floor? Is it Rafa? Willy Bad didn't understand and quietly asked Hem, what is it? Hem observed the joyful faces of the goblins and understood enough. He then told Willy Bad to let them through. Willy 8 frowned seriously and said, no, I can't let goblins in. Hem snapped his fingers happily and continued, it's not your decision but mine. You owe me once, just as I owe her friend. Willy Bat sighed, waved his hand, and allowed the goblins to enter, clicking his tongue and saying, then I'll repay the debt. Hem nodded and signaled the goblins to follow him. He smiled brightly and said, let me show you the way. Follow me. I'm Hem, the leading goblin girl replied politely, and I'm Ran. She continued, I met you once during an expedition with Jack, but we never talked. Hem crossed his arms, nodded, and replied, really? You look familiar. How do you know Rafa is down here? Van smiled brightly and continued, I met Vaughn on the way to the camp. He said, Rafa chose to stay on the lower floor. We came to bring her back. Hem nodded and said, Rafa, Grasa, and San have been helping. OVA and my friend Gun are protecting the refugees from the insect tribe. Meanwhile, Lep, Virgil and I went to help fight the goblins because of trouble with those blue-skinned guys. It's safer for them down there. Van was startled, frowned, and asked, safer? To leave them with the insect tribe? Are you crazy? Hem worriedly scratched his face, clicked his tongue, and said, the insect tribe is dead, and it wasn't my decision. Don't blame me, Van asked. Are you sure all the insect tribe is dead? Hem shrugged and replied, pretty sure. Rafa is over there staring at the kids playing in front. Worried, he asked San if it was wise to let them play like that. San calmly replied, the pheromone pouches have been discarded and are depleted. They are harmless. Rafa pursed her lips and added, hopefully. Any signs of life? San shook his head and replied, I already explored the caves around here. No signs of the insect tribe on this floor. Rafa exhaled lightly and said, that's good. Did the guards say anything? Gun didn't hear anything. Rafa frowned and called out, Gun. Seeing Gun in a half-conscious state, she sighed and clicked her tongue. He must have eaten something strange. San raised his eyebrows and replied, no, Rafa, it must be something that ate him. Rafa blankly asked if he was going to eat him. Then suddenly she remembered something and wide-eyed asked Ovier, is that what you mean? San gently rubbed his neck, shrugged, and replied, yes, that night he even came to my place to ask for advice on how to write a love letter to woo her. Rafa didn't know what else to say, just sighed and asked back, really? So did you help? San proudly patted his chest and firmly said, of course. Men have to help each other conquer the one they love. Rafa was speechless, clicked his tongue, and added, all those memories from before are gone now. At first, when we just arrived, those guys even tried to kill us, San hurriedly clarified. That was in the past. Love can overcome barriers. Rafa shook his head in disagreement. It was only a few weeks ago. I don't think she's forgotten yet. San hummed in agreement. Yeah, that's why the letter was less effective than we thought. Rafa, seeing San's slow reaction, immediately understood the issue. She sneered and asked, she was planning to kill him, right? San sighed sincerely and said, luckily, Grasa and I arrived just in time to stop her. Rafa, annoyed, turned around and kicked Gun in the back. The guy, kicked once, angrily said, what's that for? Rafa frowned, irritated. Stop daydreaming and get to work. If I see you slacking off again, I'll put you in the kitchen. Gun pouted and replied, I'm not doing anything wrong. Besides, there's no one else down here but us. Then what are you worried about? Gun quickly ran out of the forest, glancing cautiously around. He recalled the earlier words of that goblin. The story kept stimulating him, and he excitedly shouted, are you serious? Is it real? The goblin nodded while grilling meat and replied, Of course. Just one piece of moss root and she'll be head over heels for you. Can't live without you. Gun clicked his tongue, half believing, and said, "You're just tricking me. That can't be true." The goblin sneered, then pointed at himself with a smirk. "You think I have a wife and 2 girlfriends just because I'm handsome? Ha!" Hun was silent, then sighed deeply without saying more. Recalling the earlier conversation, he pursed his lips and muttered, 60 points. Hope it's worth it." Hun knelt on one knee, quietly observing the situation ahead, smiled and whispered, "Going into the 3rd floor is as easy as eating carrot cake, huh?" Saying that, Gun continued his journey, quickly moving forward while reminding himself. He said it's a red flower with 6 petals and blue leaves. Just find it and leave. Suddenly, a hoarse voice nearby shouted, "Help! Someone! Help me!" Gun stopped, looked around to find where the voice came from, and muttered in confusion, "Is someone here?" Gun quickly shouted, "Where are you? Keep shouting, I'll find you." The person heard Gun's voice. Like grabbing a lifeline, shouted loudly, "Help! I'm here!" Gun followed the voice quickly, running forward and approaching the source of the sound. He slowed down, frowned, and stared at a big hole ahead, thinking to himself, "That's a spirit pit." Hun leaned close to the hole's edge and shouted loudly inside, "Hey, is anyone down there?" A voice echoed back from inside. "I fell down here. Can you help me, please?" Hun quickly replied, "Wait a moment, I'll find a climbing rope." Hun fumbled to find a rope long and strong enough to pull the person up. Finally, he found one, quickly threw it down and said, "Grab this. I'll pull you up." The person below grabbed the rope and started climbing. Hun was a bit scared when he saw the person, who panicked and let go of the rope. Luckily, the person managed to hold on to the edge of the hole, almost falling again. The person gasped, slowly climbed out of the hole, and wearily said, "Oh my God, thank you. I didn't think I'd ever get out of that hole." Gun swallowed nervously and stammered, "Ah, it's nothing. Are you also a member of the expedition?" The person quickly denied the expedition. "No, I'm a doctor, not a soldier, and please call me CA." He shook his head and said, "You shouldn't be here." "How did you get down here?" CA quickly answered, "There are many ways to get down here if you're determined. I came down to find rare herbal medicine but fell into this damn hole. Luckily you appeared." Hun looked up for a moment, then quickly shook hands with CA and smiled brightly, saying, "My name is Hun. Nice to help you. Hey, do you know moss root?" CA frowned, slowly repeated, "Moss root?" Then he suddenly remembered something, wide-eyed, and shouted, "Moss root? Are you in love?" Gun shyly added, "Well, yes. Can you help me?" "I can pay you," CA cheerfully said. "Oh no, no need, young man. No need at all. I am always happy to help young people find love, and you are also the savior who saved my life." He eagerly continued, "I didn't bring it along, but I'm sure it can be found on this floor. I wonder where the nearest swamp is," he said, then pulled Gun to follow him. He walked while smiling brightly and said, "Go this way, young man. We will find that girl at the edge of the swamp. She must be very special. Which made you risk your life to come down here alone?" Gun's face was flushed red as he quietly replied, "Yeah, she's very cute." The big boss laughed loudly and then excitedly said, "Great, very great. I must say I'm very happy to meet one of the residents of these caves. That will give me a chance to hear about how this settlement has developed over the years. Are your people still enslaved by the Jira goblins?" Hun shook his head and replied, "No more. I heard from a food smuggler named Lep that they have driven them away. I guess now we are free." The big boss was a bit surprised and quickly said, "Really? Great, very great. You must have suffered a lot, living under the rule of those goblin brutes." He curiously asked, "So is your friend Lep the new leader of you guys?" "What do the people think of him?" June answered honestly. "They love him. He united the gangs to defeat the goblins, and even the gods sided with him. I mean, he was resurrected from the dead." The big boss seriously continued, "That's formidable. Resurrection is never easy. It sounds like he will bring real change to your people. After having endured darkness for so long, you're lucky to have him." Hun nodded in agreement and replied, "I think so too. But I don't think the Blues like him much. They appointed him general, but I bet they will stab him in the back at the first chance." When the big boss led Gun to a nearby riverbank, he looked around briskly and said, "Ah, right? What scares leaders more than a young, powerful general who is loved by the people? Lep's people will surely face many hardships ahead." "That's right," he sneered and continued, "but they won't win. Lep has many friends. They will protect him." Then the big boss pointed in a direction and told Gun, "How about we try looking over there? Remember, the leaf must be blue. If the leaf is still yellow, it's not ripe yet." He waited for Gun to reach the spot he indicated. Then he asked, "So if Lep takes power, what do you think he will do?" Gun focused on searching as he wanted, but still replied to the big boss, "I think he will eliminate the blues and make the greens obey." The big boss responded, "That sounds cruel. Are the people afraid of him? Gun shook his head and said, not really. He's actually pretty cool. Sometimes he's annoying, but he always listens and cares about the brothers. The big boss stood still, crossed his arms, and clicked his tongue. So he knows how to balance toughness and gentleness. Just as expected from someone from Faran, Hun grabbed a nearby root branch, raised it toward the big boss, and loudly asked, is this it? The big boss signaled to him and said, no, keep looking. The blue leaf is not purple. Then the big boss asked, so what do you think your people will do next? Hun replied, if we have defeated the goblins, you will just settle down and stay there? The big boss sighed and sat down wearily in the forest. Replying to the big boss, yeah, that's right. What else can we do? We can't go to war or anything. Maybe we'll start trading mist or something. After a few minutes, they finally found a root branch as the big boss described. Hun hurriedly pulled it out and brought it to ask, big boss, is this what we need? The big boss observed a bit, then exclaimed, yes, young man. You found it, and the root is intact. Good job. Now rest a bit and wash it, Gun. Hearing that, Gun quickly went to the riverbank and washed the root. Beside his ear, he heard the big boss ask, so even if Lep wants to push the people, they still won't leave the settlement? Gun shook his head and replied, no, I don't think so. This is our home now. The big boss clicked his tongue and continued, what a pity. Your people have great potential, yet they just hide like this. June honestly said, we won't go anywhere, unless the hip Lin drive us away. The big boss was silent for a moment, then told him, you should consider that. The outside world is vast and beautiful, and your people need a new perspective. Hun heard him say that and quickly said, I want that too. He turned to look at him and saw a strange creature standing nearby. He was startled and shouted, what the hell is that? CA asked confusedly, pressing him again. What's wrong? Hun trembled, raised his hand, pointed, and stammered, Hip Lin is right behind you. On the contrary, CA showed no fear, smiling kindly as he gently spoke to that creature. Oh yes, you mean this little one? She's here because of you. The creature slowly approached where Gun was sitting, frightening him terribly. Hun clasped his hands together, opened his mouth to plead. Please don't hurt me. I will give her everything. Suddenly, the creature handed him a paper bag. Hun tilted his head in confusion and asked, what is this? CA in front quickly explained to him, use this to dry and wrap the roots, then roast them. Sneak them into her food, and she will welcome you like the morning sun. Hun felt his head spinning, awkwardly asked, but Hip Lin? CA understood his meaning, smiled brightly, and replied, Bo is my pet. She won't harm you, I promise. I sent her to get that cloth for you. You helped me, so I want to keep my promise. Hearing this, Hun was curious and quickly wrapped the roots, then ran back to CA's place asking, you have a Hip Lin as a pet? CA nodded. Yes, that's right. They are very affectionate as long as you understand them. Hun took his trophy. Looking at CA, he smiled and said, all right, thanks. I have to go now, then ran straight away from there. CA frowned and called out, Hun, are you planning to? The creature standing beside CA kept speaking. Only CA understood as he gently reassured his pet, speaking softly, he's fine, really, just leave him be. He stared at Gun's retreating figure, smiled brightly, and said, the little one still has many things to do. Many things have been buried and need to be dug up again, while the group of elves were sound asleep in their cozy blankets. Hiding behind a huge rock, Gun cautiously observed something. He tiptoed past, eyes alert, watching the mage and her daughter who were sleeping. After passing that checkpoint, Gun officially bowed, tiptoed away to the middle of an empty space surrounded by cooled campfire ashes. He squatted down, opened the cloth wrapping the plant, recalling the words, roast it and put it into her food. And she will welcome you as if you were the morning sun. A hesitant feeling filled Gun's body. Knowing his action was wrong, he grimaced cautiously. Unexpectedly, Rafa appeared there and shouted, startling Gun. Quickly, he hid the pile in his pocket and pretended to ask, what is this? What is this? Rafa hurriedly lit a fire to make the smoke as big as possible, throwing everything into it. Hearing this, Gun looked confused. What? Why? So she explained that centipedes in the cave were moving this way. It never plays, we need to create as much smoke as possible. Hearing that creature, he panicked, turning pale. That cave is huge and dangerous. Threatened, Rafa offered, let me do it, soldier. They hate smoke. We will get everyone out of here. Planning to do something private, but got dragged in. Gun felt annoyed. Everyone else, what about me? Just saying that, he still had a heart. After lighting all the campfires, he said, all right, it's big enough. Time to get out of here. Just called out, now there's another voice exactly like Bun's. Yes, the mage appeared, shocking him, and asked, are you done here? His face was tense, but Gun misunderstood, thinking she was worried about him. Thank God, so he replied awkwardly. Yes, I have some pretty hot stuff. We're doing well here, he said, taking the lead. The mage ordered him, follow me, and Crush called, so Gun hurriedly followed. Yes, of course, whenever you need me, he said, stepping out of the cave, planting his staff on the ground, feeling this would be better. Aren't we leaving with the others? Yes, there's a strategy. She explained that the fire pits would keep them from going up the other side at noon. But we still have to keep them from going up this way. Gun knew his responsibility was great. Frowning, he said, here's the plan. With admiration in Gun's eyes, I will use my magic to hold them back while everyone escapes. Be careful. After me, she said. He waved his spear proudly. Oh yes, no problem. I am your man, she said. Gun danced, keeping everything focused on the team. The mage warned, yes, just point your staff at that AI outside me, okay? A rock sat opposite Gun, who spoke quietly. Those centipedes are definitely buying us time, she nagged, making the mage a bit annoyed, telling him to stop complaining. It will take a long time to get everyone out, especially the elderly and children, she said tensely. I don't understand why Gun proactively asked if you like AI. It has nothing to do with it. His eyes clearly showed annoyance, wondering why he asked me that question. I didn't dare tell the truth. Gun pretended to deny it, saying it was nothing. Just talking. It's late, you shouldn't be awake. And meeting that tired mage who begged nicely, now please be quiet. I don't want to hear any of your conversations or your poems anymore. This is why I don't want to work with you. But San said I had to do it. That's really his stubbornness. He happily patted his chest, secretly glad, saying, I love you. Sitting with his chin propped up, watching what he was doing, OVA was very clueless. What's so funny? You're really strange, resting your chin and glancing away, talking casually no matter what. They will send people to join us once the refugees are safe. So we just need to sit tight and observe. In my opinion, he leaned back and asked if she thought the refugees would be safe when we returned to the settlement. Looking up high, the mage thought idly, maybe I don't think Lep will recruit them to fight. I heard we will return soon, and Gun also said so, thinking, oh, that's good. I guess life will return to normal after that, and she simply replied yes, continuing their conversation. He just asked, OVA, what do you want to do after the goblins disappear? Raising his hand high. The mage was very determined. I will study magic. VG promised me that I can access the shamanic storage city when all this ends. Not all of us share the same language, so it will take some time, but it's worth it. Don't you find the opponent's goal a bit boring, so you will just study? However, not at all. OVA raised 2 fingers to show, oh no, I won't just read books, I will travel too once I'm free. We can do anything, right? I told Rafa, and she said she would take me to some places. She came after the goblins disappeared to let Gun tell the story first, smiling widely as she recounted it. I also went out when I went with Vaughn to offer tribute to Busu. That was perfect. OVA excitedly pulled his hand in celebration. Oh, that's just near the settlement. The world is really much bigger, and I will see it all. Buja has been talking all this time to distract him from this intention. So you don't want kids or to find someone, like a guy or something. Haven't thought about that yet. OVA pondered and revealed, I don't know, maybe someday, but now I have too many things to do. However, a sound appeared from afar, pointing and telling Gun to be quiet, but if you don't find a guy soon, you're screwed. Did you hear that? They all stood up when they heard the chirping sound. A whole bunch of bright red centipedes appeared. Their mouths full of fangs kept showing. The video ends here. If you liked it, don't forget to hit like to support Go. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.